My stream's gone cold, I'm wondering why I blasted off at all. The morning chat floods up my window, and I can't read it all. And even if I could, the names that are gray make me stun lock till I'm mauled. It reminds me that it's all so bad. It's all so bad.
Dear Hasan, I wrote you, but you still ain't responding. I left my tweets, my DMs, and tagged my chats HasanAbi. I saw them lit up in the column. You must not have got them. There probably was a glitch with Chatterino or something. Sometimes I think the mods remove my posts when I jot them. But anyways, screw it. What's been up, man? How's your streaming? I see your followers are growing too. You do great work, King. If I gift more subs, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna label them hoggers. I watched you all through COVID too. That shit was scary. I had a friend unfollow you over some tweets that were contrary. I know you probably hear this every day, but I'm your biggest stan. I even love the Mujahideen joke you roasted Dan. I got a folder full of your clips and your highlights, man. I liked the rant you did on 820. That stuff was grand. Anyways, I hope you get this, man. Hit me back, just a chat. Truly yours, your biggest stan. This is Cam.
My stream's gone cold, I'm wondering why I blasted off at all. The morning chat floods up my window, and I can't read it all. And even if I could, the names that are gray make me stun lock till I'm mauled. It reminds me that it's all so bad. It's all so bad.
Dear Hasan, you still ain't tweeted or replied. I hope you have the chance. I ain't mad. I just think it's messed up you don't engage your fans. If you didn't want to tweet me, you didn't have to, but you could have dropped a heart. I know I've got the views. That's my tweet, man. It's only been retweeted by a few. I waited on Twitter all day for you for 4 hours and you didn't have a clue. That's pretty cold, man. You're like my online idol. I want to be just like you, man. Your words are like my Bible. I ain't that mad, though. I just don't like being lied to. Remember when you got all that hate and said that if we tweet you, you would tweet back? See, I'm just like you in a way. I never shy from discussions. I had your back when you were wrong about the Russians. I followed tons of streams, but I always watch your show. And when I'm in a debate, I cite you and I let them know, cause I don't got shit else, so your streams help when I'm distressed. I even got a bio that says HasanAbi is the best. Sometimes I even stream myself to see how much I'll peak, and when I get a view, the thrill is such a sudden rush for me. See, everything you say is real and I respect you cause you're genuine. My friends will roll their eyes when I say America deserved 9/11. But they don't know you like I do, Hasan. No one does. They don't know what it's like to have a political buzz growing up. You gotta tweet me, man. I'll be the most loyal fan you'll ever lose. Sincerely yours, Cam. P.S. Let's go stream together, too.
My stream's gone cold, I'm wondering why I blasted off at all. The morning chat floods up my window, and I can't read it all. And even if I could, the names that are gray make me stun lock till I'm mauled. It reminds me that it's all so bad. It's all so bad.
Dear Mr. I'm too good to reply to my fans. This will be the last tweet I ever mention your ass. It's been 6 months and no word. You still don't want me? I know you got my last 2 tweets. I even tagged HasanAbi. So this is my last post. I'm leaving Twitch so you can cheer it. I'm on Kick right now. I'm streaming 90 hours weekly. Hey Hasan, I drank 5 energy drinks. You dare me to stream? You know how Will does, just chatting late at night? You could have rated me instead of him, but you didn't. And then he saw it all. And then in his chat he found me? That's kind of how this is. You could have rescued me from boredom, but now it's too late. I'm on 1,000 subs now, I'm popular. And all I ever wanted was a single like or retweet. I hope you know I'm unfollowing you. It's bittersweet. I loved you, Hasan. We could have made content. Think about it. You ruined it now. Hope you can't sleep and you dream about it. And when you dream, I hope you weep and then you scream about it. I hope your conscience eats at you and you can't stream without me. See, Hasan? Shut up, Mom. I'm trying to talk. Hey Hasan, that's my mother screaming in the trunk. But I didn't have sex with her. I just tied her up, see? I ain't like you. Cause I can be my own stepdad and step up too. Well, I gotta go. It's almost the top of the hour. And at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break.
What's going on,
everybody? If you do not
everybody?
wish to see those ads, you can subscribe or be gifted a sub.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. That was Haas Stan from another Cam Kardashian banger, but I'm live and alive nonetheless, folks. What kind of nomad posting is this? I love that song, and I rarely ever play it because it's too real. Like, that's where That is where stan like culture comes from. The term stan comes from, the terminology derives from the Eminem song, which people have turned into a positive thing in our era, right? But anyway, where was I? Yeah. Bro looks like a gang henchman. Yeah, that's fucking right. I do, don't I? I fucking do, don't I? It's not a Tuesday, but I'm still feeling like it's a fucking ice day, you know? It's a Wednesday, innit? It's a fucking Wednesday. Wednesday, December 20th. 5 days until fucking Christmas, lads. And we're out here doing fucking holiday shopping. And what do I mean by holiday shopping? I mean a fucking quick two, right? 1 fucking 2 blokes, right? We're going in there and we're stealing some fucking Gucci handbags, yeah? We're doing holiday shopping. And we're doing the shopping in the way that fucking Tony Two-Tone does it, right? Anyway, just saw the Grinch. Why were you Luigi Grinch? You went to killed it. Thank you. It's just who I am, man. It's just who I am. All right, anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and I have to get into it immediately because honestly, I'm late. It's 12:31 on a Wednesday, and I'm really late, and I have a lot to account for. I have to repent. I have to tell you why I'm late. And it's kind of a stupid reason, but some people know why I'm late if they watch my Instagram stories, but you might not know, so let me tell you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, the real reason why I'm late today is not because I was zerking it really hard. The reason why I'm late today is because the Mugiwara Pirate Adventure has absolutely taken over my life once again. Oh my lord, the amount of episodes I'm cramming. The amount of episodes I'm cramming in the Dressrosa arc is unimaginable. Folks, One Piece is back and better than ever for me. Trafalgar D. Walter Law. That's right. The Trafalgar D. Walter Law backstory is out of fucking control. Oh my god, it literally was so fucking good that I could not personally. Isn't it Walter? Is it Water? I don't know what his fucking middle name is. That doesn't matter. He has got the will of D. But let me tell you something. Corazon. Mi corazon is what I say. Oh my god, what a fucking cast. What a bunch of fucking characters. Oh my lord. The story behind Don Quixote do Flamingo and his family. Woo! God damn, dude. It's so fucking good. The fall, the rise, the drama, the back and forth. No love lost. All love lost. The espionage inside of the Navy. Don Quixote do Flamingo planning things years in advance. A true puppet master. Wow. What a fucking arc. It really straight up made me reinvigorated. It piques my interest so much. It's got me thinking about it like I'm just getting into it once again. This arc has truly been a gift. There are definitely slow parts of the arc. I will admit, there are definitely slow parts of the arc. But god damn, brother. The hard parts hit so fucking hard. The white sickness, white lead extraction. We're talking extraction of rare earth minerals that are actually having deadly consequences upon a civilian population that the entire kingdom is aware of, and yet they sold their own people out. A mass genocide of an entire population. Woo! It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good, dude. It's crack cocaine. I literally stayed up until 2. I was falling asleep while watching it. The Law backstory, Trafalgar Law backstory is so good. I was falling asleep while watching it, which, by the way, One Piece, not political, guys. Never say One Piece is political, okay? Don't say it. Certainly not political, okay? Yeah, everything I just described to you as far as, like, you know, like a permanent ruling class and a person leaving that permanent ruling class with his children and then getting ritualistically humiliated by those he left behind because it basically sheds the narrative that they are godlike kings. And then the peasant class rising up against that, against those groups of people, because like they are now a representation of the celestial dragons that rule everything, and that they can just like take their anger and resentment out on this group of people, including the children, and then how that plays a significant role in the radicalization of a child, and maybe the brother being infinitely better as a person, joining the Navy in secrecy, and then trying to thwart the efforts of his older brother, who is absolutely a monster the entire fucking time. The story doesn't drop in quality moving forward. You're going to get more addicted. Oh, it's just so fucking good, dude. It's so fucking good. Ennie's Lobby, Marineford, Simps punching in the air. Dressrosa might be my favorite arc because Doflamingo is, like, not even a question, favorite enemy. He is so good. He's so OP. He's so fucking good. It's just, nothing comes near it. Dressrosa has a lot of pacing issues, certainly. I would never recommend watching the original I wouldn't recommend watching the Dressrosa arc with the slow pacing on the original manga even, and the original anime, but I would not recommend my enemies to even watch the fucking Dressrosa arc. 118 episodes. One Piece definitely saved my life. Okay? One Piece saved my life, I will say it. Every other part of One Piece, you know, consume it on Crunchyroll, consume it wherever you get your normal anime. It's fucking fire. It's fucking awesome. It's easy to watch. But it saved my life. What about Dofi's insane drip? Yes, he's the Doflamingo. I'm a stan. Okay, let me tell you something. I'm a Dofi fan. Okay, he's the drippiest. He's the mastermind. He's the guy with a dream. Okay, he's got it all, baby. He's got the plan. He's got a sick ass crew. He's got deep loyalty for his real family, his crew. A man that has been taken down a peg by the gods. A man who was supposed to be a god, right? So fucking good. He canonically fucks too. I mean, he looks like he fucks. But yeah, he is so sick. He is so unimaginably cool. So we'll see. Have you addressed that this guy has the same body type as you? Oh, Pika? Yeah, he sounds like me too. I mean, this is Frankie, by the way. Like, no disrespect, but this is the Frankie body type. It's not unique to Pika. Yeah, that's how I normally sound like. I love hard-boiled. Dude, the Dressrosa Trafalgar D Water Law arc is so good. The backstory is so good that it has flashbacks inside of the flashback that the arc is supposed to be, and it still fucks. It still fucking fucks. It's so sick. It's so sick. Made me tear the fuck up a little bit. I almost teared up when I saw Sabo, but this was like, oh my God, when he's just like in the hospital seeing his mom and dad on the ground, and then the hospital's burning, and then fucking, wait, what the hell is this? This is a relivable moment? Revival moment? That's so funny. So sad. Anyway, thoughts of the Revolutionary Army getting more lore? Oh my God, I love that. I love the Revolutionary Army. I love that the Revolutionary Army is is more prominent in the Dressrosa arc. They're like intercepting weapons transfers. Doflamingo is trying to do permanent war, and he's a fucking arms dealer. Are you kidding me? It's just so sick. It's just so fucking sick. It's so goofy, and I think that it would not be like, when you think about it, there's no better way to experience that. Like, is goofy as hell, and as goofy as it is, at the same time, it's like so serious. You know, it describes like very serious stories, and I love that. Very serious concepts, very serious stories. So yeah, it's so well balanced. But yeah, I hope that the remake fixes all the pacing issues too. I mean, it would be crazy. The goofiness is just the coding of the package, the politics in a palatable way. Yeah. Will you go on Trash Taste again? I have to do something for Trash Taste, I think. I don't know. Hold on. Do you finally admit it's not a political anime? Oh, of course. I always have readily admitted One Piece is not a political anime. Anyway, but yeah, I did that until like 2 a.m. And then I did that until like 2 a.m. I fell asleep finally at the end of it. Like, I just like, I have to go to sleep. And I was late. I unfortunately was late. I normally wake up at 7. Today I woke up at like 9. So by the time I would normally be done, with my workout, I was like, only then I was waking up. So, you know, it was it's the reason why I'm late, and I apologize. Also, the other reason why I'm late is because did you skip your cold shower meditation and skip right into inheritance? What? No, the other reason why I'm late is because I had to try and dry Kaya, which is impossible. Like, it's physically impossible, you know? She's still so goddamn wet. Anyway, what is this X-Men Origins Wolverine? Is it because, like, the Wolverine leaks? Is that why? She looked so wet. Oh, no, she is so wet. Look at this. But she loves it. She loves the rain. She does not care at all. Like, she loves the rain. She loves that shit. Some, like Fiona, my brother's dog, hates the rain. She's such a prissy little bitch. She does not want to go outside when it's raining. She will, like, hold her pee and poop in for a day instead of, like, going outside and actually taking a pee and taking a poo. Kaya is like, fuck yes, dude. Rain, love that. Give it to me. She was doing the same, like, pancake shit on the wet concrete. I was like, that's nasty. How are you like this? Anyway, has she gone in your pool yet? No. You should buy this to dry Kaya. What the fuck is this? Yo, I used my mom's, like, super fucking hair blow dryer thing. Like, it's like one of those, like, Dyson style ones that's just, like, industrial almost. And she was fucking terrified of that shit. And I still did it. And I did it for like 35-40 minutes. Like, I was just, like, sitting there drying her over and over again, and it still didn't work. Yeah, someone said, have you tried drying Kai with a leaf blower? I need a leaf blower for sure, actually. So this is what that looks like IRL. You need what your groomer has. It's called a jet dryer. I don't know what my groomer has. How do you know what my groomer has? I don't even understand it. Making my most exclusive outfit again by Wisdom. Have you tried putting her in rice? Do you have a good undercoat brush? No, I don't have shit, because I just, like, get a groomer to groom her, because I feel like with Fish, he's a short-haired dog. He was a short-haired dog, right? So it was, like, relatively easy to just, like, in and out, you know, get her wet, towel him down, and then use the blow dryer. Not even sometimes, right? And because he was a short-haired dog, it was also pretty easy to not even wash him all that much. Like, he didn't smell bad, you know what I mean? Like, but with Kaya, because Kaya has a double coat, she has to be, like, professionally groomed. So that's usually what I do. I get her professionally groomed, like, you know, once every 3 weeks, 4 weeks. But I mean, she's real nasty right now. I don't know if, like, during the holiday season I can get someone to do it, but I definitely desperately need that right now. She's a dog. She's the kind of dog you have to brush. She's gonna get shaved. Yeah, no, I know. I can't buy her a rain jacket because she loves the rain, and she loves being cold, and she loves being wet. So I don't want to touch that at all. I don't want to, like, take that away from her, you know? I feel like she would not enjoy the rain jacket at all. The jet dryer is something dog groomers use to get to the undercoat and hair dry faster. It's a must for her. I used to do dog grooming. It's a must. Shaving is bad for double coated dogs. Yeah, I'm not going to get her shaved at all. I never will do that unless it's, like, an emergency. I'm not getting her shaved. Are you kidding me? Is she spayed yet? No, not yet. She's not even a year old, chat. She's still a baby. She's still a berber. I just did my dog voice on accident. That's my inside voice. You're not supposed to hear that. She's just a little baby, but, like, 90-pound baby. But my baby nonetheless. Anyway, I got my dog spayed at 6 months. Yeah, but you probably don't have a big dog. Or maybe you did. But from what I understand, you're not, like, that's my vet. Listen, man, I listen to my vet, not a fucking random chatter online, okay? Chatters be like, I got my Chihuahua spayed immediately. And it's like, okay, well, that's a little bit different, right? Like, for Kaya, she doesn't even get period cycles the same way that smaller dogs do. Did you guys know this? Like, Tibetan Mastiffs and, like, much larger dogs oftentimes get a period that's longer than smaller dogs. They get it for an entire month, even, and change. However, they get the period once a year. As a dog nerd, you're correct about spaying. But also, dog people are always infighting about this shit. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I got Fish neutered when he was like a year and a half. And I'm going to get Kaya spayed when she is like probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years, depending on what the vet says. Because like, I don't want to take care of her while she's on her period. I don't want that at all. You think I want her to fucking have a period and then be in heat for like that shit sucked. I have to do it because I want to prevent hip dysplasia so that she doesn't, because she's a big girl with a big ass. My thought daughter is going to fucking have like hip issues later. No, I used doggy diaper one time. I don't like the doggy diaper. I just let her free bleed. Also, it's not good because she's just like, her personality changes a little bit too. Anyway, Trump's off the ballot. Colorado Hogwatch is back. I mean, this is going to be a light news day. And by that, I mean like not a lot of Israel-Palestine, I don't think. You know? Responsible get for her Rizzler. Ew. Okay, stop. So, you know, new ceasefire. Maximum drama. Maximum variety. No pixelator. Thank you for the light Israel news. Yes, I know. I'm a 24/7 news station. And as a 24/7 news station, I am supposed to have an obligation to explain a lot of the other news. And I have just kind of stopped doing that. Texas border. This is the vid where Al Jazeera caught Israel live bombing a hospital. What the fuck? Largest AI image training dataset used by Google. Stable Diffusion has been pulled after discovery of CSAM. I think like if you are, from what I understand, if you are literally like training any kind of dataset, it's like virtually impossible not to have it, is what people were making it seem like. Like regardless, if you are, isn't there a bill specifically about this in general? Because like, if you have any kind of, what is it called? Where you just like, shit, not caterpillar. It's, crawler. Thank you. If you have any kind of data scraping operation, if you're doing web scraping, you are, I say caterpillar. Yeah. If you have any kind of web scraper, or if you have any kind of, web crawler that's like constantly gathering data online, it ends up actually literally logging child sexual abuse material on your hard drive. And there is, I think, unrelated to this, or maybe related to this, as a matter of fact, there's a separate bill. There is literally a separate bill, as far as I understand, that's being presented, I think in Europe, if I'm not mistaken, that is trying to get people to not go to jail, or try to get people to not be treated as though they have this material in their hard drives, specifically if they are, you know, if they're scraping or on their servers. But yeah, CP3 bows to the Paul God. That's fucking. Anyway, does anyone have a? Yeah, it might create a loophole for abusers. I agree. Does anyone have a good blast off meme for me? The new bot in your channel is doing HasanAbi Erasure. What the fuck is Frieren bot? Cenk Uyghur's famous nephew is basketball player NS content. What the fuck? I'm not using this as a blast off. This is a terrible. Bro, post that fit on the Insta, not your second Twitter account. I posted it on my story. This is so funny. Okay, I'll use the Marat one. Here we go. That's a good one. South Africa serving in the IDF could face charges when they go back. I don't think South Africa serving in the IDF will go back. I feel like if you're South African and you're serving in the IDF, you're the type of South African that's like, I fuck with one thing and one thing only. Okay? And that thing I fuck with doesn't exist in South Africa anymore. Fuck, did you talk about Rosinante already? I did. I loved the Rosinante Trafalgar story. Very emotional. Fucking incredible. Did you watch Chris Hayes just fucking twisting pretzels trying to blame Hamas for Israel's killing of the hostages? That cunt? Wait, no. Chris Hayes would not do that. You mean HasanAbi head Chris Hayes? You mean the only fucking MSNBC guy out there that like, hey, thank you to Macy's for the playlist. You think HasanAbi head Chris Hayes? Really? His name is Cora, not Rosinante. Corazon. Or Corazon. He did, but it was a good monologue. Chatter is talking bullshit, quibbling over one sentence. Bro, he sucks ass. Don't defend him. Oh, bro, he's at MSNBC, dog. He's trying to fucking not get fired. Okay, sometimes you got to do shit. Chatters are like, why is he not a Maoist third worldist? Like, yeah, he tones it down quite a bit. I don't know what his personal politics are, overall, but let me tell you something, okay? Even if you're a fucking white guy with glasses, like a nerdy ass looking white guy, we know if you're Muslim, it's like you're on borrowed time at MSNBC, okay? But if you're a white guy with glasses, even then you still have to be very careful about like how much. They already hit him with a fucking age. They hit this with a fucking age inappropriate marker. They age gated this already. Hi, dude, YouTube is crazy. I was talking to YouTube about this too. YouTube has been like popping off on my fucking videos too. Half of my videos are age gated. And I'm just like, dude, come on. I only see one white guy with glasses here. Yeah, that's me. Oh, there's graphic material in this. What is this? When someone complains about dog expenses, I laugh simply because this is the kind of dog I gotta pay for. Yeah, okay, well, you chose this lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a dog. That's a pony. Like, you chose to have a pony inside of your house. That's like me. You know what I mean? I chose a bear, right? I chose a baby bear, and I love my baby bear. It's so funny because, you know what's fun? This type of dog looks so terrifying and is literally the cutest, most loving dog you will ever see. Like, Great Danes are so fucking stupid and so friendly. That's the type of pet you can put down as a dependent on your tax forms at the end of the year, though. The kind of pet you can put down. What? Is that a Great Dane or a Cane Corso? I don't know. It looks like a Great Dane, but then it has like the ears make it look like it's different. But it's not. I don't think it's a Cane Corso. But this is like a sick ass Great Dane. The saddest part of that dog has a SSN. Yeah. The saddest part about Great Danes is like when I found out they just have like a shit ton of issues and they die after like 7 years. That killed my soul a little bit. That's a Dane Corso. Oh, that's a Dane. Corsos have thicker heads. Yeah. I mean, this fucking dog literally looks like one of those mythological creatures, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like you see this dog in the dark and just like the eyes glistening with like a fucking spot of light hitting. The eyes glimmering with a spot of light hitting it. It's like, it's over. At that moment, you're like, oh, I'm dead. I have gone to hell. This motherfucker is guarding the gates of heaven and is sending my ass straight down to hell, dude. Cerberus ass looking motherfucker. It's crazy. Also, the irony is that like Tibetan Mastiffs are sentry dogs. So what that means is like Kaya, okay, also pretty big, not as big as this fucking behemoth, but the thing about Kaya is that she can be so quiet, it's wild. She'll be incredibly quiet. She'll be right behind you. You don't even hear her. And then when she barks, you're like, oh my God, the house is shaking. I do not know how. I actually do not understand how stealthy she can get and then how loud she can get too. It's crazy. This thing is a horse. This thing is probably galloping, dude. Did you put mad points in the sneak? No. She did though. She chose. I random spawned her. What breed is her pup again? She's mixed. She's Tibetan Mastiff, Chow Chow, and Saint Bernard. Finally, you stop slandering my country, Israel. What? Slandering your country, Israel? What is this? Hassan, hi Hassan Parker, hi famous guy. I met him in TwitchCon. Hey Hassan, you going to Vegas? I'm from Israel, but would you still be friends with me? I don't think my country is that bad. HasanAbi supports Israel. I definitely do not, my friend. I support Israelis that are conscientious objectors to the IDF. I support my HasanAbi heads in Israel that are like the 11 leftists in Israel that are protesting. I don't hate the Israeli people. I've had a shit ton of Israeli people on this broadcast. That message was a joke. Oh. No, I meant like the 11 Israeli HasanAbi heads that have been in here since day one, since October 7th, and have just been talking about how hard it is to be a leftist. Anyway, all right, well, I guess we'll start off with I have a question though. What would you do if you saw someone at TwitchCon with an Israeli flag? I don't fucking know. Nothing. Why would I do anything? What would I do at TwitchCon if I saw someone with an American flag? America is even worse than Israel. Israel's actions are only allowed because America allows it to happen. I'd be normal, I think. Ken Carson called XC racist, dude. I didn't want to say anything, but I did see that. That shit is funny as fuck. Yeah. Verbally and physically assault them. What answer do you think you're gonna get, Cheddar? Yeah, I know. What would you do if you saw someone with a Turkish flag? I'd go up and hug and kiss them. I don't know, nothing. It's just a flag. Who gives a fuck? I'd be more stoked if I saw like a Brazilian flag. You know, I'd say Brazil caralho, or a Portuguese flag than anything else. This guy's been asking me to cover Ethan Slater. I wonder if this is the same guy. Ethan Slater, SpongeBob, called for a ceasefire in an open letter to his Jewish day school. Bro, I know, man. I don't know why. I think, like, is this the guy who is been asking yesterday too? Oh my God, he is. Are you Ethan Slater, bro? Be honest. Periodically yesterday, he was just like, bro, Ethan Slater, Ariana Grande's sponge boyfriend, called for a ceasefire in an open letter to the Jewish day school and community he was raised in. Worth checking out. And it's only because he went, I know this chatter went to that school, right? Didn't you go to that school too? Isn't that why you said it? We're checking out Ethan Slater. It's like, I don't care, man. It's cool. I'm happy for him. Really. That's sick. Sponge boyfriend. That's the thing. When you guys are like unhinged chatters and you constantly post shit in the chat, like I see it. Okay. Grown man getting upset with the kids cartoon again. Oh, that's my favorite, dude. My political ideology is whatever bans this and ostracizes whoever made it. Know about you. Dude, that's awesome. Important question. Family Mart or Lawson? Ooh. Family Mart for the chicken. Which one has better egg? Tamago Sando? Like, Family Mart for the chicken for sure. But I feel like Lawson is a better egg sandwich. Egg sando. And 7-Eleven is pretty goated too. Fuck. God, I miss Japan so much. I'm gonna fucking just fly out to Japan. Yeah, here, this is funny as hell. Ken Carson, is this racist? Ken Carson posted XQC. What fucking planet are we on right now?
Wait.
I would never be caught like this because I'm about the vamp life, okay? I am. So absolutely zero people will ever catch me slipping on anything Cardi adjacent. Do you understand? I'm so fucking opium. You will never catch me. You will never catch me disrespecting. You will never catch me slipping. You will never catch me disrespecting. It just does not. It will not happen. I'm the most opium. Everybody knows this. Where the fuck is Maddie Slatty? Confirm, please.
Wait, is that Jamorant? Is that Jamorant? Wait.
Is that Jamarant? No.
Is that Jamorant? Is that Jamorant?
Hassan banger, you have to see. Yeah, I saw. I will potentially cover that as well. Anyway, all right. I don't know if you covered this yet. I missed most of yesterday's stream. Yeah, I forgot to cover the Jeffrey Epstein file release story yesterday, but the dog va on Kombini.
I always tell people this. If you come to Japan and you want to be in Tokyo and you want to go out and eat a bunch and you want to have a good time, 100% split up. There's 8 of you all coming. All do your own thing. Occasionally meet up. Book a nice restaurant for all of you. Eating out in Japan is very affordable. For the love of God, don't eat Kombini food every day. It's such a
He's wrong for this.
waste. You'll pay like 200 yen extra more for a meal that you can get in like a ramen place or some other cheap places. You don't need to eat the Kombini food. Please don't. I made that mistake when I first came to Japan, and it's such a waste because the best thing that Japan has to offer is the food, in my opinion.
Don't at me, dude. This is a legit question. Have you slowed down in regards to the genocide in Gaza, or am I getting to the stream too late? No, I just started. Because I just started the stream. It has been literally not even a fucking full hour. I haven't even run my first top of the hour ad break yet. And motherfuckers are like, bro! Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. We went from Dance News Monkey to like only dance to the tune that I want, News Monkey. So fast. What the hell's going on? Anyway, at the top of the hour, you dance. Why do you love your egg sando so much? It tastes incredible. Tamago sando! It's just godlike. It's funny because you stopped talking about Ukraine and I don't remember anyone bitching law. Well, it's a little different because like mainstream media is nonstop covering Ukraine and never really stopped covering Ukraine and was pro-Ukraine, and everyone was fucking, unconditionally offering support to Ukraine, which and Ukraine got a shit ton of weapons. Whereas with Palestine, like only independent outlets cover Palestine regularly from the perspective of Palestinians. So it's understandable that people will come in here and be like, have you been have you been covering Palestine? Because, like, that's usually, like, that's probably part of the reason why a lot of people come in here and ask for that. Then there's also people who ask for it from a cynical perspective. Like, where they're like, ooh, I bet you're done covering Palestine now, huh? Like, to be like, ooh, it's killing your views. That's why you stopped talking about it. And it's like, first of all, it's been like 75 fucking days. And I have been consistently offering coverage every single day and will continue to cover it, of course. But that chatter was earnestly asking. Yes, he wasn't like one of those shitters. The weather in Los Santos today is awful. It's 59 degrees. And I'm going to be honest, it's been raining. I worked out in the rain. It was terrible. Be cool. We good? You're good? Yeah, no, I said it already. I said it like this is not for views. This is something, it's like everything that I cover, I don't cover for views. If views happen to come as a consequence of my coverage, then great. I cover the news, whether you're here or you're not here, I'm covering the news regardless. And I'm covering issues that I care about regardless, okay? The stuff that I do that's not directly related to the news, that's for the views so that people will come and watch my news coverage, okay? There's a process. There's a process involved in all of this. When I do gaming or when I do any other kind of, like fun reacts or whatever, or when I hit the variety news cycle, it's because... Well, I feel like I have a sense of obligation, like I have a sense of purpose, and that purpose is to, reach a broad swath of the younger generation that I feel like comes in here and relies on me for news coverage, which is why
we're going to begin.
I need to cover more variety of news stories. Yeah. Also, yeah, if I wanted views, I would just do drama. Like, that's always the best way to do it. Like, and there's fucking plenty of drama happening all around all the fucking time. I'd be doing nonstop drama coverage and then maybe a little bit, like a baby bit on the tail end. I'd be talking about like, ooh, a liberal streamer is in controversy again, mired in controversy. Like, the reason why I don't do that is because it's fucking stupid. Outside of Dream is pretty dry now in Dramaland. No, brother, it's never dry on Dramaland. It's never dry. Yeah, and people love it. Like, people love it. Even people who say they hate it, they still love it. All right. Debates get you the most views. That's not true. You haven't even covered half of what Twitter shit out last night. What did they shit out? Anyway, Colorado nonsense. Oh, yeah. People are very excited about the Colorado shit, which we're going to cover now. Colorado Supreme Court has removed Trump from the state's primary ballot for engaging in insurrection.
This morning with a stunning court decision involving the 2024 presidential election. And stunning is a word here. The Colorado Supreme Court has ruled that former President Donald Trump is not eligible to be on that state's Republican primary ballot and is, in fact, disqualified from being president again. In a 4-3 decision, the court ruled that Donald Trump violated the U.S. Constitution by inciting the mob that attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with more on this. Ed, good morning to you. When I saw the breaking news banner on my TV, I swear to you, I thought I was reading it wrong. This was very stunning for a lot of people.
Well, good morning. It's important to remember this only applies in Colorado, but it hinges on a constitutional clause that dates back to the Civil War. If it stands, it would be unprecedented, but the Trump legal team says it's planning to appeal, likely setting up a big decision by the U.S. Supreme Court.
We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before.
Campaigning in Iowa last night, Donald Trump made no mention of his latest legal hurdle.
They're after you. I just happened to be standing in their way.
But the GOAT, that's the line. That's always the line. They're after you. I'm just standing in the way, folks. That's his number one line. It's so funny because it's like just straight up out of a Facebook meme. That is directly a Facebook meme that Donald Trump took and repeats over and over again like he came up with it in a way that is not dissimilar to your favorite Twitch streamer, HasanAbi Piker.
Late Tuesday, a divided Colorado Supreme Court declared the former president ineligible to run again in that state, citing the Constitution's insurrection clause. The legal challenge to Trump's eligibility is in response to his actions on January 6, 2021.
And we're going to the Capitol.
Section 3 of the 14th Amendment disqualifies officers of the United States who have engaged in insurrection or rebellion from holding office. At issue in Colorado is whether the president is such an officer and whether Trump engaged in insurrection or rebellion. 4 of the 7 justices ruled yes to both questions. All 7 were appointed by Democratic governors. We do not reach these conclusions lightly, the court wrote, adding later their ruling takes the...
You mean the meme with the guy taking all the bullets and knives in the back as he shields a kid? That too. My thoughts on this is just extremely libbed up shit. Like this is the most, like, depending on what level of liberalism you're at, I would say that this is like maxed out. When your lib metrics are maxed out, this is what you do. You look at this and you go, oh my God, I'm fucking pogging my face off. Donald Trump is literally going to Colorado jail. Okay? It's over. He can't get in on the Colorado primary, and therefore it's the most Jover it's ever been. You know? That's it. Legal has the deets. The Supreme Court will decide Trump's fate. Oh, legal.
We knew it was going to end up in...
Ooh. Dude, you know, sometimes you need the Eagle team. You don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. Bro, what is happening with the Midwestern Mark City was against it because it opens the door to have socialists taken off too. Okay, I'm losing my fucking mind. What is happening? We watched one video with Midwestern Marks in it, and now half of the chat is like constantly reporting on what the latest and greatest is happening. I don't care about what other commentators are saying on this matter. Okay? What has happened? Like, what has happened in the world where we watched one fucking video and everyone's like, dude, you have to literally cover what he had to say about this. It's fine. I know we got a crossover audience. I have a crossover audience with Mike from PA. I have a crossover audience with Caroline. I have a crossover audience with Majority Report. I don't care. I have a crossover audience with Chapo. If you come in here and constantly be like, oh, this is what Chapo said, this is what Chapo said, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. I don't care. Okay? Please. And it's not, let me tell you something. It's not, I'm not criticizing him at all. I'm saying like the people I just brought up are my friends. You know, the people I brought up are people I like. It's just that, who cares? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay? We're covering the story. Jesus Christ.
Country into uncharted territory. The ruling would only apply to Colorado. Similar challenges in other states have failed or are still pending.
This is really an unprecedented and, to be honest, unexpected ruling.
CBS News election law expert David Becker.
What the Colorado Supreme Court has just done is to kind of kickstart the process by which the United States Supreme Court is likely to rule. And their ruling absolutely will have some impact on whether or not Donald Trump, if he gains the Republican nomination, is eligible to appear on the general election ballot.
The Trump campaign, which began fundraising off the decision within hours, says it's planning to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, calling the Colorado ruling a completely flawed decision. As for Trump's other Republican rivals, businessman Vivek Ramaswamy called the ruling wrong and incorrect. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said it should be reversed by the Supreme Court. And former governors Chris Christie and Nikki Haley had notably similar statements, saying the former president shouldn't be prevented.
Unless several other states follow suit, this means almost nothing in the Trump campaign. Brother, what are we talking about? There's no several other states that are going to follow suit. Even if they do, the Supreme Court will yeet this into oblivion. Obviously, the tricky question here is like, can the Supreme Court overrule, I guess, like the only controversial aspect of this, as far as I understand, is the Supreme Court overruling the decisions being made by a state directly. In the way that, like, is this a states' rights situation? Is this a states' rights phenomena? I mean, you're supposed to be, right? This is all of the reactionaries in the Supreme Court love the states' rights. No? So it's Jover for your Mandarin orange of a former president? No, but I love him. So that's the only thing. They can't, since this is an interpretation of the federal constitution. SCOTUS determines what the federal constitution means, not states. Sure. Honestly, I don't think it should be taken off the ballet. Bad precedent, no. I don't think it's going to happen regardless. I don't even care about, like, the actual precedent that it creates, because you want to know why I don't care? Because I know how Republicans operate, and I know how liberals operate. You think, oh, they took Trump off the ballot one time, so now we can do the socialist thing? Now we can yeet the socialists off the ballots? Okay, they were going to do that anyway if they wanted to. You're fucking ridiculous if you think that, like, this opens the door to do that. I think that that is not necessarily the major point of contention here. It's just, I don't even think it's that big of a story. I don't think it's that spicy in general. I think the Supreme Court's going to go and try to, the Supreme Court, I assume, is going to try to angle this in the most limited interpretation possible in an effort not to set a precedent that is far too vast. And that's it. I think that they're just going to severely, I mean, they're going to, dude, pass my life question. Can you please answer? Dude, shut up! Which side are you with the war that is am suffering from? Can you see my previous question? Palestinian chatter. Shut the fuck up. Hey there, this is actually my first time seeing people that talk about my country. There's a lot of people that follow that, like Abofla and other YouTubers that didn't talk about it anymore because they got in threat. I live there, not XP. Yes, I'm pro-Palestinian, okay? Shut up. We're covering something else. God damn. Go watch my YouTube. There's 20,000 motherfuckers in here, man. I can't fucking answer every single one of your goddamn questions. Stop spamming. Fuck. I love you, chatter, but I pulled the IDF on the chatter real quick, but see? Look what you did. Every single person now in the chat's like, all right, time for my questions. Hello.
From running again by the courts, but by voters instead. Here at the White House and the Biden campaign, they had no comment.
Well, lots of people have lots of comments on this. Ed, we thank you. For more on the political and legal impact of the ruling in Colorado, David Becker rejoins us along with Major Garrett. He's our chief Washington correspondent. Gentlemen, it's great to have you both here, especially on this day today. David, I want to start with you. You touched on it briefly, but can you explain exactly what this decision means and how big of a deal is it?
Yeah, you had it right, Gail, when you said this was stunning, but there is legal basis for this. The 14th Amendment exists for a reason, and the 14th Amendment says that someone who is an officer of the United States and who has taken an oath and who then engages in insurrection.
Bro probably lost his house and is not getting shouted by Hassan. First of all, it was a loving shout, and it wasn't about the house or his house at all. But it's like, bro, you can Google it. You know what I mean? I will always treat you the same way, no matter what your circumstances are. If you're capable of going on twitch.tv to watch my live stream, like, you can figure it out on your own, brother. Like, stop spamming.
Can't hold office as an officer of the United States. And these kinds of cases have been brought with regard to Donald Trump in many states all over the country. And up until now, every state has dismissed these cases on procedural grounds. They've said the Republican Party has a lot of leeway to decide who its nominee is, and so we're not going to inject ourselves at this moment. But Colorado is the first state where they found both that now the Supreme Court has found that he is an officer of the United States, the presidency is an office of the United States, and that he engaged in insurrection, and therefore, under the 14th Amendment, he's disqualified.
So, David, let me ask you this. The Supreme Court will likely rule on this. Is this a shortcut way to get the Supreme Court to rule on whether or not Donald Trump did, in fact, incite an insurrection?
I don't know if the Supreme Court of Colorado intended it as a shortcut, but that's how it's going to play out, and that's actually probably a good thing. It's important for a lot of people in the United States to know whether or not Donald Trump is a qualified candidate for the presidency. It's important to the Republican Party. They need to know if they have a qualified nominee. It's important to election officials who are printing ballots with candidates' names on them. And it's, of course, important to the voters who ultimately have to decide who they're going to vote for, who they can vote for. So it's good that the Supreme Court is going to take this up and hopefully rule on it quickly.
Major, do you think this ruling will impact Donald Trump's campaign? It was interesting. He made no mention of the ruling yesterday on the campaign trail.
He doesn't have to, Gail.
Yeah, he was too busy doing Hitlerian style politics on the campaign trail, straight up being like, Hitler said the poisoning our blood thing they're saying, folks. Also, I agree with him in the most Hitlerian way possible.
He knows that this will create tremendous press attention. He knows, and this was predictable, and it happened, all the Republicans challenging him for the party's nomination rallied, if not to his defense, but to say something that they believe is a commonsensical proposition in this country, that courts shouldn't decide who's on the ballot. But that's not really the question. The question is, what does the Constitution say about your qualifications if you were president of the United States and were an active, if not active participant, a non-benign actor in an attack on the Capitol to prevent the peaceful transfer of power? That's the question the court was asked. The court didn't jump into this. The court was asked a central constitutional question, only asked in our entire history because of the actions of former President Trump. That's a moral question that will be adjudicated politically by the Republican Party. And for the moment, it will give Trump not only a lot of press attention, which he benefits from, but a rallying effect within the party itself. Long term, though, I'm not so sure it will be a net positive.
Yeah. Do you guys see any scenario where he could be removed from the general election?
I do not.
I think, it's hard to predict exactly what the Supreme Court will rule. If they agree with the Colorado Supreme Court that he is an officer of the United States and that he engaged in insurrection, and there certainly is evidence that would justify such a ruling, then he could be kept off of the general election ballot. And it's important for the Republican Party to know that as soon as possible.
I feel like you're on crack cocaine if you think this Supreme Court is going to rule in that direction. I think even liberal justices are going to not rule in that direction. Trump has literally quoted both fascist leaders from World War II. He quoted Mussolini in the 2016 campaign. I think people need to take that fact that Trump wants to be a dictator very seriously and that he should be elected. And that should he be elected, which is getting more and more likely by the day, that we as leftists need to be wary. Oh, 100%. 100,000%. He keeps saying he's going to be a dictator and shit. He's popping off. He's popping off big time. I think that even you will see even liberal justices potentially align on this decision because it's ridiculous. I think being a 9-0 decision is more likely than them ruling for it. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be 9-0 most likely, but even then, yes, I get it. You're saying even 9-0 is more likely than a majority ruling in favor of the Colorado Supreme Court.
So they can select a qualified nominee who could ascend to the presidency if they want.
But the issue for the Supreme Court, I think David would agree with me on this, is did candidate Trump receive due process on the question of being an insurrectionist? And the Supreme Court could say, no, he hasn't been convicted of that. He hasn't had due process to answer that question. Of course, the Trump legal team is trying to delay any adjudication of that very question.
Yeah, that's the other part of this. He's not convicted. Just because he's suspected or allegedly, responsible for an insurrection when there's an active case happening doesn't change the reality that he is innocent until proven guilty, at which point I feel like you can't really hit him with that. It doesn't say that he needs to be convicted in the 15th Amendment. Still, I feel like if your constitution is unclear on issues like that, it's a shit constitution. I think the SCOTUS in general will make a narrow ruling, and it will likely be 9-0. They'll basically say he can only be on the ballot, but punt on other stuff. The Jack Smith case is stickier.
Question here in the federal court in D.C. But the Supreme Court could say this is...
Hasan is MAGA deep down. This will be good for Trump in the end, only on day one, lol. Hasan is MAGA deep down. Yeah, famously, I am one of the biggest Make America Great Again defenders. Everybody knows this at this point. I love when liberals and Republicans completely align on this, like conservatives and Democrats and liberals completely align on this, and it's like, oh, Hasan actually loves Donald Trump.
Is an open question about the conduct of Trump, and therefore he can't be removed from a ballot because we don't have a legally adjudicated answer to.
Yeah, this is it's pretty obvious which way SCOTUS goes on this. Is lib posturing all the way on the part of Colorado, who gives a shit, free Palestine. I love the media making this seem like a very serious issue, though. Discord DMs, can you check? Jesus Christ. Okay, sure. Do you think mentally ill people with autism or narcissistic disorder should be banned from running? It means that you can't run, but so can't Kanye, Reagan, or Trump. Wait, what? Did you just say I'm mentally ill with autism or narcissistic disorder to the same degree as Donald Trump and Reagan and Kanye? What is happening in the chat?
To that insurrectionist question.
A lot of well.
All right, let's hear from the Eagle team, okay? Because when I have legal questions, okay, we have law tip givers and law understanders in the chat. Plenty of fucking, plenty of pre-law, plenty of 2L, 3L, but also even like actual bar passing ass labor lawyers and the like in this community. But you know what we don't have? Legal Eagle. So that's what I want to hear. I want to hear what he has to say. Nice sidestep. Yes, I'm avoiding this devastating question about me being narcissistic and autistic at the same time. Like, that's why I'm shocked to the core, and I can't take it. I can't actually respond to it because it fucking destroyed me.
In front of the Supreme Court at some point, but SCOTUS may decide this sooner rather than later, and that's good news for some and bad news for others. Now, Donald Trump basically says that the Constitution gave him absolute power to do whatever he wanted as president and without criminal prosecution.
Then I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
And former President Trump has asked an appeals court to dismiss one of the criminal indictments against him because of this alleged presidential immunity. But special counsel Jack Smith has now answered Trump's claim with a petition for certiorari that might as well be entitled, "That's not how this works, that's not how any of this works." And Smith doesn't want to waste any time. He wants the Supreme Court to decide this issue without waiting around for an appellate decision. So can Trump be tried, convicted, and punished for acts he committed while president, or is he absolutely immune from federal prosecutions for these alleged crimes? And what is the Supreme Court going to do about it? Now, on August 1st, 2023, a federal grand jury in Washington, D.C. indicted Donald Trump on 4 counts of attempting to interfere in the 2020 election. The indictment alleges that while Trump was still president, he participated in a conspiracy to defraud the United States, that he corruptly obstructed the certification of the presidential election results on January 6, 2021, and that he
This is not the Colorado one, right? This is the Jack Smith one, which I think is more I think is more important than the Colorado one anyway. Yeah. I thought he popped off. This is an older video, right? Legal Eagle did a new one today. No, this is from today, man. What? No. This is from today. The problem is Legal Eagle takes a long ass fucking time to make these videos because there's, a lot of research and effort that goes into it. So the one he made is on the Jack Smith case, which in my opinion is still more important than the Colorado one anyway, which is why I wanted to take a look at this. I did think originally that this was the Colorado one, however, but I don't think this is it. Hawaii plans? Paper Nicole Piker? What is Hawaii plans? What the fuck is Hawaii plans? Why are you fucking asking this over and over again? Where do you find your vacation homes? Christmas in Hawaii? Christmas in Hawaii? Christmas in Hawaii? Christmas plans? Christmas plans? Christmas plans in Hawaii? Christmas plans in Hawaii? Hawaii. Hawaii plans? Hawaii plans? Hawaii plans? Are you okay? I have Christmas... Wait. Christmas plans in Hawaii. No. Do you want me to go to Hawaii for Christmas? What's happening? What's going to happen in Hawaii on Christmas? Are you going to kill me? What is happening? Paper Nicole Piker. Why would your wife, Nicole Piker, kill you? Do you think I have a vacation home in Hawaii or something? What's happening? I am not going to be in Hawaii. I've never been to Hawaii, and I don't plan on going anytime soon. Okay, we're going to get back to the Eagle team. Not just any legal team, but the Eagle team.
Conspired with other people to do the same, and that he violated one or more persons' constitutional rights to vote and have their vote counted. Now, federal district court judge Tanya Chutkan scheduled the trial to begin on March 4th, 2024, but Trump recently filed a motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds that he has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for acts taken within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities, and that the indictment's allegations all fall within that scope. Trump also argued the double jeopardy principles and the impeachment clause barred his prosecution. Smith opposed Trump's motion on the grounds that a president does not have absolute immunity from federal criminal prosecution. The district court denied Trump's immunity claim and rejected the impeachment clause argument. Trump filed a notice of appeal to the D.C. Circuit and moved for stay of all proceedings in the district court while his appeal was pending. And under federal law and Supreme Court precedent, an appeal suspends trial proceedings, specifically anything, quote, involved in the appeal. So I think in an abundance of caution, Judge Chutkan has now halted most aspects of the case, although we don't know exactly how much of the case is halted and for how long. Trump's appeal on the immunity issue is an interlocutory appeal. An interlocutory appeal is an appeal to the Court of Appeals before a conviction or a sentence. And federal procedure states, quote, the filing of a notice of appeal confers jurisdiction on the courts of appeal and divests the district court of its control over those aspects of the case involved in the appeal. So consequently, Judge Chutkan's order pauses any further proceedings that would move the case towards trial or impose additional burdens of litigation on defendant. However, her order is limited in two respects. First, the state deadlines and proceedings are held in abeyance rather than permanently vacated, and Judge Chutkan said she would release the March trial date if jurisdiction were returned to her.
I don't know if I'm like lived up on this shit, but I do feel like the Supreme Court, I don't know how narrowly the Supreme Court, not the Colorado decision, this is the other one, this is the Jack Smith one. I don't know how narrowly the Supreme Court could like define the circumstance to allow Trump to get away with not being criminally prosecuted for crimes committed in office, because it feels like if they were to defend him, if they were to deliberate in a way where Trump is above criminal conviction for anything he's done while in office, that doesn't just like set a scary precedent. That is the precedent. That makes you the God King. Like, if you're president, you're a king. Like, I joked about it before, but it's like prima nocta. Me lord, take my firstborn on her night of marriage. She is yours type shit. Okay? The entire purpose of this like fake ass Democratic Republic shit we have going on is kind of because we don't like the whole monarchy concept. So for me, it does feel somewhat strange to just undermine literally everything that the founding fathers intended for. Like, sure, they were, white land-owning, slave-owning aristocrats, and they were proto-capitalist dipshits, many of them. Some of them had some good ideas for sure. And they did some good things like, giving a big fuck you to England. Respect to that, okay? However, having said all that, there was like one fundamental principle that they kind of agreed on, which was that no matter what we do, we shouldn't do the whole monarchy thing, right? Like, that was a big deal. So I don't know how there's like any literalist, the textualist interpretation of the Constitution where you're like, oh no, actually the founding fathers did want a God King that is above the law, that certainly could get away with doing crimes. It's literally the fucking whole purpose of like, we can't agree on much, but that is the one thing that they were very openly against. HasanAbi says there's quite literally one correct answer to this case. The president is not a king and is not above the law, therefore not immune from any criminal prosecution, state or federal, as that is what the founders literally created the position of the president to be, because, they didn't love the idea of a king. However, Lord knows how the fuck this case is going to. So the originalism is made up bullshit. Yes, I agree with the second thing that you're saying. However, and I say that all the time, it's just simply a way to make reactionary decisions seem like it's a way to make reactionary decision making in the Supreme Court seem like it's actually apt and actually intellectual and not simply just political posturing from the right. However, there's definitely no originalist interpretation that says the president can be above the law. Like, that's kind of the whole fucking point. If SCOTUS rules were Trump here, they are literally also rewriting history. They would literally be saying the Revolutionary War was definitely not fought because the American colonies were sick of the oppressive monarchy. No, but this is like beyond, like, for example, they did that. They already rewrote history when talking about like what the founders intended with respect to like abortion. Obviously, it didn't play a role in their, I guess, constitutional interpretation, constitutional law interpretation, but there was a lot of padding and there was a lot of massaging of the truth about what the founders thought about abortion, for example, even though they were pretty positive on it or didn't talk about it at all, right? So at the time, it was not even a question that like abortion was a common procedure that that people engaged in. So clearly, they did not have a leg to stand on within the framework, right? However, having said that, as far as like rewriting the entire reason why the United States of America exists, that I feel like is a relatively big fuck you I don't know, maybe I'm too libbed up on America juice, where I personally think like America stands for something. I don't know. I feel like if there was one thing that America stands for beyond like, you know, what the continuation of white supremacist indigenous genocide and whatnot, there is like one thing that America stands for, and that is like not being a monarchy. Kind of the whole purpose. So I don't know.
Second, the court's other protective measures are not in abeyance, which means that Trump still has to follow his pretrial release conditions and the judge's gag orders. The judge also said her protective orders guiding discovery and jury procedures are still active, and it's theoretically possible the entire criminal process.
Yes, you're right, Chatter. You said, you always say Americans are overly vibes-based. This would go against the vibes too much. Yeah, like abortion definitely went against the vibes and definitely wasn't great. And definitely, you know, there was a lot of backlash from that. This, on the other hand, I feel like is like spiritually against everything that Americans have learned and Americans stand for. Like, we don't give a shit about women's bodily autonomy, okay? There's enough people in the country that will be like, yeah, this is really fucked up and I'm going to protest against it. But like, okay, but it's women, right? This, on the other hand, is like spiritually everything America stands for.
Prosecution of Trump is not necessarily stayed. There's case law
like the
stating
one
that
thing that was
only divests the federal
objectively
court
a
over
good
control
thing,
of, as I said, those aspects of
people
the case
believe and
involved
learn in school, mind you.
In the appeal. Here, that could mean the rest of the case continues to move forward, but as Judge Chutkan notes, there is no circuit precedent on the court's protective orders, quote, much less instructive cases in the context of an interlocutory immunity appeal. The Supreme Court recently stayed an arbitration case in its entirety because, quote, the question on appeal is whether the case belongs in arbitration or instead in district court. The entire case is essentially involved in the appeal. So here we don't know exactly what a claim of presidential immunity will do to the case as a whole, but clearly there will be delays in some respects. Now, obviously, you're going to want a good lawyer to argue in front of the Supreme Court. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've been in a car crash, suffered a data breach, or have a workers' comp or social security disability issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. It's always important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can get the best representation and find out what your options are. So just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Link is below. But rather than wait for the appeals court to rule, Smith filed a petition for certiorari requesting that the Supreme Court
Yeah, but the abortion thing has actual impact on the majority of the population. Yeah, 100%, which is why people are protesting it. But once again, I think people care more about spiritually what America is and what they've been taught from since birth than they care about women's issues. And they certainly, the majority does care about women's issues, especially when it comes to abortion. Does that make sense?
Expedite Trump's appeal from the district court order. And Trump opposes this motion even though he wants the case dismissed. Now, if this appeal goes forward on an ordinary or even expedited timeline, the Supreme Court would not decide it until probably next term in 2025. And barring something completely unforeseen, Trump will be the Republican Party's nominee for president. Then if Trump is elected, he might argue that the case can't move forward because sitting presidents can't be prosecuted, or he might just dismiss the case himself. So the first question is, can Smith bypass the Court of Appeals? Trump World has reacted to Smith's move with the typical understatement. For example, quote, crooked Joe Biden's henchman, deranged Jack Smith, is so obsessed with interfering in the 2024 presidential election with the goal of preventing President Trump from retaking the Oval Office, as the president is poised to do, that Smith is willing to try for a Hail Mary by racing to the Supreme Court and attempting to bypass the appellate process. But in opposing the government's motion, Trump complains that it took too long for the government to prosecute him, so now the court should take as long as possible to dismiss the case against him. Quote, the prosecution waited over 2 years to bring this lawless case, and then sought an extraordinarily expedited trial calendar, demanding the jury selection begin in December 2023. Notwithstanding, there is a process by which the Supreme Court can weigh in before an appeals court renders a decision. Federal law says, quote, an application for the Supreme Court for a writ of certiorari to review a case before judgment has been rendered in the Court of Appeals may be made at any time before judgment. And when is it okay to ask for an expedited review of this type? Well, when, quote, the case is of such imperative public importance as to justify deviation from normal appellate practice and to require immediate determination in the court. And rather than being a liberal conspiracy, it's a process by which the Supreme Court can issue a decision without having to wait for the lower court of appeals, often when things are incredibly important for the country, and also when it doesn't make any sense to wait for the Court of Appeals if the Supreme Court is going to have the final word on the decision anyway. Smith argues that this is obviously a case of imperative public importance. The amenability to criminal prosecution of a former president of the United States for conduct undertaken during his presidency. It requires no extended discussion to confirm that this case, involving charges that respondents sought to thwart the peaceful transfer of power through violations of federal criminal law, is at the apex of public importance. The charges implicate a central tenet of our democracy. And there is some precedent to support the idea of the court acting quickly to resolve a claim of presidential immunity. As the government wrote in its briefing, quote, when the government sought certiorari before judgment in the United States versus Nixon, a case presenting similarly consequential issues of presidential privilege, the court granted the petition and resolved the constitutional question expeditiously so that the trial could begin as scheduled. And in the Nixon case, the court granted cert and issued an opinion just 16 days later, in part so that one of the Watergate criminal trials could proceed. Smith argues that, quote, this is a quintessential example of an important question of federal law that has not been, but should be, settled by this court. And the Supreme Court has never directly addressed criminal immunity, even though it comes up every time a sitting president orchestrates a burglary, has sex with an intern, or tries to overthrow the elected government. And Trump's lawyers responded by accusing Jack Smith of trying to cancel Christmas and scolding the special counsel for trying to make the court staff miserable during the holidays. That's not a joke. That's actually what they wrote in their briefing. Quote,
That's God, they are, bro, Trump's fucking legal team is insane. It is literally the clown show. It is a clown fiesta. How the fuck? Did he actually run out of lawyers? Like, what the fuck is happening? What a defense, dude.
quote, it's as if the special counsel growled, with his Grinch fingers nervously drumming, I must find some way to keep Christmas from coming, but how? Now, that's probably not what I would write in my own Supreme Court briefing, but you gotta hand it to him. It's memorable, at least. And Trump argues that the March 2024 trial date itself is unconstitutional and that the public interest weighs strongly against the request for
This is like some bird law shit, brother. This is literally fucking... Better Call Saul has destroyed an entire generation, okay? I think every lawyer fucking saw Better Call Saul and was like, I'm gonna do, that's me for real. And with Donald Trump, he just has run out of lawyers in general. So that's precisely why his lawyers are doing Better Call Saul shit like
expedited
this.
review. Trump contends that expedited consideration would violate President Trump's due process and Sixth Amendment rights, among others. And he argues that it would deprive him of the time necessary to prepare his defense, since the case includes 11.5 million pages of discovery. Though this does ignore an important fact, which is that the immunity issue is largely a matter of law, not fact. And if the Supreme Court agrees with Trump that he is immune from prosecution, then there's no need to read the 11.5 million pages of documents because the case would be over. And the Supreme Court quickly agreed to expedite consideration of Smith's petition. Now, this is not the same thing as agreeing to decide the case before the appeals court makes a decision. This is a decision to decide whether to decide that case up front. And Smith is taking nothing for granted. He can currently file a motion to expedite proceedings in the DC Circuit, asking for an expedited schedule that will ensure that a decision is made fast enough that the Supreme Court would hear it during the current term. The DC Federal Appeals Court granted the government's request to expedite consideration of Trump's appeal, and the appeals court has set deadlines for briefs to be filed between December 23rd and January 2nd. Now, what about the merits of the case? Well, American presidents enjoy absolute immunity from most civil lawsuits involving conduct that occurred during their presidential terms. The Constitution does not explicitly say that the president actually has any litigation immunity because of his role as chief executive, but this immunity exists by judicial interpretation. And in practice, it means that a president is given the freedom to exercise his official duties without being exposed to litigation for civil damages. And in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, a 5-4 Supreme Court ruled that a president is entitled to absolute immunity from legal liability for civil damages based on his official acts, including acts on the outer perimeter of his duties. The court defined a president's official duties quite broadly to prevent future presidents from being sued for, quote, virtually every allegation that an action was unlawful or was taken for a forbidden purpose.
Yeah, which, you know, it almost ties back into the whole concept behind we don't ever prosecute presidents or even like secretaries of state for war crimes, because then all of a sudden, well, every single president is a war criminal and every single secretary of state is a war criminal, and most people in the American State Department are engaging in either direct or indirect ways of doing war crimes. So what are you gonna do, right? And that would not be good in the eyes of the American government and also capital owners who've propped up these war criminals who benefit from the war crimes in general and imperialism continuing. So that's, you know, it's part of the process, I think. But I do feel like Trump has gone above and beyond in a way that is, how do I describe it? I think Trump has gone above and beyond in a way that is so like personally unique to Donald Trump that you can't really hit other previous or, you know, future presidents and actually target them under similar reasons. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because it's like there's a difference between, you know, trying to sue Barack Obama for droning and extrajudiciously killing an American citizen, which will never happen because that would open up the floodgates to every single president getting hit with similar charges, versus Donald Trump so specifically and so uniquely engaged in criminal misconduct, allegedly, that I don't think you can. I don't think that unique case translates to other presidents in a similar capacity. This is a good take, actually. Yes, all presidents are criminals, but their crimes are furthering America's interests across the globe. Trump's crimes were just to further enrich himself, and were not in America's interest, so he has to go. Exactly. Because it's like Nixon. It's not, you know, it is similar to Nixon in that sense, where it's like petty, personal, it doesn't have anything to do with like, it doesn't really have anything to do with the American interests.
Now, the contours of immunity from civil liability are still being defined. In Clinton versus Jones, the Supreme Court gave Paul Jones the green light to sue Bill Clinton for sexual harassment that happened before he was president. And when E. Jean Carroll sued Trump for defamation after he said that she lied about sexual assault, he asserted that he had immunity because he called her a liar while he was president and his statements were included in the outer perimeter of his official duties. But last week, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals...
I do love that. He was like, yeah, I was telling her that she was a liar presidently. Like, I don't think you understand. I was doing this because I had to do it in a presidential way. Okay? When I serve you the top of the hour ad breaks, I'm doing it in a presidential manner. Okay? It's not just like any old regular old top of the hour ad break. I'm serving it to you in a way that is a part of my duties. And then telling you, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Yeah, exactly. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, but in a presidential manner.
Ruled that Trump waived immunity. The first time a court has held that presidential immunity was waivable. And Trump also raised immunity as defense to lawsuits filed by Capitol Police officers and members of Congress who assert that Trump incited a riot on January 6th, but a 3-judge panel of the D.C. Circuit rejected this claim. The court held that Trump's remarks on that day were not necessarily within the outer perimeter of his official acts. It's possible that they were, and it's possible...
Okay, but he's winning in the polls and kicking our ass currently. The voters don't feel this way, so it doesn't matter. Trump isn't going anywhere. Okay, so a couple things. First and foremost, I know I haven't really talked about the polls and stuff all that much, but something you have to remember is that we are still very far out from the election, okay? We are still very far out. We're still very far out from the election, and things can change, okay? It doesn't seem good, and it certainly is not good, but there's still a lot of time. Now, does that mean Biden is somehow going to become more telegenic and more kinetic and more youthful in the next year? No, because his race is not against Donald Trump. His race is against Father Time, and Father Time always wins, okay? His race is against the Grim Reaper, motherfucker, and honestly... doesn't matter. He's always trekking towards that goal. So time is actually not a good thing for Biden. Having said that, however, you know, who knows? Who knows what happens in a year? It should never be this close, but it is regardless. It's just where we're at. Nice one, Sanctimonious. That's a terrible... dude, that's worse than Donald Trump calling Ron DeSanctimonious. That shit does not hit at all.
Well, anyway. They weren't. That will have to be decided at trial. And when he acts outside of the functions of his office, he does not continue to enjoy immunity from damages liability just because he happens to be president. Rather, as the Supreme Court made clear in Clinton versus Jones, a president's official act immunity by nature does not extend to his unofficial actions. When he acts in an unofficial private capacity, he is subject to civil suits like any private citizen. But the bigger question is, what about criminal liability for acts which occurred during the presidency? Now, Donald Trump wants the same circuit court that decided the Capitol Police case to rule that he can't be criminally prosecuted for anything he did while president. Now, no court has ever ruled that a sitting president is immune from all criminal liability while president. However, Trump is arguing a school of thought known as the unitary executive theory. And this theory was largely developed by Antonin Scalia while he served in the Nixon administration. Now, according to this theory, every power not expressly granted to the judiciary or the legislature is given to the president as part of his duties to faithfully execute the law. And it postulates that the entire federal government serves at the command of the president, and neither Congress nor the courts have a right to check the president's orders. And there are some scholars that extend the unitary executive theory to make the president immune from criminal prosecution. However, there have been some roadblocks to this idea. For example, in 2020, the Supreme Court ruled against Trump's version of the unitary executive theory in a case where he challenged New York's right to subpoena his business records for alleged financial crimes. In Trump versus Vance, the court rejected the proposition that a sitting president can use his powers under Article 2 of the Constitution to assert immunity from criminal investigation. Then in Trump versus Mazars, the Supreme Court ruled that the president wasn't immune from congressional subpoenas. Investigation is different from prosecution, though. The Justice Department has long taken the position that a sitting president could be investigated but not charged with a crime until after he leaves office. This is why Robert Mueller's team prosecuted Trump's associates but did not charge Trump with crimes, though the Justice Department's reasoning doesn't have the force of law and the analysis is a bit shaky. However, even the DOJ agrees that a president can be prosecuted after his term ends. But former President Trump has gone a step further in asserting that a former president can never face criminal prosecution for acts that they did while president unless they were impeached and convicted in Congress. Now, Judge Chutkan has rejected this out of hand. Quote, "The Constitution's text, structure, and history do not support that contention. No court or any other branch of government has ever accepted it, and this court will not so hold. Whatever immunities a sitting president may enjoy, the United States has only one chief executive at a time, and that position does not confer a lifelong get-out-of-jail-free pass. Former presidents enjoy no special conditions on their federal criminal liability. Defendant may be subject to federal investigation, indictment, prosecution, conviction, and punishment for any criminal acts undertaken while in office." And in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, the Supreme Court previously affirmed that there is no provision in the Constitution conferring criminal immunity. And
this is also pretty funny because, like, in the eyes of Americans, like, this type of shit is exactly like what we say China is doing or what we say like any of our foreign adversaries are doing. You know what I mean? Like, this is exactly what that type of shit is, right? Like, I don't know what the legal process for the fucking supreme leader is in any of these other countries, okay? And whether they are, whether they're like allowed to be charged or anything like that. I'm sure that's very difficult, right? To hit Xi Jinping with any kind of like serious criminal charges. I don't know. Maybe there is some rules or whatever. I don't know how it's how that is ever pursued, right? However, having said that, let's say they didn't have it, okay? Let's say they did not have that, and then they made this decision in their own like court structure. Let's say in the past you could actually criminally prosecute previous leaders, and now Xi Jinping has made a decision to actively undermine that. I mean, that's major news, and it should be major news. Like, that would never be dropped. It's like, I always want to do a series of like covering America as though in the same ways that like America covers foreign adversaries. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it would be significantly more objective in its coverage if we were to, for example, look at prisons as work camps. You know what I mean? Because they're no different than gulags. 100%. That's what a fucking prison is in the United States of America, where slavery is legal in prisons. Or, the 9 appointed lifetime position individuals have the capacity to offer, or that were appointed by the former leader of the country, the former Supreme Leader Donald Trump, and the 3 appointees, including the rest of the including the creating a super majority of right-wing reactionary decision makers, have decided that the former Supreme Leader actually has God King infinite powers over the criminal justice system and cannot ever be prosecuted for crimes committed while they are in the Supreme Leader position. And yeah, Joe Biden, former Supreme Leader Obama's handpicked successor, that's a good take. Joe Biden, former Supreme Leader Obama's handpicked successor, has criticized the decision made by the 9 appointed, lifetime court-appointed justices.
Memo from the Department of Justice's Office of Legal Counsel confirms that, quote, the Constitution provides no explicit immunity from criminal sanctions for any civil officer, including the current president. And it appears the framers of the Constitution included immunity for other federal officials, such as members of Congress, who are protected by the speech and debate clause, but they didn't give this kind of immunity to the president. And as for Trump's assertion that the impeachment judgment clause grants him immunity, this clause says, quote, judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Now, Trump says this means that he can't be indicted, convicted, or punished unless the Senate convicted him at his impeachment trial. Judge Chutkan so far has said that the first part of the clause was meant to distinguish the presidency from British tradition, in which an impeachment conviction could result in additional penalties like fines and even execution. And the second part of the impeachment clause that says the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law, Judge Chutkan concluded that this means that further punishment by the courts is possible. Trump argues that it's only possible if the president is in fact convicted during impeachment. And while Trump's argument already has traction with Justice Alito, who discussed it in a dissent in Trump versus Vance, Judge Chutkan wrote that even if Trump's interpretation was valid, it would only protect the president while he was in office, which has been the OLC's position since the Nixon era. And Trump's argument would undermine accountability for other law-breaking officials because it would, quote, apply not only to the president, but also the vice president and all civil officers of the United States who may likewise be impeached. And the order discusses the history of criminality by executive officials. Vice President Aaron Burr was indicted even though his impeachment trial did not end in conviction. Vice President Spiro Agnew was indicted despite not being impeached and eventually resigning and entering a no contest plea. And in one of the more ridiculous incidences in presidential history,
this is the speed ticket, isn't
President
it?
Grant was cited for reckless driving of horses.
Yeah.
And then the next day he did it again. An officer arrested and fined Grant, but Grant did not argue that he was immune from prosecution. Prior cases deciding issues of presidential immunity address the Article 2 interests of the presidency. For example,
It's pretty fire. Reckless driving of a horse is awesome.
Nixon versus Fitzgerald was about a president allegedly injuring individuals who had to sue for damages. But both the DOJ's legal team and the Trump legal team are going to need a lot of coffee over the holidays to write their briefs, due right before Christmas and right after New Year's. Luckily, they can get some great coffee from today's sponsor, Trade Coffee. Trade's great because not only do they have a huge selection of your favorite coffees, but they have a fine-tuning matching process that helps you discover fresh coffee based on your taste preferences. Oh, hey, and this holiday season, Trade is the perfect gift for any coffee lover. There's 2 ways you can gift Trade. You can gift a subscription or a gift box like this one.
You would have gotten so many DUIs 200 years ago. Bro, honestly, I don't even understand how the fuck that works because it's like the horse is doing the driving, dog. It's literally... Hey, guess what, dude? That's the real FSB or FSD, okay? That is the real full self-driving, automated driving process. Like, the horse isn't fucking drunk. Who gives a shit?
For a coffee subscription, all you have to do is choose how much you want to spend, meaning the number of bags of coffee that your friend or loved one will receive, and then you can personalize the rest with Trade's coffee quiz. Or you can get a coffee gift box. I can personally tell you that the gift boxes are amazing. I got one with chocolate.
You're going with the people don't speed, horses speed argument? No, I think you can speed on a horse for sure and go over the speed limit or recklessly drive. But if you're doing a DUI, it's a little bit different, maybe. Like, solid defense. I'm just saying, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? Like
with chili and caramel syrup. Usually caramel syrup.
A horse is basically automated
tastes
driving.
like artificial goo, but this stuff is so incredible. I'm actually surprised that there's any of it left because I was fully willing to swig it directly. And then the bag of coffee it came with was great. It matched the syrups perfectly. Now, I have very specific tastes in coffee. I basically want something that tastes like hot chocolate and pairs well with milk, and Trade is always able to find me the perfect bean. And let's be honest, you claim you want a rich dark roast, but you really want a coffee milkshake. But either way, Trade has you covered. And if you already know what you like, then they probably already have your favorite roaster in stock at a great price. You can even choose whole beans or your preferred grind. You can get it delivered straight to your door or straight to the door of a lucky friend or loved one. So if you love coffee or are looking for a great gift this holiday season, try Trade Coffee. All you have to do is click on the link in the description or the one that's on screen right now. And not only will you get your first bag free, you'll also get free shipping. So get your first bag free by clicking.
This is not an ethical reaction. You can't talk about horse riding DUIs during the ad. Why the fuck not? I absolutely can. Ironically, it's the best time to talk about a fucking horse DUI because guess who you would call if you were ever drunk driving on a horse? Okay? Guess who you would call? You'd call the fucking Eagle team. You wouldn't just need a legal team. You would need the Eagle team, dog. Fuck you mean? What if the horse is drunk? I feel like this actually sets that's a dangerous precedent, in my opinion. Like, that is definitely shocking and scary to think about.
They have just tried to bar President Trump from the Colorado.
Dude, this guy's the biggest dick rider of all time, by the way. Going back to the Colorado situation, Vivek Ramaswamy came out and was like, take me off the Colorado ballot too, sir. My man is gargling on this shit. He's blowing bubbles on it. You're a fucking bitch, Vivek.
A ballot using an unconstitutional maneuver that is a bastardization of the 14th Amendment to our U.S. Constitution. This was a provision, Section 3, that was designed to bar Confederate members, people who switched to the Confederacy, from actually being able to serve. That's very different than what's at issue here, to say the least. This is a hollowed out husk of what the country was built on. The basic principle that we, the people, select our leadership, not the unelected elite class in the back of palace halls. That's old world Europe, not the United States. That's why I'm making a pledge today that I will withdraw, I pledge to withdraw from the Colorado GOP primary ballot unless and until Trump's name is restored. And I demand that Ron DeSantis and Chris Christie and Nikki Haley do the same thing, or else these Republicans are simply complicit in this unconstitutional attack on the way we conduct our constitutional republic. I refuse to be complicit in that. I think what they're doing is wrong. And I think it's up to Republicans to step up and stand up with a spine for our country's future. That's really what's at stake. Whether we, the people, actually have a say in deciding who leads this country. Yes, it would be easier for other Republicans like me who are running in this race to say, hey, if Trump is sidelined, there's our opportunity.
Dog, you're not even winning in that situation. You're polling at like 1%. Shut the fuck up. He's like, oh, yeah, it would be so easy for me if Donald Trump was sidelined and I would be able to, win Colorado. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about? Okay. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro really thinks he's part of the team. I love that his strategy is just like gargling, throating Trump as aggressively as he possibly can. His goal is basically how much of Trump's dick can I put down my throat with the hopes that maybe I'll get like 3% in New Hampshire. Okay? You're ridiculous, dude. Have some fucking decency and self-respect. Fucking resign. Okay? Get out of the goddamn race.
No doubt other candidates are probably privately celebrating with their corporate sponsors. That's not the right thing to do. I think the most useful thing that every GOP candidate can do right now is to join me in that pledge. I'll say that I will withdraw from that Colorado GOP primary ballot until Trump's name is restored. This belongs to the people, not to the unelected Democratic cabal.
It is ironic. They did fly the Confederate battle flag during the insurrection, which is ironic, by the way. Yeah. I remember. That was cool. Yeah, classic Republican iconography, as everyone knows, famously.
Of judges in Colorado or any other state. And I demand that Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley and Chris...
I'm not jealous of his cut. His hairline has gone in an abysmal direction. I am, however, incredibly jelly bean by the sick-ass RV he's inside of. This is the craziest RV I've ever seen. It seems like it's one of those, wild-ass, it seems like it's one of those wild-ass RVs.
Christie do the same thing, or else they're complicit in what this security state is trying to do to shut down Trump. I stand by that, and I expect them to do the right thing.
Well, we knew it was going to end up in front of the Supreme Court.
All right, we watched this already. Dan Crenshaw said maybe he should just withdraw from all the other states too. God damn, he's right, though. Damn, bro. Imagine getting fucking ass clapped by Dan Crenshaw. Letting Dan Crenshaw have a good one on you is just is immediate grounds for resigning in disgrace. What? Did you see this Alex Jones tweet? No.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Democrat.
Someone said I'm in it.
Download and do not play.
I think we can all agree that this new video.
I just. Wait, it's actually zombies. They're skeletons.
It's the two fake.
I think. Am I in this ad? I think so. Someone said I was like used in this ad. Oh, here it is.
It's a video game.
God, this is so well made. What the? God damn it! No! 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 They used me. It's just they used my real opinions. Fuck! Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. They put me in a fucking Alex Jones ad. Jesus Christ. It's time. It's time to call the Eagle team, dude. I don't just need a legal team. I need the Eagle team. I just love saying that. It's so stupid. Okay. Is karma for your TTS? I can't believe, dude, I get clip shipped so much. Oh my God. How much do they pay you? $0, my man. They do not have, I never also signed off on this ad using my likeness. What am I going to do? Sue Alex Jones? How am I going to sue Alex Jones, brother? He doesn't have no money. He's already sued. He's got like, it's like, he has to be paying, what, like $7 billion of the fucking victims of Sandy Hook and their families and shit. What's he going to do?
Trump on those grounds, or that he's been convicted. So it is in doubt. And when you look at what, I just think the Democrats wake up every morning, Emily, and they look at the calendar. The iPhone says January 6, 2021. The date never changes. And then they get an electric vehicle and go get an abortion. I just described the Democrats.
Fucking got him. Dude, that's right. I love getting in my EV and getting an abortion while thinking it's January 6th.
On those grounds, or that he's been convicted. So it is in doubt. And when you look at what, I just think the Democrats wake up every morning, Emily, and they look at the calendar. The iPhone says January 6, 2021. The date never changes. And then they get an electric vehicle and go get an abortion. I just described the Democratic Party to you in 7 seconds. That's it. That's what I see. But
she's so right. That's literally, how does she nail it? God, she just read us to filth, man. She just fucking did that damn thing. Okay. We're going to talk about 2 things from Israel-Palestine. Oh, dude, this is awesome, by the way. This is an older poll, but it is very funny. More than half of voters think Trump will act like a dictator if elected, which is like, duh, no shit. But also, he's still winning, which means that there are people who are like, he's going to be a dictator, and I like that, okay? There are a lot of people, in my opinion, who are going, he's going to be a dictator, and I think that's awesome. The median American voter, baby. The median American voter says Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, and I think that's cool. I think that's A-OK. Fucking awesome. Yeah. The anti-God squad. The anti-God squad rolling down the streets, fucking looking to murk people for their anti-Christian behavior. I am so going to jail if that's the case. Imagine the anti-Christian... The anti-Christian sentiment seeping out of every orifice here at the HasanAbi broadcast. 100% I'm going to jail. I'm so jailed at that point.
Gaza enters its 3rd month. It has become more.
So we're going to watch a Chris Hayes video on this. People were saying that this is bad, but some people were saying that this is good. So I am going to take a look
more
at it.
Difficult to properly communicate the scale and depth of misery and destruction it has visited upon the people of Gaza. Over the past week, there have been 3 incidents that I think illustrate just how indefensible Israel's current campaign is on moral, strategic, and political grounds. First, of course, is the horrifying news of the death of 3 Israeli hostages shot and killed by Israeli soldiers in Gaza. Now, to be absolutely clear, the blood of those men is on the hands of Hamas, which committed a war crime by kidnapping them and putting them in danger. Alongside rage at Hamas for their deaths, the deaths have understandably also...
Yeah, except like, sure, I mean, I get spiritually, I understand where he's coming from, except they weren't killed by Hamas. Like, they were kidnapped by Hamas, but they weren't killed by Hamas. Like, they were actually under Hamas apprehension as hostages for 70 plus days with no execution, right? Like I get what he's trying to say, okay? I understand it. It's like, well, if Hamas didn't kidnap them, they wouldn't be in fucking If Hamas didn't kidnap them, they wouldn't be in Gaza and therefore would not be shot by the Israeli occupying force that kills civilians indiscriminately, right? Like, I see what he's trying to say. They'd still be alive if Hamas hadn't kidnapped them. Fair, but also at the same time, they were kidnapped by Hamas and Hamas didn't kill them. Israel did, right? So, you know, like, there was a 68-day, at the very least, time frame where these 3 people were apprehended and kidnapped and held hostage by Hamas, and Hamas did not kill them. So just something to consider. Like, they did have a better track record of not killing these 3 hostages than the Israeli occupying force did, because the Israeli occupying force is the one who killed these hostages. Just saying. Like, in this situation, it's like, would you rather be kidnapped and not killed versus would you rather be kidnapped and then killed? I feel like people would go, I would rather be kidnapped and not killed, and then, we do a facilitation of a ceasefire and then I can return home without being killed by the Israeli occupying force. That's like the easiest decision of all time, it seems. But anyway, yeah, I got the TOS times. Thank you. Let's continue.
Occasioned profound sadness and anger at the government in Israel. After all, the only thing that has actually delivered safety to a large number of hostages has been the week-long cessation of hostilities in November and extended diplomacy. Families of the hostages have long warned that the war itself risked killing their loved ones, and now that very eventuality they warned of has come to pass. Adding to the sense of betrayal are the circumstances of how these 3 hostages died. According to the Israeli government itself, they were shirtless. One was carrying a white flag, makeshift, when they were shot and killed by Israeli troops. I want you to think to yourselves for a moment. Why were 3 shirtless men waving a white flag shot by soldiers?
I don't
and
know.
Was this the first time such a thing has happened in this conflict?
I don't believe so, Chris Hayes. Perhaps it has happened before and has been a serialized version of murder, I think. Good question, Chris Hayes. Now, I think, no, he's asking a rhetorical question. He knows the answer, okay? This is for liberals. He's doing a good job, okay? He popped off with the deaths are on Hamas's hands, certainly. And then now he's doing, you know what this is like? This is like when motherfuckers come into my chat and go, I'm actually pro-Palestinian, but Israel does have a right to kill as many Palestinian children as possible, Hassan, and you getting in the way of that actually seemingly is bad optics, right? You know how, people lie and say they're pro-Palestinian in this chat? In a way, Chris Hayes is doing that, in my opinion, in the opposite direction, where he's like, Israel's pretty infallible and pretty good, but also, what's up with the fucking baby murder? It's like that. He's basically saying, he's basically doing that thing. Yeah, this is good. This is good for the boomer liberals who watch Chris Hayes, okay?
Have Palestinian civilians been shot and killed in similar circumstances? Which brings us to the second incident over the weekend. 2 Palestinian women, a mother and a daughter, who along with other Christian Palestinians had taken shelter in a Catholic church in Gaza City.
Chris Hayes is trying to spin a war crime. This is fucking gross. Yes, brother, it's not for you, okay? I'm sorry. I am not going to fucking yell at the one dude, okay? The one white guy who is cutting a 10-minute fucking video shitting on, or not even shitting on, but directly in the most liberal way possible, in the most liberal, aesthetics-focused, appropriate way possible, saying the things that Israel is doing, okay?
Shot and killed.
It's not for you. You already get the news from me. You already know. You already established your point of view. You already are aware of all these things. Chris Hayes, on the other hand, is not talking to you. He's talking to your mom and dad. And if he's talking to your mom and dad, he can't open up with the Israeli occupying forces fucking bloodthirsty and doing ethnic cleansing and no one is stopping them. That's not going to happen, right? You can't do that. Dude, think about what fucking happened to Ali Velshi. Think about what happened to Mehdi Hassan. They didn't do that either, mind you, but they were at least scary looking when they were talking about Israel and are biased, right? they're biased towards Palestinians. Why are they biased with a hard B? Because, you know, their complexion is a little maybe too brown. Maybe their names are a little too scary, right? They're Arabs, brother. Ali Velshi is not gone. He's been circulating through the through all of the different shows. But there was a point where they were considering not shelving him, but basically they restructured it. Mehdi Hasan, on the other hand, has lost his Peacock show and is now basically just a secondary anchor on the network, which will still air on other shows and stuff, but like he's not, his show is gone. Bro, how does a foreign nation have so much power over the USA? It's not a foreign nation. It's a part of the United States, brother. Let's be fucking real, okay? Israel is a part of the United States of America. Israel is also a very important state. Like, Israel is a cool state. It's one of the states that we care about, not like Arkansas. Israel is an important state like Texas or California, okay? And not like Wyoming or Arkansas, a state that nobody gives a fuck about. It has a tremendous amount of strategic interest to America's exploits in the region. Dude, my liberal-ass parents went from vehemently anti-Hamas at the start of this to entirely anti-Israel in a space of a month, and all they watch is MSNBC. That's what I'm saying. It's like, the more this shit happens, the more Israel is like indiscriminately or deliberately targeting fucking civilians, like the worse the people's opinion is going to get. Now, that's the other reason, like this, for example, okay? Christian mother, Christian daughter getting killed outside of a fucking church in Gaza. That is very powerful for the American Christian population that looks at this and goes, what the fuck? First of all, didn't even know there were Christians in Palestine. Didn't even know there were Christian Palestinians in general. They didn't even know that there was actually church in Gaza. Thought Hamas had made that illegal, right? Banladım bile kardeş yeter. My point is, they see that and they go, whoa. These guys they look white. The fuck? I didn't realize you were killing white Christians. Hello? Excuse me? That looks like she could be my aunt. You know, that type of shit.
The Pope himself condemned the killings. The Jerusalem patriarch of the Catholic Church said the women were murdered in cold blood by Israeli snipers as they walked to a convent in the compound, a point echoed this week by the Archbishop of Westminster in London.
Well, it's certainly a cold-blooded killing. That's the description that is given. And what absolutely puzzles me.
See, I told my mom Israel bombed the Christian church in Gaza and it had her second guess Israel for like the first time in years. That's what I mean.
Is this does nothing to further Israel's right to defend itself, which I understand.
Israeli officials initially denied those reports, said they do not target civilians, no matter their religion. They now say they do not know what happened. We also don't definitively know what happened, in large part because Gaza is the most dangerous place in the world for journalists. And that brings us to the third incident.
There's two
On
here.
Friday, the legendary Gaza bureau chief for Al Jazeera, Wael al-Dawood, was wounded, and his cameraman, Samer Abu Daqqa, was killed as they covered the aftermath of an Israeli strike on a UN school that had been converted into a shelter. Now, you may remember Wael al-Dawood lost his wife, son, daughter, and infant grandson all in Israeli airstrike already in October. And Samer was a good friend and colleague of my friend and colleague, Ayman Mohyeldin. They worked together in Gaza. Both those men risked their lives, like all journalists in Gaza, to do their job. The Israeli military said it has never and will never deliberately target journalists, that it takes operationally feasible.
That's bullshit. We know that's bullshit because of the other thing that they say all the time, which is that every single death, every single bomb is accounted for. And when it's not accounted for, when it's a oopsie accident, they fucking say it. Like when they killed their own hostages. They were like, oh shit, that was an accident. My bad, right? The rest of it is like, yeah, it's time. It's go time, you know? They're deliberately doing a lot of the fucking bombing. And that's why I sometimes feel weird saying like it's indiscriminate bombing because it's not indiscriminate. I mean, I guess technically it's indiscriminate in the sense that they're using AI-generated targets, right? Which is questionable intel in general, but also they are deliberately targeting fucking civilian buildings. Like they're not like doing a oopsie. And It's on purpose. It's on purpose with a direct reason. The direct reason being breaking the will of the Palestinian population, engaging in an act of collective punishment with the express purpose of trying to get the Palestinian population to revolt against Hamas, even though ironically it is having the exact opposite effect. Because why the fuck would they have this impact? Like, on what planet would people be like, yeah, the group that's bombing us, the group that's bombing us that won't allow me to return to my fucking home, that killed my family members, I want to thank them for blowing our shit up, rather than the group that's like defending us from the bombing and the direct boots on the ground invasion.
Measures to protect civilians and journalists. Now, there are two possibilities here. Either the Israeli military is intentionally targeting journalists to kill them and lying about it, or its methods of war making are so indiscriminate, in the words of Joe Biden, that more journalists have been killed in 2 months of this conflict than American reporters killed in 20 years in Vietnam. According to the Committee to Protect Journalists, 68 journalists have died so far. And I will tell you, I'm actually inclined to believe it's the latter, because there are dozens, if not hundreds, of first-person and eyewitness accounts of deaths as wrenching and outrageous as the deaths of the hostages and the women in the church that are not journalists. And again, amidst the fog of war and the dangers for reporters, it is simply impossible to independently confirm that, and we need to be very careful.
By the way, gross piece of shit, Anthony Blinken had the audacity, the gall, to deliver a speech yesterday where he talked about all of the journalists that were slain this year, and he just kind of basically let it hang as though those journalists that were slain this year were just like slain, as though the journalists that were slain this year were just like slain, or just like they perished on their own, or a foreign adversary killed them. You know? Who killed them, Anthony?
What we can and cannot definitively say happened in each instance. What we know for sure, though, is that the destruction of Gaza is nearly total. The vast majority of its 2.2 million residents displaced. Half are at risk of starvation. Nearly all hospitals destroyed. Only 4 are functioning, according to the UN. We don't know for sure how many deaths, but there are tens of thousands, most likely, with many bodies still trapped beneath the rubble. A fifth of Gaza's buildings are estimated to have been destroyed. In the North Gaza, more than 60% of the buildings have been severely damaged, according to analysis of satellite radar data. A U.S. intelligence assessment found that half of the bombs dropped were, quote, dumb bombs, that is, not targeted, but rather enormous explosives that blow up everything around them. No wonder, then, that the excellent veteran war correspondent Clarissa Ward entered Gaza with an Emirati medical team. When she did that, she compared the ruins she saw with her own eyes to other devastated war zones in Chechnya, Syria, and Ukraine.
A man and a 13-year-old boy are wheeled in, both missing limbs, both in a perilous state.
By the way, who gave him the dumb bombs is a good question as well, obviously. We're giving them the dumb bombs. Dumb bombs that are supposed to be going to Ukraine right now, as a matter of fact. In a defensive posture, this is something that they literally need, like artillery, tank shells, things of that nature. These are what are considered dumb bombs, right? They're not guided munitions. Like, and Ukraine was running out of it so much that they literally had to tap into the South Korean artillery. Fucking nutty, okay? Nutty. So it's kind of odd when they're like, oh man, it seems like a lot of these weapons are actually dumb bombs, contrary to popular opinion, while they simultaneously like, but also that's why we have to give it to them.
Since the field hospital opened less than 2 weeks ago, it has been inundated with patients. 130 of their 150 beds are already full.
By the way, notice how Chris Hayes is now reporting on it, and then he's using Clarissa Ward's reporting on it. That's what I was trying to stress for you guys. Like, it's a real turning point for mainstream media when you got, like, you know, America's beloved blonde Clarissa Ward going in to Gaza and reporting directly from a fucking Gazan hospital.
Like Grozny, Aleppo, and Mariupol, Gaza will go down as one of the great horrors of modern warfare.
The Israeli government says the ultimate responsibility for this destruction lies with Hamas, because it hides within the civilian population of Gaza. And there's one level at which this is true and not even really in dispute. I mean, Hamas is interwoven with and embedded in a dense civilian population. Hamas doesn't have some huge area marked as Hamas military base set far away from apartment complexes that Israel can attack with no worry about civilians. There's two problems with this justification, though. One, international humanitarian law is clear there is no category of human shield. For example, if a number of terrorists are holed up in an elementary school with a bunch of children, you can't simply bomb the school and blame the terrorists for the children's death. But that aside, the deeper problem here is that if you spend any time at all reading the Israeli press, listening to what Israeli leaders and commentators are actually saying, it is very clear that for a lot of people in government, the mass destruction of Gaza, raising it like Putin raised Grozny or Assad raised Aleppo, is the point, the goal. Many prominent members.
Let me run it back because I missed it.
It is very clear that for a lot of people in government, the mass destruction of Gaza, raising it like Putin raised Grozny or Assad raised Aleppo, is the point, the goal. Many prominent members of the Israeli governing class don't think there is such a thing as an innocent civilian in Gaza, have said that everyone in Gaza deserves their fate. From Knesset member Meirav Ben-Ari saying that, quote, the children of Gaza have brought this upon themselves.
It's wild to see your take from 2 months ago on MSNBC. Wait, what is my
million population of Gaza? And there's one level at which this is true and not even really in dispute. I mean, Hamas is interwoven with and embedded in a dense civilian population. Hamas doesn't have some huge area marked as Hamas military base set far away from apartment complexes.
Oh, he used the school shooter analogy.
No worry about civilians. There's two problems with this justification, though. One, international humanitarian law is clear there is no category of human shield. For example, if a number of terrorists are holed up in an elementary school with a bunch of children, you can't simply bomb the school and blame the terrorists for the children's death.
Let's go. Just saying, bro. HasanAbi hate Chris Hayes popping off a little bit.
But that aside, the deeper problem here is that if you spend any time at all reading the Israeli press, listening to what Israeli leaders and commentators are actually saying, it is very clear that for a lot of people in government, the mass destruction of Gaza, raising it like Putin raised Grozny or Assad raised Aleppo, is the point, the goal.
Yep.
Many prominent members of the Israeli governing class don't think there is such a thing as an innocent civilian in Gaza, have said that everyone in Gaza deserves their fate.
I mean, we know Hayes listening to Chabo. It would not be shocking if he watches highlights of the broadcast. What are you talking about? He's literally fucking talked about shit happening on this broadcast on his Twitter before, and like in the most embarrassing ways as well. Like, what was it? What the fuck was I talking about that he tweeted about? Fuck, I forgot. It is really... He's tweeted about like some incredibly embarrassing shit. I think it was literally the XQC debate or something. Yeah, it was me debating XQC or something that he was watching.
From Knesset member Meirav Ben-Ari saying that, quote, the children of Gaza have brought this upon themselves, to an Israeli military spokesman saying the emphasis of Israel's military campaign was, quote, on damage and not on accuracy.
Yep.
To Israel's president, Isaac Herzog.
By the way, remember, this is from October 16th, okay? Oh, I forgot what it was, but he posted something, and I said, please stop posting about this. That was my last one, I promise. I honestly was just trying to figure out what was going on, but it failed. I forget what he was actually posting about. But anyway, but remember, like, it's good that he's actually, you know, saying all this now, right? It might have been about One Piece or something. But anyway, it's good that he's saying all this now. But one thing to remember is that, like, this is something that everybody's known about. Something that everybody's known about since day one, since October 8th.
Suggesting there are no civilians in Gaza and everyone is a legitimate target. To journalist Shimon Riklin, who said this on Israeli TV.
חס וחלילה, פשע מלחמה זה אני, אתה רגל על הגב. פשע מלחמה זה אני מודה, אני אגיד את זה פה.
By your logic, attacks by Hamas on U.S. or Israeli territory right now would also be justified? Wait, what do you mean? If Hamas conducted an attack on Israeli territory right now, would that also be justified? When have I said that is justified? What are you talking about? What?
אכפת לי שירדו עליי, אוספים פה חומרים. אני לא נרדם טוב בלי שאני רואה בתים קורסים בעזה. מה אני אעשה?
There's a reason why you've never actually been able to fucking find a video about me saying October 7 was justified, because it doesn't exist. That's why you have to fantasize about me saying it and act like I did say it, and then just move along with it and keep saying HasanAbi, yada, 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 yada. There are certainly plenty of things that I've said that you can point to and go, wow, that's really fucked up. I can't believe you're saying it. Like, for example, Hamas and Palestinian militants operating inside of the Gaza Strip right now are engaging in an act that is completely justifiable. It's moral, it's just, it's legal by international standards. Israel, on the other hand, has no right to continue mercilessly and relentlessly bombing the Gaza Strip. There is no legal there's no legal standard here that Israel is following. Israel does not have a right to bomb Gaza. Okay? So yeah, if you want to get fucking mad, you can get mad at that shit. Why you like cuckolds, Hassan? Who's the cuckold? What? All right, whatever. Lots of shitters on now. Maybe you're getting hate rated. Probably. Palestinians have the moral responsibility to defend themselves and have the legal responsibility and the legal right to defend themselves. That's number one. Israel also has that right. Okay? So on October 7th, Israel actually fucking defending itself is fine. It's correct. They are allowed to do that. That is what they're supposed to do. That's the entire fucking purpose of the military force, right? Israel, on the other hand, cannot defend itself by going into Gaza and blowing up Gaza. There is no way that you can conduct this military operation. That's it. And this is not my analysis on the matter either. I'm not alone in this perspective. Okay? Israel is a belligerent occupier. Okay? Israel is a belligerent occupier maintaining a belligerent occupation that is an apartheid state. It falls under the legal standard of an apartheid state. This is a war crime. This is terrorism. This is not allowed. Okay? Real question. Does the legal right to defend themselves change when Hamas has hostages? The right only affects those not holding hostages. Does it apply to all Hamas members? Does the legal right to defend themselves change when Hamas has hostages? No. The fact that Hamas has hostages turns this into a political situation beyond a military operation. This is something I've also brought up. I know that Cenk has like this brilliant idea of like tactical teams, send them in. Sure, that is a like surgical and precise strikes using surveillance is something that you could do, except that's not how you operate in the fucking real world. You don't send in the SWAT team immediately. You send the SWAT team in as a last resort. Considering that Gaza is occupied Israeli territory, where 2.2 million Palestinians live, you have to treat those 2.2 million Palestinians with the same respect and dignity that you are supposed to give your own citizens. Now, of course, when you look at October 7th, by the way, if I recall, legal art covers the 1967 territories, so pushing Hamas back, but doesn't cover beyond that, where it occupies, such as Gaza. That's what I mean. Exactly. On October 7th, Hamas's operations, like you have to treat every Palestinian because Israel is a one state right now, okay? It's a single state that occupies Palestinian territories in a belligerent occupation, okay? Occupy Palestinian territory, not Israeli. Yes. But it's one singular state. That is just the truth. It's a single state that occupies Palestinian territory, okay? So what you're supposed to wire your brain on when you look at the situation like this is the October 7 attacks, right, on Israel are conducted. That is some Jack Reacher delusion. No, the surgical military fucking operation thing is definitely a wild one. And here's why, okay? Here's why it's a wild one. Because this is not a military solution. This is a political solution. You have to deal with this politically. Because the way you have to analyze Palestinians under the Israeli occupation is as though they are just full-blown citizens of Israel. Because under normal circumstances, that is what is supposed to happen. They're supposed to be treated as full-blown citizens of Israel. Now, if full-blown citizens of Israel engaged in criminal acts, like killing civilians or killing anyone, as a matter of fact, yes, in that moment, Israel would have a right to use its military force to defend the other citizens. That's what you're supposed to do. That's like your job as the government, is to maintain law and order. That is the reason why I use the school shooting analogy regularly. That is the reason why I say there's no way in which you could just like go into a school shooting and be like, all right, we're blowing up the entire city block. You can't do that. That is illegal. Whether Israel agrees or not doesn't change the reality that these Palestinian citizens are under its military occupation and therefore have all of the same, are supposed to have all the same legal rights and responsibilities. I disagree. Occupation do not have a right of self-defense by international law from the occupied people. Palestinians are not part of the occupation state in any form, legal or otherwise. Wait, what? Occupation do not have a right to self-defense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're repeating what I'm saying, but in an angry tone, as though you are disagreeing with me. Israel does not have a right to defend itself beyond its own 1967 borders. Israel, when dealing with the 1967 borders, with the October 7th military operation, militant operation, can, or in normal circumstances, is supposed to only deal with it like a police force would. That's it. You said they have a right to self-defense on October 7th? Yes. The realistic scenario is, yes, there are civilians. Israel needs to defend them. That is the entire purpose of a government. I'm looking at the situation as though it's a one state, and the 2.2 million Palestinians, including Hamas, including everyone else that lives in the Gaza Strip, are a part of this military occupation. They're under this military occupation. And therefore, if a group inside of these boundaries were to act in a way where they were attacking civilians, then yes, of course, the government is supposed to deal with that in a way that you normally would. And that means you have to apprehend as many people in a way where you are desperately trying to avoid killing them, okay? And then put them under criminal trial. Israel doesn't do that. Israel doesn't use its own civil courts to engage with Palestinians in general. They use military courts in most circumstances. All of that is completely not allowed under their own laws, maybe, but not in an international sense. By international law, they should, yeah. If you think that like international law allows Hamas to fucking kill civilians, you're wrong. That's not true. There are obviously extents to self-defense under international law. You can't, for example, kill children. That's what Israel violates on a daily fucking basis. The same goes for Hamas too. When they're conducting a forward military operation inside of Israel proper, they are 100% in violation of international law. This is why it's considered an act of terror. It's a really stupid argument to Hamas didn't kill civilians. Come on, dog. Yes, they did. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about what's lawful and what's not internationally. Reality is different, as we all know, 100%. Under their own laws, maybe. Yes, brother, they did. Hamas did kill civilians. Come on. It's not just Hamas. The Palestinian militants and maybe even other criminal entities, criminal elements that snuck into the border definitely killed civilians, okay? Israel has no right to defend itself outside of its original borders, and yet Russia can attack Ukraine with less condemnation than Israel. I don't get that, man. Wait, what? Russia gets less condemnation than Israel? What do you mean? Russia gets less condemnation than Israel? What planet are you on, brother man? Russia absolutely gets more condemnation than Israel. What? Are you Okay, hold on. Chatter, give me the crack. I need to know what kind of fucking crack you are smoking on, Chatter. It has to be new kinds of crack that we did not even know existed, brother. Russia has global sanctions placed upon them for the invasion of Ukraine. What the fuck are you talking about? Every other Western country is technically not even supposed to be trading with Russia right now. The only reason why they bypass it is because Russia has gas and they need it. You're out of your fucking mind. You found a new type of crack. Put the crack pipe down, Chatter. If you think Russia has gotten less condemnation than Israel, you are out of your fucking mind. I wish for the day that we give Israel the same level of condemnation and the same level of international action that we have given to Russia. He's saying condemnation by you? I have condemned Russia as well since fucking day one, so that's also not true either. Not only have I condemned Russia since day one, I've talked about the war crimes as well. So even on that front, you're wrong. You disagree with me here, but okay. Brother, you cannot disagree with the facts, okay? You literally cannot disagree with the facts. The United, especially as we're talking about yet another instance, here's the scoop, as the U.S. slow rolls UN action on Gaza, the State Department is working to block another bid for accountability. Officials are preparing to pressure Switzerland to reject global calls for a conference on Geneva Convention's violations in Israel-Palestine. They're also vetoing yet another UN Security Council measure. So the idea, okay, Hassan, then do you think Israel is as bad as Russia right now? I think what Israel is doing pound for pound, is worse than what Russia has done in Ukraine, and what Russia has done in Ukraine is pretty unimaginably bad. Yes. And that is, I think what Russia has done in Ukraine is completely unacceptable, immoral, okay? You can't disagree. What do you mean you disagree with that? What are you talking about? When you literally look at just the civilian death count, when you look at the destruction of infrastructure, Ukraine is a massive country with 44 million people living in it. Gaza is an open-air prison maintained by the Israeli government, by the Israeli occupation, a belligerent occupier for years at this point, 50 plus fucking years, which means because Russia was attacking Ukraine and Israel was attacked, no, brother, you are mistaken, because October 7 is not when history started. Because on October 6, on October 5, on October 4, and every fucking year before then, since 1967, love your stream, just giving my opinion. I know you're giving your opinion, and I respect you doing that. I'm simply trying to make sure you understand that, yes, if you personally think that since 1948, but like directly since 1967, chat, since 1948, and also since 1967 directly, I'm talking about like direct occupation, okay? And for people that say the history didn't start in 1967, okay, history also didn't start in 1967, I agree. It started in 1948, or if you don't want to talk about 1948, it started even before then. There was a point in time when Palestinians were not being ruthlessly slaughtered, okay? They were still existing under an empire, the Ottoman Empire. Anyway, but going back to the main point of contention here, you say you disagree with me, but you're not disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with facts, right? You're disagreeing with the amount of civilian casualties at this point, okay? So that's the issue. The issue here is not that you are disagreeing with me. The issue is you're looking at facts and saying, no, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I can't argue the civilian deaths. That is fair. Exactly. And when you talk about like October 7, like, oh, Israel was attacked first, you 100% forget what preceded that attack. The everyday existence of an apartheid regime renders October 7 to be a inevitability, right? Not a justification, but an inevitability, certainly. Of course. Because if you were placed under similar circumstances, you would probably do the same thing. Most people understand that. I mean, look at David and Goliath, right? The story in and of itself. Unfortunately, the only answer seems to be going back in time to ensure Israel is not created in the first place. No, that is not an answer. That's not something that we can do. It's not going to happen. And I'm not actually personally demanding that that happens. My point is, I see what's going on in Israel and Gaza and the West Bank as a one state. Israel doesn't want to admit that it's one state because then it becomes a demographic nightmare. All of a sudden, if it is actually one state and we let the apartheid perish, right? We let the occupation end, then all of a sudden, you got a shit ton of Palestinians, Muslims and Christians alike, and many others that are not allowed to return right now into that land, right? All of a sudden, they are supposed to have the same legal rights and the legal responsibilities that they all of a sudden can live and coexist amongst the Israeli population. The Israeli population already has 23% Palestinian citizens of Israel that are declared Arabs. The Arab Israeli population, which ironically, of course, there are Arab Jews in Israel, but they are not considered Arab in the same way because Israel is a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. And this is not my opinion on the matter. This is straight up their own legal rules and boundaries. What is this? POV is the 1950s and you see your African-American friend being beaten, but you have to act like you don't care. I'm said. What? Anyway, let's continue.
עוד בתים, עוד מגדלים, שלא יהיה להם לאן לחזור.
That's not a fringe view in Israel. I mean, even the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, invoked the lessons from the biblical story of Amalek and addressed the nation in Hebrew in the end of October. And in that biblical chapter, God commands King Saul...
The argument against that is that they're surrounded by Muslim ethno-states and that's okay. but it's wrong when Israel wants to have a state. Yeah, that's also fucking ridiculous. Like, there's no world in which you could be like, all right, well, I'm going to go in and make Germany into a Muslim ethno-state now, and I'm going to forcibly remove all the Germans, both Christian and Muslim, as a matter of fact, that lived there, because it's surrounded by Christian ethno-states. Like, these are not ethno-states, okay? You're saying, like, oh, these are Muslim ethno-states or Muslim supremacist ethno-states. That's not how this works. They're nation-states that are comprised of Muslims. It's very different than being a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. Muslim isn't an ethnicity. I know, but it don't matter. Just like Christian isn't either, but it doesn't change the reality here.
On how to respond to an attack by the rival kingdom of Amalek. Quote, now go attack the
Like here, I will say this. Yeah, heterodox cultures dominating dominating a region aren't an ethno-state. Like, America is a white supremacist nation. Okay, it was built on white supremacist principles. But I would not say that America is a ethno-state. Okay, no matter how hard people try to expand upon the white concept, and no matter how much I talk about the white supremacy baked into our criminal justice system, and how it basically keeps coming out from every orifice, like the historical wrongs that we have committed, America is still not a ethno-state. America, as a matter of fact, is one of the most diverse countries on the fucking planet. Okay? That's the difference. Israel, on the other hand, is an ethno-state. Hey, weren't the Israelis living in relative peace until the Nakba, and probably could have organized a multicultural state as an alternative, saying, yeah, but they had to do racial colonialism? Yeah, pretty much. Well, relative peace is not entirely correct, obviously, because Jewish people were being brought in as settlers from the colonial entity, the British Empire at the time, that had promised the Palestinians a nation state for their allegiance, which not all Palestinians aligned with, regardless. But the continuous stream of settlers being brought in as a colonial project definitely created chaos on the ground. Never to the same degree, though. And the stability could have been created by the colonial power genuinely being interested in, like, making sure that this area was diverse and could coexist, but they never really wanted to do that at all. Read the quote. It's about the trouble of establishing a Jewish presence peacefully in the Levant by one of the OGs of the socialist Zionist movement. Brit Shalom sought peaceful coexistence between Arabs and Jews to be achieved by the renunciation of the Zionist aim of creating a Jewish state. The alternative vision of Zionism was to create a center for Jewish cultural life in Palestine, echoing the earlier ideas of Ahad Ha'am. At the time, Brit Shalom supported the establishment of a binational state where Arabs and Jews would have equal rights. This is why I said Zionism has changed throughout time, for the record, because, like, right now, Einstein, for example, who also had similar opinions on this matter, okay, Einstein literally would be considered an anti-Zionist for this perspective. People that have this perspective that were considered socialist Zionists literally are now considered anti-Zionist, and not even that, but also anti-Semitic. In the foundations of Brit Shalom, one of the determining factors of the Zionist aim has no equal example in history. The aim is to bring the Jews as a second nation into a country which already settled as a nation and fulfill this through peaceful means. History has seen such penetration by one nation into a strange land only by conquest, but it has never occurred that a nation will freely agree that another nation should come and demand full equality of rights and national autonomy at its side. The uniqueness of this case prevents its being, in my opinion, dealt with in the conventional political legal terms. It requires special contemplation and study. Brit Shalom should be the forum in which the problem is discussed and investigated. There was a large faction of Jews, the Neturei Karta, they still exist, that didn't want their new country to be in Palestine too. They believed that the third temple will be built after Jews are led back to the region by God and the Messiah. Yes. Or not, it is the Messiah, right? Like, and saw the colonial efforts as a bastardization of their property, prophecies that they believe that Jews are supposed to be nationless and stateless until the Messiah. The Neturei Karta is the Orthodox Jews that you see at the pro-Palestinian protests. Like, they believe in that. However, that's not even what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about simply is, like, the way that Zionism changed throughout time and what it became. Marxist principles drove the aspect of early Zionist project in the early 1920s and 50s. Look at the kibbutz as a contemporary example of this. Yes. The problem is it's not necessarily Marxist, but more like a Nazball ideology, because like the way it what basically it turned into is like a nationalist movement, like Strasserist. Exactly. Like it's a bit of a meme ideology, but what a great satirical joke. No, it's not necessarily a joke. It's like anti-capitalist, but also simultaneously, but like Strasserites are obviously Nazis, so they like hate Jews, right? But it would be like a Jewish Strasserite ideology where they are legitimately anti-capitalist, but they're also colonial and also Jewish supremacist. Oh yeah, this is so funny. Yeah. I mean, here, look at this, dude. This is so funny. Live better, work union, be in it, solidarity forever. And then it's fucking Theodore Herzl, and it's a fuck Hamas sticker, a sticker for the beard and mustache, and his Datrut, the General Federation of Labor. Oh, the General Federation of Labor in Israel. Bro is so confused. No, dude, this is like, yeah, it's the labor union federation in Israel. The Israeli left in one photo? No, I think this is literally the most prime example of just being a populist, Lamau. No, I think like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like nationalism, especially when you have an established nation state. Nationalism when you have an established nation state is a fucking dominant ideology. That's the problem. Nationalism when fighting against a colonial power can be an emancipatory movement, but nationalism within an established nation state, especially a nation state that is the belligerent occupier, is just fucking way more powerful than anything else. Anyway, let's finish this
Amalekites, and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put them to death, men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Now, I will be the first to confess, I have no idea what to do about Hamas or about what comes next. But the Amalek method cannot be the solution. To be honest, I'm not particularly convinced the Israeli leadership has any idea what comes next. Many want full destruction. And Hamas also wants this war. They have been clear on that. I think they want it to continue. They seem to think all of this death and destruction benefits in the end because of the rage it will produce towards Israel. But whatever your views on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, it is just plainly the case that our country is supporting a war whose animating moral logic looks to most of the world, and frankly to me, to be that every single last person in Gaza is guilty and deserves their lot. And that is the moral logic of Hamas. It is the moral logic that drove the atrocity of October 7th. And an atrocity like October 7th cannot justify whatever comes after it, whatever the response. There is no terrorist attack, no matter how horrific.
Bro, he literally, he made a liberal sandwich. He literally started off by being like, everything is Hamas's fault. And then is ending with everything is Hamas's fault in a 10-minute video where like 9 minutes and 30 seconds of the entire video is literally about Israel's death and destruction. He just made a little sandwich. He said Hamas is the main party responsible for all the violence, and then literally talked exclusively about Israel's death and destruction. I like I said, I think that the conclusion is not super sound, but it doesn't matter. The goal is to get the meat across.
Cannot justify whatever comes after it, whatever the response. There is no terrorist attack, no matter how horrific, and truly October 7th was horrific, that can wash clean what we are seeing in Gaza and what we as Americans and our government are abetting. It must end. We must stop it.
This is like your fans of your interlocutors in TikTok or YouTube comment sections saying like, I usually don't agree and even hate HasanAbi, but he's right on this one topic. Yeah. I think it's contrary to popular opinion, I think this was decent for... Crazy how this lip sentiment wasn't given to atrocities in the Middle East after 9/11 either. Anyway, but yeah, this is like really fucked up shit. Amid UN Security Council intrigue, U.S. privately moves to block another option for international accountability for Gaza. As the bloodshed continues in Gaza, the U.S. diplomats are finalizing a démarche, a diplomatic initiative, to their Swiss counterparts that Washington hopes will scuttle plans for a meeting to discuss violations of the Geneva Conventions of the current war between Israel and Hamas, the Gaza-based militant group, according to State Department documents seen by HuffPo. Now, while that's also happening, another crazy thing is happening, which is Joseph Robinette Brandon, once again, showcasing that he is to the right of even the most normie motherfucking Democrats. Okay? What do I mean by this? Here's Edinger Mentum. He had a post about it. I want to show you this real quick. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Chrissy Houlihan. I'm calling on the Biden administration to use all of our nation's leverage to shift the Israeli military strategy in defending itself against Hamas. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is unacceptable and not in line with American interests. Okay? Look at the names on this thing, dude. Sepp Molthan, Elisa Slotkin, Abigail Spanberger, Jason Crow. Spanberger on here is insane. Really can't overstate just how far on the pro-Israel extreme Biden is, even relative to his already very pro-Israel party. The Democrats are a pro-Israel party. That's crazy. You got like fucking CIA people being like, yo, you got to chill. You got to cut it out. Even they can see that the no daylight maxim is only letting Netanyahu and by extension Ben-Gvir and Smotrich wag the dog of U.S. foreign policy. This isn't leftist by any means, by the way. It's the same perspective H.W. Bush had towards the country. It's pure self-interest that ends up being the more moral position because the other side is motivated by an extreme destructive ideology. That is fucking nuts. Like, that is so fucking insane. Brandon doing this at the behest of a far-right, fascist, and deeply unpopular government of a foreign nation is the most unimaginable thing. This is what you expect from fucking Donald Trump, okay? This is not what you expect from Joseph Robinette Biden, who's supposed to uphold, like, liberalism, right? International rule-based order. We're supposed to go back, Jack. We're supposed to go back to a good time. How do you think this plays out? I'm beyond talking about the morality of the situation. Okay? Here's Representative Jason Crow.
A growing push from the U.S. and the international community for Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza. Several key lawmakers in Washington are saying that they've seen no significant change.
Why is he so pro-Israel? Because he's old as fuck, bro. His brain has stopped making new memories. He still thinks it's 1967. That's why. His brain has not caught up. A lot of boomers think Israel is this, like, you know, rugged self-starter nation that can, like, really kick it to the fucking enemies all around. That's what they think. They're not looking at this and going, oh my God, this is literal fucking genocide. Because let's be clear, like in the 60s and 70s, I mean, even MLK was like a bit of a Zionist, right? Back then, people didn't really fully comprehend, didn't fully grasp the situation. Obviously, there were more radical figures, more radical revolutionary figures, even in America, that did, right? The Malcolm X's of the world. And of course, MLK died before 67, so that is a little bit different. But my point is, for a very long time, for Americans, for American libs in general, Israel has been kind of like a cool little island that is our allies that we have to defend. Like, that's our moral obligation. And they're doing a pretty good job, and they're doing military victories and shit like that. Guys, 2021 is the first year where Israel was declared an apartheid state by humanitarian organizations. Okay? Most of these boomers have not caught up to that reality. Israel has been an apartheid state since its inception. From 1948 to 1967, the Palestinian citizens of Israel were treated in the same exact way that the Palestinians in the West Bank were treated. After 1967, the Palestinian citizens of Israel got more liberties, right? Still under like a Jim Crow style structure to this day. However, now all the Palestinians in Gaza are under Israeli occupation. All the Palestinians in the West Bank are under Israeli occupation. And the conditions have worsened time and time again, year over year. So for a lot of boomers, they're completely oblivious to that reality. They're still thinking like, you know, Israel is the shining beacon of prosperity, the only democracy in the Middle East, because that's what the media has presented it as. Elant News says these congressmen see this strategy isn't good for Israel, not only for its image, but more importantly, the mass killing would lead to massive radicalization and a new Hamas-style militant group in the future. This war may destroy much of Hamas, but will create a new group and decades of attacks, and we will see this manifest in the coming years. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. But he's literally the president. Aren't people giving him the information we're seeing? I think he is and has been a Zionist for his whole life, Joe Biden, and like more aggro as a Zionist than other American politicians, okay? And regardless of what kind of information is being filtered to him, his brain is not operating. And I think that there is a sect of people within the ranks of the American government that like are trying to manage the situation without any sort of serious care or consideration to what it spells for Israel's future or what it spells for the American future. It's crazy because wasn't he critical of Israel when he was younger? No. In the 90s, he famously said, if there wasn't an Israel, we would have made one in the region. No, he's always been a fucking massive, he's always been like an ultra-Zionist. He's been a dick rider across the board. You're mistaking him for Barack Obama, who was taught by and was friendly with Edward Said and Rashid Khalidi. You might be mistaking it with the South African apartheid, which Biden was in the 90s very much against and openly criticized.
House Democrats who sit on national security committees and who have served in either the military or the CIA just sent President Biden a letter expressing deep concern about Israel's military strategy. They write in this quote, "The mounting civilian death toll and humanitarian crisis are unacceptable and not in line with American interests, nor do they advance the cause of security for our ally Israel. We also believe it jeopardizes efforts to destroy the terrorist organization Hamas and secure the release."
Was Obama's motivation for signing that huge deal to support Israel or anyone? What was Obama's motivation? What do you mean? It's just Obama, much like every other American president, one, doesn't give a shit about Muslims, and two, will of course sign a fucking massive military aid package, like a decade-long massive military aid package to Israel, because that's just business, baby. What do you mean? That's just business as usual. The funniest part about it is that he got cucked so fucking hard. Something that I actually found out is that when Netanyahu sidestepped Barack Obama to deliver a congressional speech, which was a massive fucking, like, it was a massively disrespectful thing to do, Joe Biden was in the room. Hold on. Yeah, White House steps up pressure on Netanyahu over speech to Congress. Obama steps up the pressure on Israeli PM over Iran nuke deal, where he basically went and he was invited by the House Republican leadership to address a joint session of Congress Tuesday, where he will speak out against President Obama's plan to seek a nuclear weapons deal with Iran. The White House has said the partisanship resulting from the invitation will be destructive to the Israeli-U.S. relationship. I think Joe Biden was there. I remember seeing photos.
The remarkable alliance between...
Oh, here. He's like right behind him.
Because America and Israel cherished UN 2000 and
fucking bitches, dude. Giving him a standing ovation. Hitting him with the standing O.
2000. Members of Congress.
Today, everyone's talking.
Help our...
Isn't he behind him? Am I crazy? Did I make this up? This guy's so funny. Is this Zach Beauchamp or whatever? The one who's like, liberal Zionism is back. Is this him? Yeah, it is. Doesn't the VP have to be there since the president of the Senate? Was that John Boner? Yeah, John Boner.
Members of...
No, that's Boner and, what... Oh, shit. Hold on. You don't mind it?
Of all hostages. One of those lawmakers on the letter with us now, Democratic Congressman Jason Crow of Colorado, who is on the Intel and Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, you say in this letter that we, meaning the U.S., has consistently pushed for Israel to shift its military strategy. There's been no significant change. What do you make of U.S. officials like the Defense Secretary highlighting this lower intensity approach, but then you don't actually see it, and the U.S. still sends unconditional aid?
Well, hi, Brianna. This letter that we penned, it comes out of our personal experience, spending years serving our country, fighting our global war on terror, and our experiences doing so. And what those experiences taught us is that there are limitations to military power, that when you are fighting terrorism, it is fundamentally different from when you're fighting a government or a nation state. Terrorism is an ideology, and you can't bomb away an ideology. these terrorist organizations, they feed off of despair, anguish, hopelessness. And if you don't make every effort possible and center and really focus your operations on protecting civilians and preventing civilian casualties, you will actually feed that ideology and make it worse. So we are committed to Israel's security and Israel's future, and we're concerned that the current operations are undermining that security over the long term. So I am encouraged to see Defense Secretary Austin delivering that message to Israel. President Biden has expressed concern recently, as have other administration officials in the last few weeks.
You know, it was pretty stunning to hear Secretary Austin in Israel talking about what he would like to see happen. And then you hear the Israeli defense minister saying something very different and making it clear that Israel is not going to take that advice. What does the U.S. then need to do? Does there need to be condition on the aid?
Well, what you just described, this dynamic between the Biden administration and the Netanyahu administration, is exactly why we penned this letter. We have been expressing these concerns over the last couple of months in private, as allies and partners do. We are a partner and strong ally of Israel, and they are of us. So making sure that we expressed our concerns in private, but those concerns have not been adequately heard. So that's why we made this letter public. So continuing to push and, as we said, use our leverage as an essential partner to Israel to impact that change and put in appropriate guardrails, because we have to make sure that American interests are being served, American security is being served. There have been over 100 attacks on U.S. Bases, installations, and ships in the region in the last 2 months. Those attacks continue to increase. So we have to make sure that American interests are being served as well as Israeli interests. And that's why we sent that message through this letter.
You call out Netanyahu specifically in your letter for his approach. You say Israel, obviously, is a key U.S. partner. Is Netanyahu a good U.S. partner?
Well, that's why we drew that distinction between the state of Israel and the Israeli people and Prime Minister Netanyahu, which I think is a really important distinction to draw here. I do not have confidence that Bibi Netanyahu is doing the right thing by Israelis. He, I think, failed Israelis on October 7th. I mean, listen, just earlier this year, 20% of Israelis, a fifth of the country of Israel, was out on the streets protesting the Netanyahu government in some of its more extreme policies. And then you have what is potentially their greatest intelligence failure in a generation, and military failure in a generation on October 7th. So I don't think he has served the Israeli people well. And that's why we have been very clear that we don't think his military strategy.
Damn, dog, we went from all Jews are Israel and Israel is all Jews, which is what Zionists say, to not even all Jews, but like Israelis also don't even like the Netanyahu administration, which is true. When you start looking for finger pointing like this, I think the attitude shifted. Somewhere along the line, the attitude shifted dramatically, okay? This spells a change. That's all I'm saying. These guys literally were like, Israel, what? What's going on? What is she doing? Israel's all about Jews, so criticizing Israel's criticizing Jews so fucking despicable. I'm Kaya, come here. What happened? What'd she do? Oh gosh, she's so wet again. No, she just ran outside to pee. So what I'm trying to say is the mainstream conversation has moved dramatically from you cannot criticize Israel that is anti-Semitic to actually we are criticizing Israel and we're separating the Israeli government from the Israeli population. They're looking for an out. They're giving people the moral permission to actually criticize Israel's actions. This is a good thing. This is a move in the right direction if you are a fan of ending this conflict as quickly as possible. Someone needs to be held responsible, and they're saying like, no, it's okay. You can criticize Netanyahu now. Anyway, all right, we're moving on from this. An Israeli real estate company has ran ads for pre-sale lots in Gaza. They said it was meant to be a joke and a sort of satirical idea. It also caused an international scandal. So the limit for warnings was 20K death. Limits for action for what? The U.S.? 40K, 50K? What is this? Saudi Arabia? Interesting. Le Monde article suggesting Saudi Arabia drafted the proposal for the day after in Gaza that was shown to the French Foreign Ministry the plan that would see Hamas military leadership deported to Algeria, the creation of a UN-mandated Arab peace force, and the setting up of a 4-year-long transitional authority based on various Palestinian factions, Fatah, Hamas, and the Islamic Jihad. I don't think we're there yet, but Israel sure is opposed to the last part, but still a notable proposal. Yeah, I don't even know how we get there. Like, we are not there yet. Oh, also, here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles called the Qassam Ghul sniper rifle, which is derived from the Iranian AM-50 Sayyad. These motherfuckers are making artisanal bathtub sniper rifles, man. That's crazy. Is that COD? That's crazy. It's basically like the YouTube videos I watch regularly, but they aren't making guns usually, but the machinery, wow, so good. Genuinely impressed. Not necessarily in a good way by what Hamas has been capable of. Mechanical engineer here to make an entire sniper rifle on a 1940s manual lathe is insane levels of work and precision. Incredible. We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So why am I showing you this? Okay. The reason why I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. Okay. You either got to hit the full gen. Okay. You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation. Okay. Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right? And the problem with Israel is that they're trying to do that with half measures since 1948. And that's the issue. This is also why it is ridiculous to be like, oh, we just did the blockade. Like, this is a demonstration that the blockade doesn't work. So why do you have it to begin with? Does that make sense? Like, it's very clear that the blockade has been an abject failure on top of everything else. Because when there's a will, there's a way. People are going to find a way to resist being killed, being murdered. You know what I mean? So are you saying there should go full genocide? No, I'm saying they should not do genocide. I think that much is clear to everyone with a fucking brain cell. Why the fuck would I say they should go do full genocide? I am anti-genocide. Anyway, let's get back to American news.
Texas, heading for a showdown with the federal government over its new state law. The situation leading to the highest number of migrants apprehended at the border in decades. Maria Villarreal is on the scene in Eagle Pass, Texas. Good morning, Maria.
Hey, good morning, Michael. If you take a look over my right-hand shoulder, you can actually see hundreds of migrants waking up right now. This is where they slept.
Look at that. We got our own fucking migrant pit. You know what I mean? Yeah, when you look at images like this, you know, it puts the Israeli treatment of Palestinians in the perspective a little bit.
Left overnight. The temperatures dipped down into the 40s. Some of them tell me all they had were the clothes on their back and these foil blankets that really did not keep them warm overnight. Right now, CBP agents are telling me they are absolutely overwhelmed by situations like this.
This morning, U.S. Customs and Border Protection facing a record number of migrant encounters, including 11,000 apprehensions Monday, the highest single-day total in at least 20 years. Drone footage showing hundreds lining up in Eagle Pass, Texas, some migrants seen with emergency blankets as they brave the winter elements. This comes as civil rights groups mount a legal challenge to Texas Bill SB 4, signed into law by Governor Greg Abbott, which gives state officials the right to arrest, prosecute, and deport anyone illegally crossing the U.S.-Mexico border into Texas. Critics say it will lead to racial discrimination.
It will impact our communities. It will impact our community safety. It will separate families. And that is just a reality that we cannot abide by.
Meanwhile, in an effort to slow crossings and reallocate resources to processing migrants, CBP has recently closed a number of Border Patrol entry points.
Congress is set to leave for a holiday break in just a few days, and they have not made any sort of compromise on funding for border security, leaving people here on the ground, the agents and the local leaders, to really have.
Isn't the immigration crisis a primary cause for fentanyl coming to the U.S. in such epidemic levels? Kind of reminds me of the whole war on drug stuff from Reagan. First of all, the immigration crisis has nothing to do with fentanyl coming into the United States of America. That's just simply a lie that the reactionary right has said over and over again. This is like my wheelhouse. This is my specialty, I guess. I haven't really talked about this as much, but 97% of the drugs that are actually trafficked into the United States of America are trafficked through regular ports of entry. They are trafficked not by undocumented citizens, but as a matter of fact, documented American citizens that are crossing the border with their vehicles. Okay? That's it. That's where this shit comes from. The idea that it's like abuelas who are crossing the border that are like fucking sneaking. It's 97%. Okay? Drugs are your wheelhouse? No, immigration is. This is like one of the issues that I've talked about so motherfucking frequently. Okay? They come in on ships or they come in through cars. Now, these numbers are not actually coming from my ass. It's coming from the Department of Homeland Security. This is the Department of Homeland Security's very own information. There is never a real threat from undocumented migrants crossing the border that are trafficking drugs. That's not a real threat at all. These are very rare instances because there are significantly easier ways to traffic drugs in mass quantities necessary than fucking putting it in the asshole of some dude, okay, that is trying to come in here from Guatemala. You are out of your fucking mind. So that's something that you need to understand. The actual truth of the matter is that fentanyl is not happening with like undocumented migrants. That's not what's going on at all. The other thing that you have to remember is that the majority, and this number changes, the percentage changes, but at least I believe like back a couple of years prior, I think the majority of the undocumented immigrants living on U.S. soil were simply visa overstayers, as in they flew in. They didn't fucking sneak in through the border. But you only hear about the scary brown people sneaking through the border. A lot of these scary brown people sneaking through the border are actually also completely well within their legal rights to do this. Because these aren't just people sneaking through the border and trying to invade America. These are asylum seekers. Okay? And they have a right to be able to seek asylum in the United States of America. It is not only moral, but it is also legal. And in order to seek asylum in the United States of America, you have to step foot into the United States of America. That's how this works. Not only that, but a lot of these asylum seekers are also coming from places like Venezuela, which also offers them, due to political reasons, due to the American government hating Venezuela, hating socialism, saying like, oh, we hate Venezuela, we hate socialism, come to America and we can, fix your shit. The Venezuelan migrants coming in have temporary protected status. TPS implies that you can not only seek asylum, but also get a work visa while you are doing that. Okay? I love Americans saying stuff like this. Can they not apply for asylum at the U.S. Embassy of their country? Fuck, man. Why didn't they think of this? Do you not have a single legal migrant relative? Do you know how fucking difficult that shit is, even for those who have American citizens in their immediate family? Chain migration is already difficult. That's what it's called. That is before you start, that's before you even look at like a situation where someone is escaping sexual violence or domestic abuse or being hunted by the fucking cartel or some shit. Why didn't they just simply go and apply for asylum at the American Embassy is crazy. It's also expensive and impossible, usually. Okay? So, that is the reality of the matter. Migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, anyone that wants to come into the United States of America should have an incredibly easy and expedient process to do so. That's it. They should. We have the space, and God knows we have the need for the industry. Hassan realizing he has mostly white chatters. I mean, what do you mean I'm realizing that? I know that already. My goal and job and interest is to educate people who are unfamiliar with this other side. So yes, there's no reason for me to describe this to someone who is like, I don't know, a Honduran migrant. They already fucking lived it. They already know it. So yeah, when I talk about white supremacy, I'm not talking to black people. They already live it. I'm talking to white people. When I talk about transphobia, I'm not talking to trans people. They live it. They experience it. I'm talking to cis transphobes. Something to always consider. I mean, you can still enjoy and appreciate the content in general, but that's how it works.
Have to deal with this crisis all alone. They are relying heavily on nonprofit organizations for food, water, and medical treatment. But one trooper says they have been working around the clock, and these conditions are just absolutely unacceptable. Whit.
All right, Maria, thank you.
The leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, has arrived in Cairo. Hamas has said that it won't negotiate.
I'm skipping this.
10 Americans have been returned or are being returned.
Speaking of Vuvuzela, 10 American detainees released in exchange for a Maduro airline deal with Venezuela. Goddamn. Vuvuzela, folks. Only place on the planet where you don't see a top of the hour ad break. They got no ads out there in Vuvuzela. Look alive, Jack. Vuvuzela. 10 guerrillion dead. That's what happens when you do communism, Jack. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
To the United States. As you said, 6 of them have been deemed as wrongfully detained in Venezuela. Now, the other key component of this is that Venezuela is going to be receiving Alex Saab, who is a ally of Nicolas Maduro, charged years ago in the U.S., accused of money laundering, engaging in a bribery scheme in Venezuela. He was arrested years ago, and now he's being sent back to Venezuela. Fat Leonard Francis, who was a Malaysian financier who ran a company in Asia that kind of managed ports and had a lot of contact with U.S. naval ships. He was at the center of one of the largest bribery schemes in naval history, and he, after pleading guilty, escaped and fled to Venezuela. And so this trade now and this prisoner swap is both Americans coming home as well as 2 key figures, one in the United States, the other in Venezuela, also traveling back and forth.
And Rob, what do we know about those Americans, particularly the 6 who were wrongfully detained by Venezuela? What do we know about them?
Right, so these Americans, many of their families, Margaret Brennan, CBS News' chief foreign affairs correspondent, moderator, Face of the Nation, she has been doing some very extensive reporting on the families and these prisoners who have been pushing for the release. There's been increased pressure from their families and from the from the prisoners themselves, who the United States had deemed to be wrongfully detained, to make a deal with Venezuela for their release. There was a deadline set for November 30th that the White House had set, and obviously that had passed. But here's a culmination of some staunch advocacy by both the prisoners and their families.
Now, you and Margaret Brennan have been following this closely for a while. All of this information now reportable. Earlier, she had mentioned that Alex Saab is really seen as President Maduro's bagman in a way. Explain that and why he's such a priority for Venezuela.
Sure. So when he was arrested a few years ago during the Trump administration, this was touted as a big win for law enforcement. He was on his way to Iran to, as he said, broker some sort of deal with Venezuela over funding between Venezuela and Iran. He was taken off a plane and extradited to the United States and faced charges here. Since then, there's been a pretty staunch campaign, both by his lawyers here in the United States and activists, to return him back to Venezuela. He had claimed that he was acting as a diplomat for Venezuela with Iran. The Justice Department said no, he had broken many laws and they wanted to hold him here. That case has been going through the appeals process, as his attorneys have been trying to argue to courts that he was acting as a diplomat and should have some sort of immunity to shield him from prosecution. He's considered a close ally of Nicolas Maduro, and according to prosecutors and the Treasury Department, engaged in pretty sweeping schemes to bribe officials and pocket hundreds of millions.
It's like, when we do it, there's a reason, all right? When we do it, there's a reason. You understand? When Venezuela does it, there's no reason. It's bad. But when we do it, there's a reason. And it's good. I hope you understand that. Very important.
Millions of dollars in Venezuela.
Rob, how much criticism is the Biden administration facing, though, for cutting this deal?
Well, just because this happened, we have to see what the ramifications are. But prisoner swaps like these always come with certain ramifications. This isn't the first time the Biden administration has had a high-profile prisoner swap. We know last year around this time, Victor Bout, who was a Russian so-called merchant of death arms dealer, was sent back to Russia in exchange for WNBA player Brittany Griner. And so that was, I think, a bit more high-profile given Brittany Griner at the center of it. But here again, we do have prisoners being swapped for Americans.
Yeah, we know that the last big one was October last year, in which 7 Americans came home. All right, Rob Legary.
Wait, I don't get it. Who they fucking who? Why are there American prisoners in Venezuela? By the way, I love his verbiage here. He said they're swapping prisoners for Americans. Is it the dudes who fucking went in and the fishermen? Is that who it is? Like, how many? 10 American detainees released in exchange. 10 Americans and a fugitive wanted by U.S. authorities have been released from Venezuelan custody. The 4 Americans were deemed wrongfully detained by the State Department, along with 2 other unidentified citizens who were also freed. 4 other Americans are being flown to Miami. This includes the... Dude! 4 other Americans are being flown to Miami. This group includes former Green Berets Luke Denman and Aaron Barry, who were accused of attempting to overthrow the Maduro government in 2020. Bro, those guys deserve to be in jail, dog. What the fuck? Like, that's a totally normal detention and apprehension. Like, there's no planet, there's no country on the planet that would be like, oh, did you guys try to, like, physically overthrow the government with weapons? Nah, that's legal, actually, because you're American. Because I was wondering, like, accused or convicted? Bitch, what do you mean accused or convicted? I mean, oh, you're making fun of the article. Yeah, they're saying allegedly, and it's like, what were they doing there? What were they doing there? As for Francis Terry McGrath, the U.S. Attorney for Southern District of California, said, now that Mr. Francis is back in U.S. custody, we look forward to his return to the U.S. Southern District of California, where he will be held accountable for his crimes. Yeah, no, those are the fucking Green Berets that got ass clapped by Venezuelan fishermen, dog. Embarrassing. Whew. A representative for rights famous on Wednesday, Joseph Cristella's mother, expressed gratitude for the work. In a statement, Hernandez's family and views literally an early Christmas present. Our priority is to ensure that he gets the medical support. Maduro ally, Colombia-born Alex Nain Saab Moran was charged in Florida in 2019 for money laundering. Was arrested in 2020 by in the Republic of Cabo Verde while en route to Iran. Saab was extradited to the U.S. in the next year to face criminal prosecution. He pleaded not guilty, and his attorneys have been since trying to get his case dismissed by claiming diplomatic immunity. Senior officials said that Qatari officials helped broker the prisoner swap, which took months to negotiate. In a letter sent to the White House earlier this month, exclusively obtained by CBS News, Hernandez, the wrongfully detained American, pleaded with the president to secure his release. All of these articles always fucking... all of these articles always will just be like, yeah, this guy absolutely deserved getting imprisoned, as a matter of fact. And then all of the Americans, well, they were wrongfully detained by this horrifying foreign nation. Very scary. Saab's U.S. protection sparked an outcry from Venezuela's government and activists prosecution in the U.S. and his defense team embarked on a concerted legal effort to get the case against him dismissed in federal court. They argued in court documents that he was acting as a Venezuelan special envoy working with Iranian officials at the time of his arrest. They should be shielded from prosecution for reasons of diplomatic immunity. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he didn't want to get arrested, he should have thought about not working with Venezuela, honestly. All right. The new global economy. Johnny C.I. Harris, number 19 on trending. The end of globalization. The global economy is changing. Countries are realizing that while economic interdependence has brought significant pieces of the world, it can also mean supplying the military rise of your biggest rivals. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is going to be so fucking... You are Turk, man. I traveled there 12 years ago. Nice people, nice price, very good, nice people. You are unhinged, but that's what makes you badass. Thank you, man. I am unhinged badass, bro.
The U.S. government is quietly reshaping the global economy in ways that will change our world forever. You can see this in just one sentence from Joe Biden's first address to Congress.
Think about it. There is simply no reason why the blades for wind turbines can't be built in Pittsburgh instead of Beijing. No reason. No reason. None.
This seems just like a boring political statement, but I promise this statement is a bigger deal than it seems, because it marks a new era in our global system, a system that all of us participate in, whether we know it or not. Or maybe it's a rerun of an economic system that the globe turned to right before the Second World War.
There's no reason why American workers can't lead the world in the production of electric vehicles and batteries. I mean, there is no reason. We have the capacity.
In this video, I want to peek under the hood of the endlessly complex and fascinating global economy to show you just how deeply connected we've all become, and how those connections are being cut and weaponized. All of this thanks to new threats, new risks, new realizations.
I don't get it. Is this like a unequal exchange in global trade, which has been tremendously beneficial to the Western world, is actually bad because it ends up fucking developing our enemies? Is this literally one of those? Like, this can't be, right? I mean, this is the most reactionary fucking, this is the most reactionary video you can make. Like, this is like neocon shit. You know what I mean? This is Donald Trump. Like, this is beyond neocon shit. This is a deviation that Donald Trump had with the rest of the regular villains in American society. It's not even neocon. Yeah, it's just like, this is the reason why the fucking Steele guy left the Trump administration. What was his name? Is this Trump's NAFTA bad take? No, it's beyond that. No. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about China's Donald Trump's like tariffs on China were actually incredibly unpopular. Not Christopher Steele. No, not Rex Tillerson. No, not the Steele dossier. The fucking guy. What's his name? He was he's like the billionaire who was in Donald Trump's cabinet, and then he was like, no, fuck that. No, I said the Steele guy. Is he like he owns a bunch of? Okay, never mind. Carl Icahn. Thank you. That's who I was thinking of. I think it was Carl Icahn, right? Carl Icahn resigned from Trump advisor role ahead of article alleging conflict of interest. But the reason why he said he was leaving was because of what do you call it? Trump's tariffs potentially. He's not even paying attention. Wasn't it Tillerson? Anyway, the thing I was gonna say is Trump's deviation from the rest of the capital owners in America was on the issue of how he wanted to deal with China. Like, he was the let's put tariffs. He was the let's put tariffs on China guy. And there were some people in his cabinet that were also on board with that, because he was like, oh no, we got to do xenophobia. We got to do the anti-China shit. We got to hurt them. We got to hit them on trade. And ironically, that was something that people considered to be really unacceptable, even his key allies at the time, because of how it hurt trade in general. So it's surprising that Johnny Harris is taking that same position here, it seems, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
New values, and above all, a new rivalry between two great powers. This is the world that we are moving into. It's how things will work for decades to come, and it's important that we understand it. So let me give you an overview of what is becoming the new global economy.
The new tariffs from both sides went into effect earlier this morning.
The U.S. tariffs have kicked in. China can't put as many tariffs on us as we can put on them.
China is still the biggest threat to the United States.
Folks, we need to make these chips right here in America.
Hey, so for a long time, I've been at war with marketers, people who call my phone even though I don't want them to, and who send me emails even though I never gave them my email address. We're all familiar with this. It's called spam, and it is increasingly a problem.
This is an ad,
then
right?
I recently learned that I actually own is you immediately get put back on, and Incogni constantly monitors month after month to make sure that you stay off these lists. So yeah, big discount. Click the link in my description, use the code, and you'll get the big discount. You can try it out and see if it clears your life of spam and makes you feel like you have a little more privacy in your life. Let's dive into this story. It's a big one, it's an important one, and I'm excited to share it with you. The economy that we live in, that we all take for granted, is actually relatively new. The clothes
It's an ethical react. I still showed the ad.
that you're wearing right now, the computer or the phone that you're looking at to watch this video, the materials that your house is made out of, the fibers in the blanket that you use at night, the food you eat, all of it is a product of perhaps one of the most significant achievements of our species, global trade. Early on, humans discovered the magic that occurs when a group of people specialize in producing something valuable, like grain. They make more than they need, and then they take that excess and they give it to another group who also made too much of something because they specialize in a specific thing, maybe textiles. And through this exchange, both parties benefit way more than they could on their own. It was this kind of cooperation that leveled our species up beyond any other animal on Earth. So we just kept doing it.
No, I'm not going to watch Miko Peled Which, by the way, ironically, you said 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, which means that it already happened. Maybe later. 3:30 p.m. Eastern time happened already. Please stop asking me to watch Piers Morgan. I know Miko Paulette is great, okay? I know. I'm not going to watch him right now.
In fact, the history of our human civilization is largely the history of people trading on an ever-growing scale. Today, this is normal. We call it the economy. By the time the 1900s rolled around, we had a pretty connected world. There was global trade all over the place, but it was still pretty clunky. Everyone had different trade rules, different currencies. Countries were worried that foreign products would threaten their domestic producers, so they put up trade barriers and imposed big tariffs on stuff coming into their country. Then 70 years ago came that war that almost tore this world apart. Out of the ashes of that war, the US emerged as the most powerful country ever. It had troops and influence in every corner of the globe.
Just magically that happened. That was cool when that Hassan Jake was on and say, yeah, I don't care, man. Please stop trying to get me to fucking watch Piers Morgan videos. I'm sick and tired of watching Piers Morgan videos, man. Oh my God. I'm trying to do Hogwatch, man. I'm trying to do some fun shit. Okay, I'm trying to cover some other types of news.
And with that new power, the US and its allies wrote a new playbook for the world economy. They would make it so that the US dollar was the top currency. Everything would kind of be pegged to the US dollar. This helped stabilize the whole system. It helped it move more predictably. It helped countries send and receive money across borders. The US also got countries together with the goal of lowering the taxes imposed on products flowing in and out of their country, tariffs. And through all these efforts, all these new rules, borders opened up. Investors could put their money almost anywhere on Earth to grow new businesses. Corporations could look to faraway lands for cheaper workers to set up their factories. The world became one big market, and it started to benefit hundreds of millions of people. So much so that even anti-capitalist China couldn't stay out of this global economy that was so unrecognizably open, that was so much more open than anything the world had ever seen. There was way too much money to be made. So China jumped in. They said that they would remain communist, but they would open up a few dozen of their coastal cities to be open for business in this new global market. Millions of China's rural poor flocked to the coastal cities, these gateways to the global market. They showed up ready to work, and to work for cheap. A world away over in the United States, corporations looked at all of their factories in places like Detroit and Buffalo and realized that it would make a lot more sense for them to move all of these factories to China, where they could pay workers a fraction of the wage. And spoiler alert, all these coastal cities in China that opened up to the global economy soon looked like this. Hundreds of millions of people in China.
Dude, it's so sick that capitalists invented what we understand as trade. It was fire. I love capitalism. Inventor of trade, inventor of commerce, inventor of just making things, you know? Fucking sick. Inventor of money. Inventor of iPhone. Capitalism invented tall buildings, dipshit. Are you not learning anything from Johnny? I mean, this is a pretty basic video. This is like the most basic ass, most reductive ass way of approaching the subject matter. Everybody loved trading after World War II, and America simply was the major beneficiary, or the guy that was, you know, dishing out these partnerships, and everyone was doing it on the dollar. Also, they just happened to have a bunch of military bases everywhere, and they created security partnerships as well. Also, the USSR did not exist at the time, famously. It did not. It was not a thing that existed. We don't need to talk about the USSR. We're talking about China. Even though, of course, like a big chunk of the reason why America was doing all of these things that it was doing was to also position itself against the USSR. And yeah. But then China was like, damn, we love money, dog. Fuck, that shit seems dope. Can you give us capitalism? Like, don't worry, we'll still be socialist, but also we'll do a little bit of capitalism, which is when you develop, when you make factories and develop commodities. That's called capitalism. So then they did that. It's kind of funny because it's like the China part of this conversation is not dissimilar to how my haters approach the subject matter, and those guys are fucking idiots. They're not Johnny motherfucking Harris, you know what I mean? Which is like, capitalism. You claim to be an anti-capitalist, yet you're making T-shirts. Oh, fucking got him! Imagine selling T-shirts while hating capitalism. Oh my god! And it's like, dude, that's not antithetical at all. The entire point of that is to make sure that the workers that are making the fucking T-shirts are getting an honest pay, having more autonomy over their own fucking lives and in their workplaces. Like, nobody said that's not allowed, you know? Yeah, this also totally acts like U.S. commerce was just what lifted everyone in China out of poverty, and not the government's control and distribution of capital gains coming into the country. That part is also funny. The other part of it is that, like, you know, businesses just kind of up and left.
China jumped in. They said that they would remain communist, but they would open up a few dozen of their coastal cities to be open for business in this new global market. Millions of China's rural poor flocked to the coastal cities, these gateways to the global market. They showed up ready to work. And to work.
At least he's not saying that, like, China did this at gunpoint, you know what I mean? Which is, I feel like, what I'm expecting usually from people that, you know, cover this kind of thing.
For cheap. A world away over in the United States, corporations looked at all of their factories in places like Detroit and Buffalo and realized that it would make a lot more sense for them to move all of these factories to China, where they could pay workers a fraction of the wage. And spoiler alert, all these coastal cities in China that opened up to the global economy soon looked like this. Hundreds of millions of people in China lifted out of poverty and thrust into this new middle and upper class, all thanks to the magic of the global economy, based on the rules and policies that the US had set up after World War II. It was so good for China and a bunch of other countries, but for the many Americans whose jobs had just been given to someone in like Shanghai, this didn't feel like magic. It felt like betrayal, like a recipe for poverty and ghost towns. This China shock was one of the first big tastes of the economic pain that this global economy could inflict on huge numbers of people. But to everyone else, it was totally worth it, because thanks to this system, people were suddenly seeing prices at their stores drop further.
Yeah, it's just weird because, like, China is not the only country that has participated in global trade after, I don't know, withstanding colonial powers, eviscerating it, getting fucking genocided during World War II. It's not the only country that got in on the whole, like, no, we can manufacture stuff for you shtick. It's just like they, however, did have one thing that's just different than everybody else, and that was, I don't know, it was a temerity, was it grit, or maybe it was higher degrees of socialization and a long-term sustainable plan to develop the nation state through a centrally planned economy. Because when you look at China and you look at every other country, it's like they had similar circumstances. No country is obviously the same, of course, when it comes to natural resources, when it comes to fucking the death and destruction that they withstood during times of conflict or colonial violence they were subjected to. And yet China had all of that shit. They did. But then they still were able to develop in a way that became a fucking behemoth in comparison to many of these other countries that did not get that same level of treatment. One of the major reasons is because, for one reason or another, China did not get coup d'etat or did not get destroyed when they wanted to make decisions with respect to loans that were being used towards improving their productive forces. That is the truth, okay? There are differences with respect to what has happened in China when it was improving its and developing its productive forces versus other countries. One school of thought is that it was allowed partially because it was seen as like a partner at which times America could cooperate with against the USSR. So I think that might have played a role in it. But overall, I think that the reason for why China developed in a way that India did not, obviously there's a bunch of different reasons, but one reason is because of the consistent centralized planning and even development strategies that were implemented over and over and over again, and very successfully so. During the 90s, neoliberal dominance in South America, we got massive foreign investments and even saw GDP growth, but hunger and poverty were still the same as the 30s, basically. The people who think that China just adopted capitalism and just became this behemoth of production just shows that they've never studied the history of the USSR. Lenin's NEP was no different than what China is doing today, and it is a legitimate and valid method of preparing the productive force of a country to transition to socialism. China is just way more populated and needs to improve on that aspect much before their transition. I mean, who knows? We'll see.
Than seemed possible. Washing machines, shoes, tools, toasters, couches, shirts, socks, toys, mattresses, lawn chairs, anything you can think of is now flowing from Chinese factories and available for dirt cheap at your local Walmart, all while transforming the lives of people in places like Vietnam, India, Chile, and Thailand, who saw huge economic growth during these years. So by the 80s, China's fully in the global economy, and it is a
like, there is no, okay, what the fuck? There you go. Okay. Vietnam, Chile. It's like, why didn't any of these other countries get the same level of development? And also, Vietnam versus Chile is actually another interesting one, too, when you compare it. It's just like, Vietnam has done fairly well, all things considered. But that's why it's good to compare it to a place like Chile, where it was and where it is now. Stagnation versus continued development and genuine prosperity. It's good. It's good to make these comparisons, and it always feels like it is because these places were able to implement initiatives that we fucking fawn over when white countries do it, and I'm sick and tired of acting like that's not the fucking case. Okay? That's why it's like Bernie bros love Norway and fucking Sweden or whatever, but like they can't comprehend it when it's a fucking Asian country doing the same shit. The difference, of course, obviously, is that one was a beneficiary of colonial violence, the other usually a recipient. Okay? So it's even more impressive that they're able to implement genuine socialization and genuine centralized planning that benefits broad swaths of the fucking population. Everybody gets horny as fuck for Germany. All of the fucking sockdems on Twitter literally nut when talking about how beautiful EU countries are. But when you fucking turn around and talk about China, they're like, whoa, dude, chill. That's like the worst country you could point to, my man. Whoa, dude, what the fuck? China had no colonial violence? What do you mean? Like, as far as China's colonial violence goes, we're talking about its development. Chinese development was stunted by being victims of colonial violence. You're doing it already. You're doing the thing. Oh, yeah. Japan only exterminated 40 million Chinese, like the rapes and the Nazi style, which, by the way, ironically, Nazi aligned, and also at the same time the Nazis were doing this, Nazi style experimentation on the Chinese. Ironically, of course, back then we were kind of aligned, us in America, with China. They had a pretty solid spy apparatus that we utilized. Things could have been very different. Anyway.
Gravy train. The US and UK both elect leaders who love this free trade global capitalism.
More trade, not less, is the wave of the future.
The new system was boosted by all of this new technology that was coming up, making it easier to pass information across borders, to move money, to move people, to move goods across the globe. A globe that used to be vast and daunting and closed, but now just looked like a giant marketplace. All of this transforming in a matter of decades. But I need to call something out that is very important and that is maybe not obvious at this point, which is that the seemingly magical process that made the world economy do this wasn't actually thanks to technology. It was thanks to humans' most amazing invention, most amazing technology, policy, words on a page that establish rules that countries and people promise to obey. If we all believe and obey these rules, it creates the conditions that made the world into a giant marketplace where a corporation could source whatever they needed to make their...
Yeah, I think that's crazy. Unless he means like policy for the Western world, right? He must not mean like the global South. There is 0% chance he's talking about the global South, because gains made by GDP for Western nations and those within the imperial core is dramatic and oftentimes done at the cost of a lack of development in the global South. because as long as they are not developed, they are much easier. As long as they're not developed, they're easier to privatize. Privatization implies better mechanisms of extraction that will then take the wealth and bring it back into Western nations in the global North, and then beyond that, we're not even just talking about the mineral wealth, but also the labor force that is easily exploitable. It means trade policy that lets us deindustrialize and move it to the global South. Yeah, trade, or the way that we have done trade in like the neoliberal world has been very beneficial for America and its allies in the global North, in the EU and other, I guess, like Marshall Plan recipient nations. Not necessarily been that beneficial for all of the other countries whose mineral wealth and natural resources were robbed, whose productive forces were, I guess its productive forces were uplifted, but oftentimes at great cost.
On a page that established rules that countries and people promise to obey. If we all believe and obey these rules, it creates the conditions that made the world into a giant marketplace where a corporation could source whatever they needed to make their product from anywhere in the world, whatever made the most economic sense. Soon, products as simple as a t-shirt would travel along an unfathomably complex supply chain using material and labor from many countries all around the globe before eventually showing up conveniently just in time at the store. Policy had created mass cooperation between billions of people who don't speak the same language, who don't know each other, but are somehow all getting in on the same market. This mental construct of economic policy is what created globalization, the globalization we know today. And what's crazy to me is that if you tinker with the policy, if you mess with this, you can reverse a lot of this globalization, which is exactly what's happening right now.
There is simply no reason why the blades for wind turbines can't be built in Pittsburgh instead of Beijing.
Okay, but let's stick to our timeline here. We're kind of in the 90s. And I'll tell you, people in the 90s would have never guessed what direction this story is about to go. The Soviet Union had just fallen. Free trade and global capitalism had unambiguously beat communism, and the magic of the free market was seen as the solution for pretty much everything.
Free trade had beat communism? I'm gonna die. I am going to die a million deaths. Now remember, this man is a liberal. This is why Stalin wasn't right on a lot of stuff, except for, killing a fuckload of Nazis and saying that social democrats are social fascists, okay? What the fuck? You are literally pointing to actual fucking fascist governments as a goddamn liberal 30 years later and going, remember when they actually kind of only did free trade and that's how the USSR perished? He's not even a sock them. I guess that's true, but it's like crazy to me to look at all of this and just cast it with the most rose-tinted to look at it with the most rose-tinted glasses, to cast it with the broadest brush, to make it seem as though it is simply a consequence. Like, we did trade, okay, which is capitalism. The USSR can't do trade, no trade, because that's communism. And that's how trade won, really. This is how we did it. Like, for example, Chile, which I used earlier on. What happened in Chile? Oh, that's right. We did trade. World Trade Center style trade. What do I mean by that? 9/11. But not the 9/11 World Trade Center that you know about. I'm talking about the first 9/11. Okay? That was another act of trade.
Everything. Free trade had just ended global conflict between these great superpowers, maybe forever. Free trade was eradicating global poverty. Free trade was pushing countries.
Yeah, no, it's so true. No, it's right. I think stuff like the allegations of forced organ harvesting from political prisoners takes away a lot of the appeal from any socialized accomplishments of the Chinese government, but it's also very difficult to separate facts from propaganda when it comes to criticism of China, so I don't know. No, not 93 9/11, the other 9/11. Oh, anyway. Yeah, trading democratically elected leaders with fascist dictatorships, which is you know, if you didn't want that to happen, then you shouldn't have fucking voted for a democratic socialist. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, it's going to happen to you and you're going to like it. That's a good trade for us. Also, it was really cool when trade eradicated global poverty. That was sick. That's a real thing. That happened. Yeah, that's why when you go to like a fucking, where is it? Was it in Malaysia? The sulfur mines. They are real big beneficiaries. What is the first 9/11? Don't Rose. It's the Chilean coup is what I'm talking about. Also happens to be on 9/11. Also, Johnny Harris is wrong. It's not like you can add new protections and reindustrialize a country. When you deindustrialize, you not only lose the industry, you lose the supply chain, you lose the specialty engineers, specialty workers for the industries. USA is finding all of this now with their push for semiconductors. They have all the same issues I mentioned. Capitalism won, over communism, sore loser, Trump 2024. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's like, here is where a lib like Johnny Harris and like the dumbest fucking Republican voter align perfectly. You know? JK. Okay, never mind. This guy's just kidding.
To adopt democracy. And here's Bill Clinton, giddy about how good it's all going, predicting that free trade would bring democracy to China.
The more China...
It's like, yeah, why don't you talk about Reagan, dog? You know, what's up? No George H.W. Bush, no Ronald Reagan, no Reagan. Why are you talking about just Bill Clinton? This is a pro-NAFTA video, by the way, which is wild. But like, why no mention of the other guys? Are you perhaps maybe making an argument about neoliberalism, but you want to do it from the Democratic side because you don't want to fucking tell your libtard audience that you are also basically defending Ronald Reagan, basically defending pretty much every fucking reactionary Republican president as well? Perhaps there is a real bipartisan consensus on matters such as this one, and that's the reason why you can get away with being like, I love Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton did this, and it's really cool. Because if you were to show, I don't know, if you were to show like the Republican presidents doing the same exact shit and playing their role, you would perhaps you'd perhaps allow your audience to recognize how this actually works. Argentinian chatter here just came back from watching the new president propose over 300 changes for laws and regulations of the country, mostly all leading to a more libertarian capitalist organization moving forward. Yeah, that's like, Argentina is actually such a great example of what I'm talking about, because it's like, we don't even need to massage these countries anymore. Like, the brain rot is set in so permanently that motherfuckers are doing it to their damn selves, you know?
Liberalizes its economy, the more fully it will liberate the potential of its people, their initiative, their imagination, their remarkable spirit of enterprise. And when individuals have the power not just to dream, but to realize their dreams, they will demand a greater say.
Free trade would prevent our age-old human curse, war, by so deeply entangling countries in mutually beneficial deals that it wouldn't make sense to fight. After all, free trade had turned Europe from a continent ravaged by war to this tightly knit group where everyone's holding hands and smiling together. Why wouldn't this naturally just happen to the whole globe?
Yeah, dude, that's exactly how it works. Like, you know, the trade partnership between the UK and Germany, for example, is identical to America and the motherfucking Philippines or some shit. You know? That's just how it works. Duh. I don't get it. Like, that's how it works. Yeah. What do you mean? It's just like totally mutually beneficial. Like what we do in the fucking Congo, and also what Germany and France are doing to each other.
China continued to make stuff and send it to the United States. Our dependency on them and them on us continued to grow, and that would surely prevent any conflict, right? No. It's looking like that's not how it's going to turn out. In fact, it's kind of the opposite.
The new tariffs from both sides went into effect earlier this morning. The US has imposed 10% tariffs on $200 billion worth of Chinese imports.
China is our military's most consequential strategic competitor and pacing challenge.
In a relatively sudden shift, governments around the world are undoing a lot of this globalization, this solution to all of our problems. They're rejecting it. India is paying companies to keep their production within their own borders, especially for important industries like pharmaceuticals and electronics. South Korea is giving taxpayer money to companies to produce green energy infrastructure instead of waiting for the free market to come build it.
Yeah, these guys are fucked up, dog. Wait, what? South Korea is giving companies taxpayer money
to produce green energy infrastructure instead of waiting for the free market to come build it.
What do you mean instead of waiting for a free market to come build it? South Korea was a military dictatorship, and then the military dictatorship transferred power over to fucking like 8 families, and it's still very much regulated in like not an identical structure, but pretty much as far as I understand it. I'm not the best, most well-versed person on South Korean economy, but it literally is insanely tightly regulated in a way that absolutely churns out positive results for capital owners. But it's still like South Korea is the state capitalist country that people think China is. That's what it is. That's in my opinion, like that is closer to state capitalism than China is.
Japan is paying companies to move production back to Japan and to move their supply chains away from China. Australia is using taxpayer money to encourage mining companies to establish the processing of rare earth
Insanely capitalism, most probably those companies are the same families you mentioned.
mineral facilities within their borders instead of abroad. Nigeria is imposing restrictions on foreign goods that they want to see produced domestically, like rice and cement. They don't want to be reliant on other countries. And then you've got Europe, where tons of countries are investing government money and protecting homegrown industries that have always been directed by the global economy, like energy, agriculture, and cars. The government getting involved in these markets incentivizes companies and consumers to make and sell these products in country, as opposed to looking abroad at the global market. And of course, leading out on all of this is the OG of the modern free market global economy, the United States, who is suddenly changing course from how they've been operating all the way up until like Obama. Like Obama spent a great deal of his time trying to increase free trade, especially with Asia. Then first under Trump and now under Biden, the US is overhauling its economic policy to turn back some of this free trade. And what's crazy is that both Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, the problem is trade protectionism is one thing, but if the benefits are not socialized, then you're fucked, and you're not going to be able to overcome the economic problems that you cultivated by implementing free trade, okay? Which was never really free trade to begin with. You didn't do free trade and then socialize the benefits of it to a degree where even like European nations have, okay? Here's the thing. American free trade is in some ways better than what like I guess France still does to this day with like the fucking African nations that it controls the currency of, right? Like it's still technically a little bit better, not by like wide margins, but it's like less direct involvement that makes people feel like they actually signed up for it, or it's usually the corrupt government that signed up for it, whatever. Okay? But at least France, to a certain degree, even though it relies on the wealth of African countries that it fucking controls, okay, the banking system of, socializes those benefits. A lot of European countries do this. They rely on the global south for manufacturing. They do the same unequal exchange that America does, but then they, at least to a certain degree, socialize the actual benefits that they make from this unequal exchange. The United States of America doesn't. That's the most nutty part about the United States of America, is that it is so fucking hyper-capitalist that it won't even give you the fucking same social safety nets that is like afforded to every individual in the other European countries where they do the same shit, but at least socialize a little bit. So that's why I'm saying like trade protectionism is not going to solve this problem. What is going to solve this problem is socialism, okay? You can do trade protectionist as like a liberal Democrat. You can do it as a right-wing populist, Trump-style Republican, you know. But ultimately, that's not going to fix the fucking problem.
Seem to agree that we should do this, and fast.
I mean, there is no reason. We have this capacity.
Some of these policies include huge government spending bills like the CHIPS Act, which would allocate over $50 billion government dollars to companies that produce microchips here in the United States.
I like how Johnny Harris says Nigeria wants to rely less on the global market and on its own domestic goods is a bad thing. Yeah. So what you're saying is because of the Revolutionary War, we don't have universal health care? What? I'm not saying that, but that's an interesting way to approach the subject. Anyway,
instead of in Asia, where the free market had pulled them to set up. This is also happening in other industries that the government has deemed vital, like critical minerals, cars, and clean energy. But they're not just giving subsidies, like it's not just government money washing down on all these industries. It's also barriers. Biden is imposing tariffs on imports, which protects domestic producers of certain industries because they no longer have to compete with the global market. They're also banning American
Yeah, except if you don't have domestic producers, then you're just cooking.
Companies from selling certain products to China. They're increasing.
Don't we have like, this part is crazy. Don't we already have like a version of this with Japan, for example? Like with Japanese vehicles, like pickup trucks, directly due to, you know, American lobbying. That's why the Japanese pickup trucks that you see in the United States of America, like the Tacomas, are basically like Americanized. That's why you can't get the K trucks unless they're like super old, or that's why you can't get that's why you don't have like the Japanese pickup trucks that are very different everywhere else. Yeah, Toyota Hilux is the original Nissan Skyline was banned. No, but the OG is the Toyota Hilux. Tacoma, the Toyota Tacoma is the Americanized version of the Toyota pickup trucks, the Toyota Hilux. Oh yeah, it's the chicken tax. The chicken tax is a 25% tariff on light trucks imported to the U.S. The United States imposed a tariff in 1964 in an executive order issued by President Lyndon Johnson as retaliation for European tariffs on American chicken imports. In the years since then, trade barriers have fallen, and the average U.S. tariff rate on industrial imports stands at 2% as of 2022, according to U.S. government figures. But the chicken tax still stands. The original order slapped a 25% tariff on potato starch, dextrin, and brandy, as well as light trucks. In the intervening decades, the other products were stripped out, but the tariff on the light trucks imports remains. Wonder why. Meanwhile, the American auto industry was suffering a trade crisis of its own. Imports of Volkswagen cars surged in the early 60s. Americans embraced the Beetle and its cousin Type 2 van. The situation was dire enough that U.S. automakers of the United Auto Workers Union brought the issue to the German auto imports to the presidential bargaining table. President Johnson was trying to persuade Walter Reuther, president of the United Auto Workers, not to call a strike just before the 1964 election. The president also wanted union support for his civil rights agenda. He got what he wanted in return for including light trucks in the chicken tax. Volkswagen sales of trucks and vans in the U.S. plummeted. I think it's also for homologation reasons. Imports are imports. It's not designed for sale in the U.S., and it's an import, and it's not properly homologated. There's a 25-year import ban. I could be wrong, though. No, you're right about the 25-year import ban on Toyota Hiluxes, at least. And K trucks, too, I think. Lobbying the auto industry has kept the tax alive all these years. Homologation is the granting of an approval by an official authority. Homologation. Homologation. Fuck! Stop! My brain hurts. I'm stupid. Okay, let's get back to the gay inflation.
Increasing scrutiny on any investment that comes in from places like China. Like, this is a big shift. And the question is, what happened? How did we get from this free trade heyday that was supposed to usher in world peace to this?
Markets have been whipsawed all morning and now afternoon by this ongoing trade war with China.
The short answer is one word. The answer to all of this: protection. Here's my list of 4 protections that best explain this big shift in economic policy. First, workers, which we already kind of talked about briefly with the China shock. For all the winners of the global economy, there were lots of losers, and a lot of them were communities who found themselves out of work as their jobs.
If only when we were dealing with these kinds of trade deals, not even with respect to China, but in general, if there was like some way to ensure that workers, or at least like labor unions at the time, had a say in what like workers' protections had to be implemented that were comparable. I'm just saying that is a thing you could do, right? Because notice how the trade protections that we just talked about with the chicken tax, including light trucks, existed. That's because that was not just done at the benefit of the UAW and the auto workers, but also specifically done at the benefit or at the behest of capital owners. That's why the lobbying continued. That's why the real lobbying that occurred there was done by not just labor unions, but instead by capital owners, the real important people in this conversation. Okay? something to consider, something to remember, because the reality is when you do these kinds of trade, when you do these kinds of free trade contracts, you can do it in a way that where you actually manage how competitive the other country is. You can just like set rules. You can set rules that ensure that the Western-backed companies or the Western companies that open up in these manufacturing facilities or take advantage of these manufacturing facilities are still making sure that the trade is beneficial for the other nation as well, and that it doesn't have to be like, you know, Chinese-style governance for it to be beneficial for the other country. You can also set standards for labor. We do it for other environmental stuff. You know what I mean? We do it for other like environmental regulation from time to time. Problem is, free trade means, you know, steal as much as you can from the poorer country.
Went to cheaper overseas locations. Now listen, economists argue as to how big of a problem this actually was, and you can read all about it in my sources. But the point is that closed factories and unemployed communities in the Rust Belt have a major psychological effect on people who fear that their jobs might just disappear, either abroad or be taken over by AI.
Remember, Johnny Harris did a fucking whole ass video talking about how Iraq was not invaded because of its state-controlled oil extraction industry. So that's just like, I mean, that's like so reductive in many ways, right? That it, like the average American knows about it, and the average American is a fucking dumbass, and even they are like, oh, we invaded Iraq for oil, right? It's true, we did. And yet Johnny Harris is like, actually, that's not the case. Even though Dick Cheney in 1994 was writing fucking letters to Congress talking about how we must privatize the Iraqi oil fields and was already planning on how to parse out the oil fields in Iraq to American corporations, which ended up suspiciously playing out in exactly the designs that the American government and the Chamber of Commerce had made years prior to actually invading Iraq. I wonder how that happened. But of course, don't think about that. It's just, there's other reasons. It's because George W. Bush was really vindictive and was upset that, you know, daddy was being embarrassed, and that's why he did it, actually. That must be the real reason why when we invaded Iraq, the only fucking ministry that we defended was the energy ministry and nowhere else. The only ministry that remained standing was literally the energy ministry. How'd that happen? I wonder why. Anyway, let's continue.
So the government is trying to calm people down by pumping money into certain sectors to keep jobs in America. The next big realization about the global economy, it doesn't really care much about how much carbon it pumps into our atmosphere. Our world is barreling towards a very real climate crisis, and governments realize they're gonna have to force the market to get serious about things like electric cars, solar panels, and other green infrastructure. The free market is not going to incentivize this, and if it doesn't happen, we're gonna have a much bigger problem on our hands. One of the best parts—
What the fuck? Stop talking about politics, please and thank you. What should I do, Hashi Baba?
Of the global economy is that our products get made by materials that are being tossed around the globe at the perfect time, at the perfect place, to all come together to be made into a final product, all to arrive at a shelf at some store so that we can purchase it. These supply chains are insane, and they cross the entire planet. And it works great until the world shut down in a global pandemic, leaving people around the world without the products that they either needed or just kind of got used to having. Again, economists argue about how big of a deal this was. A lot of them are like, no, the supply chains held up really well during COVID. But regardless of what some academic economist is saying at MIT, all of us are left with a pretty bad taste in our mouth about supply chains after COVID. The system—
It's so funny to literally make a 21-minute video about how free trade is really beneficial for everybody, as a matter of fact, and then also try to hit the like populist tone at the 16-minute mark right at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? Where there's a 3-minute ad break. It's just like, you can't fucking literally write the most like pro-academic, pro-neoliberal capitalist video and then be like, yeah, but these academics are saying the supply chain, the supply chain actually held up quite well, but we know what it's really like. Am I right? You know? Yeah, that's right. The supply chain will allow you to get a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a fucking Twitch Prime where you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month, and use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That's how I delivered it to you through the supply chain.
Feels too fragile. A lot of us feel too reliant on a fragile system of faraway global connections that could be rocked at any moment, which has led to these protectionist policies that these governments hope will bring supply chains back inside of their borders. Okay, finally, and perhaps the most important explanation in all of this, is that Bill Clinton was totally wrong. Free trade.
So he's saying all this is just because people are too stupid to understand how awesome free trade is.
Didn't incentivize China into a democratic revolution. The world did not join together.
What the fuck? Yo! Wait. Oh my god. Dude, why can't this be treated like with the same level of disrespect that like QAnoners are treated with? Why? Like why is this not as laughable? Like people love laughing at like QAnon supporters and shit. But then when someone goes, free trade is going to bring about a democratic revolution in China, it's like, I don't understand.
Is that Bill Clinton was totally wrong. Free trade didn't incentivize China into a democratic revolution. The world did not join together in one big free trade.
It's just like, for me, when I look at this stuff, like all the anti-materialist analysis comes across like it's no different than someone explaining to me the plot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, dude, Bill Clinton was honest and earnest when he said, like, free trade is going to fucking make China a democracy, which it isn't right now. You know what I mean? But it actually will be. And it's not because, like, Bill Clinton wanted to, just like every other fucking president before him, just like every other president after him, just wanted to make products cheaper so that there was a higher profit margin for American and Western capital owners. Like there's, and that the reason why he said that is because he wanted to sell it to the dummies who didn't even give a shit really and didn't care and didn't even think about it. It was just for the dummies who read the New York Times to be like, oh, that's right, this is actually a good reason. There is a good real reason for this. Yeah, I too think that China will democratize as a consequence of the free trade. Isn't that right, honey? It's like that's the only people that heard that. That was the message for those people. It wasn't for like some fucking dude in a steel mill in Pittsburgh going, hell yeah, that's the reason I love democratizing China. I know industry has left my city and now it's a ghost town, but fuck, man, China got a democracy. That's why I keep voting for the Democratic Party, baby.
Trade market, too entangled to fight with each other. In fact, quite the opposite has happened.
Relations between the world's 2 largest economies are at their most tense in years.
After joining the global economy, China got really rich really fast. They've kind of started to challenge the US at its own game. And now they have one.
No, this is literally the Trump. This is the Trump policy that was like too far right for other capitalist Americans who vote for the Republican Party consistently. What Johnny Harris is right now saying is literally the reason why Republicans want Ron DeSantis to be the president. Okay, they want Ron DeSantis to be the candidate. This exact thing. Trump's attitude towards China is unironically it plays a major role in the minds of capital owners in America that are otherwise very right wing. Okay.
One of the biggest militaries on the planet, and they use that military to assert their influence around their region.
Hurry, defend China. Look, I'm sorry, man, but if you defend fucking Norway and Sweden and all these other countries, but then you look at China and you say, no, that's actually unacceptable, they're like really bad and they're villains, like you're kind of missing the point. I at least defend Norway and all these other fucking countries when it comes to their own economic governance and say America should move in that direction.
Region. They use their newfound wealth to project influence around the world by building stuff or giving loans to people. And they're kind of trying to dethrone the United States as the one.
China is authoritarian, not defendable. You're right.
Who's calling the shot.
I mean, China is authoritarian. That much is 100% true. However, its citizens seemingly like their own government better than we do, better than we like ours. China is an authoritarian government, I say. Unlike the United States of America, which is not authoritarian at all and perfectly free.
Shots on the global economic order. I made a whole video about this that you can go watch if you want, but the big point here is that the US is worried about the rapid rise of their rival across the ocean. especially when the rise of that rival is in part fueled by American technology.
Because if they speak out against their government, they go to jail. Yeah, no, that's why their metrics are objectively metrics by Western standards, like Western studies conducted in China that have no interest in making China look good or making the Chinese governors look good, have found that there is 90% support or close to 90% support for the government. And that's because everybody loves when you fucking jail people that don't say they love the government. It could be that. I'm sure that accounts, like fear accounts for a certain percentage on these arguments, right? I'm not going to discount that at all. Or there's probably another reason, and that is economic prosperity that like every Chinese person has seen in their lifetimes, leading them to legitimately believe that the government has improved their lives by massive margins, which is objectively the truth. So what's up? Say one good thing about America. I love American free speech, baby. That allows me to be able to say whatever the fuck I want without being truly afraid of being jailed. You know what I mean?
Specifically, these little silicon chips, microchips, that make weapons smart, and that will be the brains that power the AI revolution.
Yet.
A lot of Joe Biden's protectionist policies are actually just aimed right at China, trying to stop them from using our own tech to get ahead of us. Again, I made an entire video about microchips. You can go to that. I've kind of made a video about a lot of these things. But yeah, Joe Biden is also trying to get the supply chains for these microchips out of China's neighborhood, meaning out of Taiwan, bringing them back inside our borders to places like New Albany, Ohio, nice and safe in the middle of our continent. So you're going to see a lot more moments like this with American presidents or politicians with hard hats on speaking at construction sites.
Folks, we need to make
I
these
don't have
chips.
an issue with this. I don't have an issue with this at all. I think this is good. I think we should manufacture things in the United States of America. I do. It's just that we should also add additional safeguards on top of that to ensure that the manufacturing facilities are also working at the behest of the workers and not necessarily just capital owners.
Right here in America to bring down everyday cost and create good jobs. America's back and America's leading the way.
This last point is kind of a brutal recognition for a lot of people, including me, to be honest, that our theory that we would all be more peaceful if we were more economically entangled is kind of wrong, at least for now. In fact, these economic entanglements are looking like they might turn into tools of conflict as opposed to preventers of conflict. Like China.
Yeah, America loves free trade so much that they had to go to the Netherlands to be like, if you give China your new semiconductor processing technology, we will do things that are not necessarily favorable to you. Okay? If you do that, which is in the name of free trade, I order you to not do that. Has a policy of not covering breaking news, by the way. Who, me? Do you think that this is breaking news? The only thing breaking is your brain, I think. What the fuck? Breaking news. America's building facilities under the Brandon regime. What is the breaking part about this, and what is the news about this even? Breaking news, America good, China bad. I agree.
China has a near monopoly on a lot of the rare earth elements that we need to make a ton of very important products, including military weapons. And if push comes to shove, they could very realistically use this as leverage and cut us off in the exact same way that we cut them off microchips. I mean, this just happened. Vladimir Putin turned off the pipelines that pumped natural gas into Europe, the gas that is needed to heat the homes and run the factories, showing us that
Yeah, that definitely didn't, that's why Europe is heatless. And Europe definitely never actually figured out other ways around getting Russian gas into Europe.
Economic entanglements can actually be a weapon, and flipping this whole theory on its head. But yeah, Joe Biden is pouring money into bringing production home, and he has a lot of support from all sides of the aisle. This is like economic nationalism. The government is getting involved to undo some of what the free market did in its heyday, which was to distribute production of stuff where it made the most economic sense, not where it protected people.
Not me.
China bad, US not as bad. Why is the controversial take in this chat, Lamau? Because it's just objectively untrue. That's it. That's the reason why it's not a controversial take in this. Or that's the reason why it's a controversial take in this chat. It's ridiculous and also objectively untrue, and I will stand by that. Does not mean that like America has better civil liberties. That's insane. Yeah, it's insane to you. America has better civil liberties. America, as the hegemonic superpower, gives certain allowances to people like myself to be able to shit talk the government. Okay? But as far as like the death and destruction that the United States of America has dealt at the global level as the hegemonic power is incomprehensible in comparison to China. You get fucking mad about Hong Kong, right? And there are authoritarian elements in China taking over Hong Kong in its entirety and implementing extradition policies, right? However, this pales in comparison to like, I don't know, fucking what we've done in Hawaii, Puerto Rico being a current territory. You never compare it from like the American metric. You don't apply the same criticism that you apply to China as you do to America. And this is before we even talk about the war on terror, okay? Many fucking coup d'etats. And for the record, China never coup a country. Also not necessarily true. China definitely also, as a regional player, engages in not destabilization or what they consider to be an act of stability. Also, I don't like China sterilizing an ethnic minority. This is not equivalent to Puerto Rico. Yes, many wars were unjustified. No, you're just doing copium. You're looking at Xinjiang, and you're saying that the cultural genocide of the Uyghurs, which was completely unacceptable, and I do agree with, I guess, anyone that would be critical of that, you're comparing that as the most evil thing a country can do, and comparing it to possibly the Holocaust even, which would be Holocaust revisionism regardless, while simultaneously overlooking the fact that America literally did the war on terror, which pound for pound, significantly worse for the fucking planet. Therefore, if you were to analyze what China did in Xinjiang, which was fucking unacceptable, okay, re-education camps, and claiming that they were doing it simply to deal with separatists. It was an act of collective punishment upon an entire fucking group of people. Okay, but the idea that the horrifying nature of China's cultural genocide in Xinjiang with respect to the Uyghur Muslims, okay, that they consider to be separatists, is anywhere equivalent to like what Israel, our ally, an extension of the United States, is doing in fucking Gaza is fucking wrong. The notion that also we did not I know, I like that you also mentioned China sterilizing an ethnic minority and then said this is not equivalent to Puerto Rico. We literally did sterilize Puerto Rican women, and also we did sterilize the indigenous population. So and we continued to do so, as a matter of fact. We had hysterectomies in ICE facilities literally like under the Trump administration. So the idea that like that did not happen in America is just simply because you're either misguided or unfamiliar with the process. We also kind of are the fathers of the eugenicist movement to begin with, and did a lot of shit that even Nazi Germany looked at and was like, that's pretty pog. I like that. I'm going to implement that in my own way, like Jim Crow laws. So, you know, America has done it's just a whole bunch of awful nonsense. Okay? Gaza is awful, and I wish Biden would have more backbone. I just dislike China's authoritarianism, and I don't like celebrating that country. Yeah, brother. The point is, the point isn't about celebrating China, or the point isn't about me dick riding China or having a boner for China, as a matter of fact. Because notice how I already criticized China on the mistreatment and cultural genocide of Uyghur Muslims. Notice how I also criticize China on having authoritarian control over what kind of speech is allowed and what kind of speech is not allowed. Notice how I even talked briefly about how China does engage with regional actors in an effort to maintain stability and will fund and facilitate certain groups. These are all criticisms of China. The difference, however, is that you said, I'm dick riding China for things that I would also celebrate in Norway or other social democratic countries. And for those things, they do absolutely deserve praise. They do. In the same exact way that other social democracies in Western nations that have their own personal bloody hands, I guess, with capital extraction from African countries and whatnot, is not all that different. The only difference there is one is the scary yellow terror, the other is white people, and they're not as scary because they're just like us. And I love them, and I'm not afraid of them in the same way that I am afraid of China. That's the difference. It's just a double standard. And it's one that is like incredibly popular, and it's basically baked into the American consciousness as a consequence of China genuinely becoming a superpower in the world, one that is competitive with the United States of America in an incredibly short period of time. Just look on the other side. You were criticizing America's actions, but also praising its free speech. Exactly. I do like their trains. Have a good rest of the stream. No, what do you mean? Why are you fucking leaving when I say this? Yes, we did have eugenics and reproductive coercion in Puerto Rico. Starting in the 1950s, Puerto Rican women were coerced into sterilization and used as test subjects in developing the modern birth control pill. But like, for the record, it's just my major point of contention was with what the chatter originally said, okay? Which was China bad, U.S. not as bad. That's not true. China bad, U.S. definitely worse, okay? There are certain aspects of Chinese governance that are good that America should also apply. And there are certain things that the Chinese government does that America does all the time that is just as bad, but probably not as bad as the way that America does it, in the way that America has serialized it and turned it into a fucking machine of death and destruction. That's it. This is genuinely problematic for a lot of people for some reason. All countries do a bunch of horrifying nonsense. Every single state has, there's not a single state, I guess maybe Cuba, that is like as close to decent. Okay, but every single state has a shit ton of awful nonsense that they engage in. Okay? Anyway, you can't just compare evil and weigh it against each other. Yes, I can, because I did. And I do all the time, as a matter of fact. Like, for example, when I talk about Gaza and say that the treatment of Palestinians in Gaza and the treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank are genuinely worse than the treatment of black people in America and even black people during the Jim Crow South. And this is an objectively true comparison between two different atrocities. But it's true. This does not mean that black people in Jim Crow South were fucking doing great. They certainly were not. However, having said that, they still absolutely are comparatively doing better than Palestinian people in Gaza or Palestinian people in the West Bank. And as a matter of fact, I've said time and time again that if the conditions in the Israeli apartheid regime turned into the Jim Crow South, which is not dissimilar to the way that Palestinian citizens of Israel are treated right now, maybe a little bit better than Jim Crow South, I would say, for the Palestinian citizens of Israel, with the exception of like being able to purchase land where there are Jews in Jewish neighborhoods. That's not allowed. But beyond that, there are, some better amenities, I guess. For example, you have Arabs in positions of power every now and then symbolically. But my point is, if all Palestinians under the Israeli occupation were treated like the Palestinian citizens of Israel or treated like black people were in the Jim Crow South, this would be considered a genuine improvement on their lives. It's something I've talked about quite a bit. That's it. Anyway.
We will invent it in America and make it in America. And we're going to make sure we include all of America.
So that's where we're at. The world is reacting to some weaknesses that they see in the global free trade system. They're putting up barriers in the name of protection. And no one's really sure what that means. Like, it's kind of hard to not look at this and draw some parallels with the 1930s, when a series of economic crises led countries to put up trade barriers in the name of protection, which then led to ever greater economic strife, leading to unrest and eventually culminating in the Second World War. But don't read too far into that. I'm not trying to do one of those things where I'm like, every 100 years, history repeats itself. That's not what I think is happening here. But there's some similarities that we should probably just keep an eye on. A suite of crises that make us turn inward, that surge populism and economic nationalism, and the rise of tensions between great powers. Hey, before you go, I need to tell you one last thing, which is that
Damn, fire. You know what else is fire, though? Oh, we got this. We covered this. Here's Andrew Schultz ripping into fucking Fresh and Fit. Myron, you are a sensitive, talentless, bottom-feeding grifter. Your life's work is renting women and regurgitating other people's talking points. Your arms are not developed enough for the T-shirts you wear, and your co-host is pimping you. Merry Christmas. Because Myron Gaines said Andrew Schultz and Akash Singh are some of the biggest snakes on YouTube. Fuck them and their whole team at Flagrant. Why are they saying that? Because apparently this happened.
My man from Fresh and Fit was like, yo, damn, yo, that dude still hating on us, man.
Wait, what's up with Fresh and Fit? Are they still doing it?
They cooling.
But are they still doing the pod?
Yeah, of course you mean they're still doing it. You not watching?
I didn't know that they're still doing the pod.
Where can you think they died?
Damn, dude. That's rough. As I know from personal experience, if there's one thing that these guys fucking hate is when you call them irrelevant, okay? When you say they are not relevant enough to pay attention to, they lose their fucking minds. Why do I know this? Because I've done it many times over.
No, I don't know. Maybe
they got demonetized. You know, it was a minor setback for a major comeback. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, don't laugh like that. That was disrespectful. Right?
They're talking about Fresh and Fit, the Misogyny Bros podcast. Ironically, I think part of the reason why Fresh and Fit is like no longer as poppin' is because they kind of popped off early on by being super edgy and saying like, you know, women are bitches or whatever. And then there was like a ton of copycat podcasts that just flooded the marketplace. So then it just like flopped big time because now you could go to someone who's not as fucking stupid as Fresh and Fit, I guess. Like The Yard. Yes, I'm talking about The Yard, the greatest misogyny podcast of all time. Fed and Fat. Oh my God. It's true. Anne, kapıdan benim yemeğimi verir misin? Bana uzatır mısın yemeğimi? Yeni yemek aldım. Anyway, let's finish this.
No, but tell us, so what's going on? Like, are they still, but they're still doing the pod?
They're still doing the pod, man.
That's
you know,
fire,
they got some different monetization strategies. You know,
what else are they working on? What's their different monetization strategies?
Yo, what's up with y'all, man?
Yo, what's their different monetization strategies?
Nah, hold on, man. I don't like how y'all. I feel like y'all been.
You brought them up. I ain't bring them up. You brought them up. Don't be upset at us for shit you bring
like
up.
Y'all praying on my man's downfall.
Praying on downfall? You asked me if we watched their podcast. I'm a 40-year-old man who's happy. Why would I watch that podcast?
Oh, shit.
I only watch it when I'm fighting with my wife. I'll be like, these guys get me. These guys understand, bro. They understand women.
4 days every month that I watch that shit.
Damn.
Yo,
4 days every month.
On the red days. On the red days.
Red day, I'm red pill.
No, but for real, can you still watch it? Do they have their own website? Or how do you watch
on
the
YouTube
pod?
still? What do you think it's at?
I thought the podcast got taken off YouTube.
No, got demonetized. That's the new way.
What does that mean?
That's so funny. That is such a fun. Okay, that's some comedian shit right there. Okay, that was such a good bar. Even from like the whole I'm a 40-year-old man who's happy. Why the fuck would I watch him? But specifically when he said I watch him only when I'm angry at my wife. That's a great fucking joke, and it's so fucking off the cuff. Octennial millennial. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Funnily enough, Flagrant is how I discovered you. Wait, really? I got fucking like long-term community subs after appearing on the Flagrant podcast? That's crazy. I should do that shit again. Highest piss maxing injury. Thank you for the 10 gift the subs. I don't even know what that means.
Hello and welcome back.
Oh, wait, before I do that. So then that's the reason why Myron got mad. So he said this, to which Myron responded, Grifter, I've saved thousands of men from suicide, helped them get in shape, invest and create wealth, attract their dream girls, and live better lives. What have you done? Be born with a silver spoon in your mouth? And oh my God, he went with the fucking read more. He wrote so much, bro. You're owned at that point. That's so sad. Dude, I told this guy one time to his fucking face that he's too irrelevant for me to debate him. And since then, he always is like rage posting apparently at the gym, calling me the fucking F word and shit. At like 2 a.m. He's like fantasizing at the gym about me and Ethan. That's weird, man. I just said, get your numbers up. That's all I said. Look, I'm on a fucking downtrend too, you know? I feel you, brother. It happens. You want me. Unlike you, we didn't have to suck any industry dick from Joe Rogan or Charlemagne to grow. Since my arms aren't developed, how about you stop being an internet tough guy and put us some boxing gloves? Let's see how many jokes you can make with a swollen face. Yeah, dude, this is when you're fucking perfectly sound. You know what I mean? It's like, Oh, yeah, dude? You made fun of me? I'll fucking punch you in the face, dog. Like, what are you, a fucking caveman? Yeah, look. Fresh and fit. I could be watching Lazan, but I'm lifting weights at 2 a.m., bro. I could be watching Lazan, F-word Abi, or Lethan Declines L3 podcast, but I'm here instead. Why would you be watching us at 2 a.m. at night? Wait, stop. Kyle, that's not food for you, fatty. Nope. Don't even start with me. Ma'am, what are you looking at? What are you looking at? I will bite your face. I swear to God. Yeah, you better get down. Do not call my daughter fat. I gave birth to her. Okay. I literally gave birth to her. I put her into this world. I could take her out. Okay? Right. She came out of my body. Mpreg. It's true. Anyway. So, Michael Nolan says, my political ideology is whatever bans this and ostracizes whoever made it. Also, we got Hogwatch for the Trump thing, which we're going to look at, but I want to see this first.
That we know about you. You love to get up and dance. How about you break out those moves for your two biggest fans? If you're not sure what to choose, think about all the things you like to do. Just be you.
Just be me?
Yep. When you're trying to decide, think about all the things you like to do. Just be you.
Just be me.
Thing that we know about you. You love to get up and dance. How about you break out those moves for your two biggest fans?
I don't get it. What's the problem with this?
If you're not sure what to choose, think about.
Like, what is he angry about? Like, he's like, is it because, like, these are two gay parents? I mean, there's a lot of stuff to be mad about, I guess, if you're a fucking idiot. You have gay dads. One's black. Scary. So, right off the bat, miscegenation, bad. Gay, evil. And then, like, I guess their child, they're saying to their child, like, hey, you can be what you want to be. Which is, of course, objectionable to the highest degree. Because God forbid, you know what I mean? Like, for example, in the future, when I have a son or a daughter, and he or she, or fucking they, right? They say that they want to be an astronaut, I'll be like, no, you're not, you fucking idiot. You're too stupid. You're a dumb moron. You're never going to be a fucking astronaut. Shut the fuck up. That's what I'm going to say. Because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what good parenting is about. Good parenting is about telling your children they ain't shit. And they'll never be shit. That's what I think. I'm a Republican. And this is the right kind of parenting. For a lot of parents, conservative parents, if they see a boy wearing a shirt that's scary, why? Have you never seen children? Like, what the fuck? Like, who gives a fuck? They're a baby, dog. What are you, stupid? Who fucking cares? Let him wear the goddamn skirt, dumbass. Who gives a shit? What if they are gay or trans? Like, what? Who gives a shit? What's wrong with you? You know? Problem is you can't stop that. That's not how this works. We're talking about kids relax. What do you mean we're talking about kids relax? What? Like, what do you think happened? You think a gay adult was a straight child and then they got homified? Like, what do you mean? Like, every gay adult was a straight child at one point, okay? Is that what you think? Are you fucking stupid? No, they were a gay-ass kid too. Have you ever seen a gay-ass kid? They're gay as hell, dog. Let me tell you. You can fucking tell sometimes, okay? The notion that you can't tell is silly. There's some gay-ass fucking kids out there, and you see him, and you're like, oh, that's a gay kid. That's going to be a gay adult one day, okay? It's like, what do you think happened? What do you think happens? People are just, like, fundamentally oblivious to this shit, and they just think, like, yeah, if we just hide the truth, if we just hide the truth from kids, like, they just... I guess they'll never discover that, like, homosexuality exists. Like, what do you think? Like, these guys literally aren't going, you're gay, son. Son, you're gay. You're a homosexual child. They're not saying that. They're just saying you could be whatever you want to be. So what? What if the kid's like, I want to be gay as fuck, Dad? And then what are you supposed to do in that situation? You're supposed to be like, all right, when the right time comes, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But right now, you're a baby. So dance with your fucking little tutu. And then, we'll cross that fucking bridge when we get there. Okay? What the fuck? There's a fucking kid. They don't know shit. Exactly, which is why you're supposed to tell them you can be whatever you want to be. What do you mean? That's my point. You can't say my point back to me and act like you're disagreeing with me. Yeah, just like let them be fucking kids, dumbass. What do you mean? They're kids, they don't know shit, which is why I have to tell them exactly what they're gonna do. As long as it's not hurting anybody, who gives a fuck? Like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, you're gonna have a kid one day. Your kid's like, I want to be a firefighter. You're like, fuck you, you fucking idiot. No, you're not. You're gonna be an accountant for a Big Four firm. Okay, you're gonna go to a goddamn college. You're gonna go, suck off every goddamn fucking PricewaterhouseCooper, McKinsey consultancy, the job offer at the job fair that you can, and eventually you're gonna fucking slave away at one of the Big Four firms. Fuck you. Is that what you want? You think that's the best thing to do? What if your kid wanted to be a cop? Absolutely not. I said not hurting anyone. My kid says I want to be a cop, Dad. I'm going to be like, nope, no, you're not. Nope. I said not hurting anybody. Job-wise, if my dumbass child was like, I want to be a cop, Dad, I'd be like, nope, abortion time. Also, I'm a firm believer in cop phrenology, and I have literally the opposite of a cop dome. So there ain't no fucking way my son is going to be a cop. Just saying. Think about that. Developing funny story on Twitter. What is this? My name is Maxon, and I'm here to say the Merkava tanks is safe in every way. So the person who wrote this finds Rafat al-Harrir's poetry banal and formulaic. Jewish detractors of Israel. Israel's Jewish detractors. Do you remember remorse? How does it feel to be traitors? Low is the price of your voice. Jewish self-hatred runs rampant when Israel is under attack. Israel emerges triumphant, breaking her enemy's back. Jewish detractors, can Israel manage without your brain cells? Yes, undeniably, easily. What, did he just give up on rhyming? What's happening? You, who so openly, eagerly, side with the enemies of Israel, how can you live with yourselves? He just gave up. He just gave up. Oh my God, there's more. An election lament. The ancient senator from Vermont is so desperate to win, he opened a second front and joined Hezbollah and its kin. The senior senator from Mass is also very keen to get the nomination, her morass, taxing the rich to please the rest. This is the worst thing I've ever read. It's so fucking sick. The valiant mayor of South Bend, Indiana's north where hunters roam, is living like a Bedouin, campaigning all the way to Rome. That old Pennsylvania horse, Ukraine's friend, Ukraine's foe. His fist is strong, his voice is hoarse. He flies a secret UFO. What? What's the secret? What is it? Who's he talking about? The only Amy Klobuchar is ready to balkanize the world. Her bluntness and Midwestern charm are paid for with the farmer's woes. Okay, I'm beginning to notice a trend with the way that he's writing his poems, where the first 3 verses rhyme, and then he gives up by the 4th. Like, he has a limit to how many fucking paragraphs or how many. He literally rhymes like half the way, and then he just gives up on rhyming and just starts writing shit. Is that a common form? Is it? I don't understand. So what is it? Like, the technique is that you just stop rhyming? Like, I don't know shit about poetry, but I feel like, why are you giving up? Like, what the fuck happened? It's not a sonnet. ABAD. The last time people made fun of art this bad, it resulted in one of the worst genocides in history, so I will keep my silence. Oh! So how do we defeat the Trump? How we his machinations stop? Oh, Michael Bloomberg, lift your rump and drink democracy's last drop. Yo! Yo! What? First of all, he's like, I don't get it. He's isn't he a Zionist? Like, what the fuck does he care about Donald Trump, defeating Donald Trump? Donald Trump is like the most popular politician in Israel, dog. What the fuck do you mean? This bitch won a Guggenheim. Normally I mute any tweet that gets more than like a couple hundred likes, but I'm letting this one roll. Everyone is being too funny. Wow. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh, that's crazy. I feel this is kind of anti-Semitic by making it seem like Jewish poets can't rhyme. Dude, Israel in so many ways is so embarrassing. Like, I legitimately, I just don't understand why people ride for it so fucking hard in America. Like, brother, we got some of the funniest motherfuckers out here, some of the best artists, okay? And then some of those guys turn around and they're like, no, dog, you don't understand. Israel's the fucking shit. I love it. It's like, bro, you literally are, like, even Jerry Seinfeld, okay? Gross dude, allegedly a pedophile, okay? Allegedly. But, like, still made Seinfeld, right? I mean, he made Seinfeld. Like, that's huge. That's huge. Obviously, got carried by Larry David. But it's like, for me, it's like you made some good shit, Seinfeld's not funny. Larry David is. Look, all I'm saying is, because the Jews on the media, great stuff, man. Thank you. I know you're joking, but you're still going to catch a fucking clap there. Yeah. Motherfuckers be like, Jews own the media, and then they look at Israel and they're like, oh my God, this is the media. Never mind, I take it back, okay? There is no Jews owning the media when you look at Israel and you look at the fucking product that they're putting out, okay? Seinfeld kind of mid if you're not white. Okay, well, I can't speak on that. Israel's media is so shit, dude. It's so fucking shit. It's just so bad. It's shocking. It's shockingly bad. But I guess it's not all that shocking when you think about, like, fascist art. Like, it's like if you put, like, all the Breitbart editors together, if you put all the Breitbart editors together to, like, join in unison to make, like, SNL, you know what I mean? It sucks. How can you deny they don't own the media, Lamar? Just look at every CEO. That's so funny. Yeah, totally, man. Yeah. Just look at every CEO. They're all Jewish. It's such a funny thing to say in the United States of America, which is the most WASP-dominated fucking country. Clearly, India owns the media if we go by CEOs. Yeah. Everybody needs to be on the lookout for the Indian ownership of American companies. It's like really fucking really scary about what's going on out here. All right. What does WASP mean? White Anglo-Saxon Protestants. It's so funny that, like, none of these dudes and their, like, ethnic background ever factor in to literally anything ever. Because you might be Indian, you might be Jewish, you might be Chinese, Japanese, Korean, you might be a WASP. Ultimately, you're just a capitalist, okay? And you're always going to operate on the boundaries of capitalism. You're always going to want to increase shareholder value. That's it. That's the only thing you give a fuck about. The notion that, like, Jews are a fucking monolith is so stupid. There is no monolith. There is no monolith amongst the American Jewish population. There's no better example of this than looking at the Jewish American demographics and support for Israel and support for Palestine. When you look at American Jews and you look at the demographic breakdown of support for Palestine over support for Israel, you literally find the almost identical breakdown of support. 18 to 35, Jewish Americans between the ages of 18 to 35 have the almost exact same demographic breakdown and support for Palestine over support for Israel as the rest of the fucking country. How did that happen? How did that happen? I thought Jews were a monolith. What's going on? Turns out maybe that's not the case. You sound like a fucking idiot when you say shit. What? Sound like a fucking idiot when you say shit like that. Anyway, let's see what this guy's saying.
California, but we also got. Well, it looks like we not only got California, but we also got Colorado. Colorado.
Oh, he didn't even like that. He's like Colorado. Oh, never mind. This guy's name is the Druid of Trumpism.
Clearly a communist bunch of motherfuckers want to take people's right to vote away. No, they're just as bad or worse than California, actually. But the lines are being drawn. I hope Florida and Texas go through with their promise to take Biden off the ballot. Let's see who's on what side, and let's draw them lines. Let's go to war. Fuck it. There's no other answer to this shit. This shit has got to be completely wiped. Start over, go from the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, period. And if you violate that shit, you go to prison for life if you're a politician, period. Period. There's no fucking ways around it. That's what happens. The bare minimum. I personally think they ought to hang the motherfuckers, but...
Wait. Okay. Wait, I don't think he realizes he's advocating to kill Trump. Like, he's literally advocating to execute Trump. What the fuck? Like, yeah, if you violate the Bill of Rights or the Constitution, you should go fucking get executed if you're a politician. It's like, okay, I mean, I'm with you, but like a lot of your favorite politicians are going to get fucking executed, dog. Jews are a monolith. What does that mean? It means that monolith means like they all operate and move. A group of individuals operate and move with the same intention, always and forever, unconditionally. Which is not correct. Isn't that the idea behind all moving to Israel? Yeah. This guy said, what do you call it? This guy said all Jewish people move to Israel. Yeah, that's why there's only there's like almost the same number of Jewish people in America as there are in Israel. You know, famously. It's pretty funny to be like, yeah, all Jews live in Israel, dog. And it's like, we live in America. What are you talking about? Until recently, this was literally, this country has had the largest number of Jewish people that outside of Israel in perpetuity, but certainly even like, I don't know, like a decade ago, I feel like America had more Jewish people than Israel did. Anyway.
I'm just sitting here waiting for that last straw to break the camel's back.
If you were disgusted last night by Colorado, you haven't seen anything yet, unfortunately. The left has thrown everything at this. They've done everything they possibly can, and Biden's numbers continue to plummet. So they're getting desperate. They're desperate. They're desperate as hell. They don't know what else to do. They can't really do another pandemic because then anybody who still doesn't understand it was intentional at this point, God only knows why, they still don't know, but some of them still don't, they would certainly know then. So they can't really do that. So trust me, they're about to show you what desperate, weak people will do. And it's going to be ugly. You're about to see what a caged animal looks like. Head on a swivel.
Damn, she nailed it. Democrats are going to do another pandemic just like they did a pandemic
without
already.
being super pissed off. And I'm not even pissed off because it's Donald Trump.
Remember what I said about like when you... Never mind.
I don't even know how to do this video without being super pissed off. And I'm not even pissed off because it's Donald Trump. I don't know how... I've done a video a few times.
Yeah, remember when I said about a gay child? You just know sometimes. I'm just bringing it up for no reason, dog.
Now, because the first couple times I beat up my phone... I'm sorry, boo-boo. I'm sorry. I know I beat up the phone a little bit.
Oh, no, he's... okay, never mind. He's openly gay.
A bunch. Listen, this is a problem because now... What happens in Colorado? So everybody who was going to vote for Donald Trump has no choice now? Do you see how this is does anybody see how this is a fucking problem? And to the liberals, Democrats, anybody in the middle, do you see how this is a fucking problem? Do you? Does anybody see how this is an issue? That they can literally take somebody, the only person that's leading right now, off the ballots for some bullshit blown out fucking reason, to make another person, another candidate, I wonder who, to win. After knowing that you're behind, Joe! You are behind!
Wait, I mean, technically, this is just for the primary. Obviously, if it's stuck, you could make this argument for the general, too, but, I mean, this ain't even for the fucking, this is for the primary. Like, what? Like, I don't think Trump is going up against Joe Brandon in the primary right now, you know? Biden is up by 20 points to Trump in Colorado. Yeah, because they took Trump off the ballots.
80% of Americans do not approve of you. So, I'll get rid of Donald. Get it.
Silly liberal. Doesn't understand.
Did Colorado just give the finger to at least 80 million Americans? Yep. Did Colorado just take away 80 million?
What the fuck? This guy's got the thickest this guy's got the butteriest voice of all time. Did Colorado give the middle finger to 80 million Americans? Yup. God damn, dude. Fucking crazy ass voice. In a different life, this guy is the corpse husband of the Midwest, you know what I mean?
Trump's constitutional right to be innocent until proven guilty? Yep. Did Colorado just use a Civil War era amendment to the Constitution, which was intended to prevent people from walking out of the Confederacy and walking into the halls of the Union government to stop anybody from having the opportunity to vote for Donald Trump? Yes, they did. Did Colorado just set the stage for all kinds of civil unrest and
Real, trust me, I'm a lawyer. I hope this guy's not a
Possibly, quite possibly, the next civil war? Yes, they did. Will the United States Supreme Court step in and strike this down? Probably. And regardless of what the United States Supreme Court does, we have now effectively and completely completed the split of this country into two pieces. Thank you, Colorado. I'm sure you're all too baked to realize what you've just done, but you pretty much signed the seal on the end of this nation.
I mean, these guys also always want like a civil war, so why are they complaining? I feel like this is your goal.
I just canceled our reservations for 2 weeks in Vail, Colorado. Not going to do it. Not going to do it ever again.
Never going back to Colorado. Turns out they got a whole bunch of liberal nonsense out there, dude. What the fuck?
Go somewhere else for this time. I hope you're going to join me and do the same.
I love this guy being like, we're doing a BDS on Colorado. Oh, you said the same thing. Yeah, BDS Colorado. Why? Because they took Donald Trump off the ballot. Oh, I miss the hogwash so much, man. Dude, this is my favorite. It's pretty funny to get this mad about it when you're like not in Colorado too.
Let's just stay away from there. They don't need us. They don't want us. Stay away.
What? I refuse to go along with all this without any other presidents also going on for their crimes against humanity. This is not a good thing. Bro, why are you taking it seriously? It's not even a thing, let alone a good thing or a bad thing. Like, what do you mean? Look, we all know all the presidents are fucking war criminals. Like, why are you taking this one seriously? Let's just have a little bit of fun watching the fucking psychotic American fascist movement fall apart, where you got like every HVAC small business owner fucking talking about how they're gonna do boycott, divestment, and sanctions of the state of Colorado. Okay, I mean that's objectively funny.
Democrats will get this desperate, but it's finally happened.
I gotta pee.
Breaking news. Donald Trump has been banned from the ballot in Colorado in 2024. This is election interference at the highest level. And like usual, it will backfire. Not only will Trump carry the Republican Party in the primary, Colorado, mark my words, is going to be going red in 2024. That's how this works. You ban someone from the ballot, the general public wonders why, they start to question you, they start to lose trust in you, and then they go the other way. Expect this to happen in 2024. Again, Donald Trump has now been banned in the state of Colorado from being on the ballot for the 2024 presidential election.
Hell yeah, baby.
Well, here we are.
Ooh, this is my favorite type. I got that Brandussy. Talking to my 82-year-old mom about all the news of Trump, she interrupted me and said, Haas, the only way I could stomach to watch that pre-death bloated mango Mussolini on the news is with my resting bitch face applied and a glass of wine at the ready. Holy wisdom shitballs. Is that Chuck Wendig? You know, it was liberal Lecter, the guy who died. Wait, this guy died? What the fuck? Did he already, is he dead in this photo? And then why does he look like a taxidermy recipient? I want to nuke the goddamn Discord more than I've ever wanted to nuke it. There's nothing cringier than coming in here and being like, dude, we got the funniest memes in the Discord, dude. You got to check out the comrade board, dude. Like, it is so, like, I love using the Discord from time to time, okay? But it's just like, what are you doing, man? What the fuck are you doing? What are you fucking doing? It's like, you know what it feels like? It feels like we're all having fun, okay? Let's say we're all having fun. And then you have to feel the need to be like, we're a part of this group, but we also are having fun on top of that, okay? And you should come see how much fun we're having over here. It's like, why? Why are you doing that? Why do you feel the need to be like, look how much fun we're having over at the Discord? While we're on stream, just post whatever you want to fucking post. If you want to post like fucking Godzilla with a fat ass, just post it on, like, it's also not even like that big of a hit tweet. It's got fucking 16 omegalols. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you think you're doing when you're like, bro, check out the comrade board. And then I look at the comrade board and it's like 7 Keck weights. 16 ain't no ways, and 6 pregnant mans in a Discord server with like 100,000 active users. It literally is worse than coming to me and being like, hey, dog, check out this hit tweet I had. And then I look at your tweet and it's got like 4 likes. That's not a hit tweet, homie. Now everyone's going to the Discord to like it, to mass like the last one, the last post. Meanwhile, you should be liking the top of the hour ad break, which I'm going to serve to you right now, motherfucker. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, baby. Yeah, buddy. Enjoy that, dude. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. All right, back to Brenda. The TV is innocent. Hoscord isn't that good. No, I like Hoscord. I use Hoscord. I just get really annoyed when, like, cliques are formed in this community when we're all supposed to be, you know, sharing it together. And then you guys get, like, weirdly cliquey, both in my own Discord, but also in, like, Splinter Discords. And then you come in and you, like, mass blast some shit in the chat. And it just, like, gets very annoying. I'm like, what the fuck? We're all... Like, there's a reason why I have a process, as democratic a process as possible, right? Where you can be from all different walks of life. You don't have to personally, you know, subscribe or anything like that. You just have to follow for 10 minutes and you can say things to me and I will most likely reply. I was in a very insulated Splinter. It was a bad moment in my life. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Especially because, like, the cliques also then... develop resentment, and then you're like warring against other factions in this own fucking community, a community that's supposed to get together and you know, laugh at this shit together. It's so weird. Don't do it. All right, let's get back to laughing at hogs.
Our history is going to be repeating itself. I smell a civil war, and it's not like a hint of a scent of civil war. It is full on.
What you're smelling, Brenda, is menthol. Menthol cigarettes. That's what you're smelling.
At the front lines, coming to our door. When a state can vote to remove a candidate from a ballot, citing the reason is that this person was guilty, which he has been found to not have caused an insurrection, and he has not been through all the courts to be found guilty, then you know we're in trouble. Guilty until proven innocent. It's been happening to a lot of American people for a while, you know, just normal U.S. citizens. But now it's happening to one of the greatest politicians. See, they practice it on us, you know, the U.S. citizen, the average Joe, and to see if we would let it go. Sure enough, we let enough of those go that they said, okay, now let's push the boot right up the ass. But you know, there's still write-ins. You could still write it in. Although, we could still walk away from the party and create a caucus voting. There'll be no voting machines. It'll be a full-on caucus for your chosen candidate. And the one that wins the presidency. They want us to go back and repeat history. We can do that with a caucus. But they don't want that. That's why they are trying their hardest to erase history. I believe this could be the straw that's broke the camel's back. Hold on, folks. Be prepared. I'm pretty certain Satan has more up his sleeve.
I love when she said, it's not just being done to any person. It's being done to the best person. Donald Trump, the best politician that has ever existed in the history of the United States. That's the saddest fucking thing I've ever heard, man.
But hey, what the fuck do I know?
Hey, Democrats, I just want to let you know, we don't give a fuck what you do. Trump is going in that White House. Now, we can do it the easy way or the hard way. You can put his name on the...
Oh, my God. A few more MAGA reactions to Trump's primary disqualifications and ruling by the Colorado Supreme Court. This one is Philip Anderson, who was arrested in August and is rolled over January 6 years, claiming they'll install Trump through a civil war. Okay, listen. My man is not in a 100-mile radius of a barber with like a fraction of melanin. Okay? My man is so physically far removed from like a Dominican barber, Puerto Rican barber. Okay, I'm not even saying black barber. I'm talking like Arab, Turkish barber. Fuck it. Okay? It's just like, yeah, of course he fucking went to January 6th, dog. Look at my man's hairline. Look at what's going on, dude. Yeah, he's stuck in fucking Idaho. What is he supposed to do? He's going to Idaho. He's going to the fucking Fast Cuts at Idaho at a mall.
On the ballot, and we can vote, and you'll lose, and he goes in the White House. Or you can steal the election in front of the entire country.
Well, you are a bad person. That's biracial people business is on. I'm feeling the stabs in my heart. Okay, I apologize for all the black HasanAbi heads stuck in incredibly white spaces, okay? And all the Bobby biracial HasanAbi heads stuck in white spaces.
Take Trump's name off all the ballots, and then we'll just force him into the White House. Because here's the thing, we're not going to live under your tyranny of lawfare, intimidation, political weaponization, political persecution, all the bullshit you've been doing. All this shit you've been doing to Trump with all these bullshit charges, bullshit cases.
Imagine cutting off a black man who is dissenting with their personal beliefs of what black people should be voting for. Bitch, I don't give a fuck what black people are voting for, okay? I'm just roasting him as a Republican. That's number one. Number two, there's nothing funnier than like the N-word saying party filled to the brim with like Confederate flag wearers immediately doing Republican identity politics. Like, excuse me, you're doing a bodies in spaces. This is a black voice. This is my favorite thing. Which probably this guy's LARPing, and it sucks. Why? We don't have any real Republicans no more. We have no more Republicans in the chat. We banned all of them. I hate this. I don't know if they're LARPing. They're just a hater. I'm still here, man. Oh, wait, he's not. Law, you are a bad person. No, this is not the guy. This is a different person. You don't apologize for shit. Do you think the 2020 election was affected by deep state assets? Wait, is this the guy who did the... No, it wasn't him. The guy who was saying, like, you're silencing a dissenting black voice because he doesn't agree with what you think black people should do. That guy was interesting. This guy sucks. He's complaining about deep state assets or whatever the fuck he's saying. He read my chat. It was not me. I'm me. Go ahead. I'm interesting, chat. Anyway, let's see.
You need to understand, you can do that all day, but Trump is going in that White House. Trump is going in that fucking White House, whether you like it or not. Okay? We got the votes. We're going to.
It's always so condescending. Like, Republican TikTokers are always like, that's right, sweetie. It's happening whether you like it or not. Like, doing the bobblehead shit. And it's just like where are you getting this confidence from, man? I guess he didn't go to jail, so that's probably why. Like, oh, no, he was arrested. But I guess he didn't that's it. He didn't actually, like, enjoy. Actually, he did not end up going to jail, so that's probably why he's so confident.
We can do it with the votes, or we can do it by force. Either way, you're going to fucking lose. So just let us know exactly what you want to do, how you want to do it.
What? What is this? Damn, so you said no Republicans are here, then when actually see so, you just ignore them? What? Do you think that no one affected the 2020 elections? What do you mean no one? Like, what do you mean? Who affected the 2020 elections? Like, Hugo Chavez? Is that what you're saying? Michael Pillow style shit? Like, what do you mean?
Let us know, all right? Because, guys, we are not going to live under your tyranny, Democrats. We're not living under your tyranny. We're not going to do it. We've been putting up with your bullshit and your persecution.
They literally wrote a fucking Times article on how they pushed the result of 2022. Are you fucking kidding me? This guy okay? Yes, they did. What result? Dude. Okay, here's what you gotta do. Okay, are you ready? Gather your thoughts. Okay, figure out your talking points. Maybe even have some links and stuff. Okay, and then we can dance a little bit. My thoughts are gathered. It doesn't seem like it. You're not even saying anything. You're just simply like, this doesn't make any sense. What do you mean pushed the results of 2020? They literally wrote a fucking Times article on how they pushed the result of 2020. Now, who's they? What article did they write about, and what is the result of 2020? Like, what did they push? This doesn't make any sense. Then you say, do you honestly think that no one affected the 2020 elections, lol? Now, this can be a multitude of different things. Like, what do you mean is affecting the 2020 elections? Who's they, bro? And what did they do? Use words. The problem is you're not using words. You're not explaining to me who the they is and what they did, what their goals were, how did they organize. Is this it? See which 2020 election deniers and skeptics won and lost the midterm elections? No, I doubt it. If people were, bro, he said if people were aware of what Hunter Biden was up to, they would not have voted for Biden. I'm tired of your absolute ignorance. Yes, dude. I knew what Hunter Biden was doing. I voted for him. I voted for Joe. I voted for Joe because of Hunter Biden, to be fair. You got a nice cock. Because you're a bad person? Why? There's nothing wrong with having a nice cock. I got a nice one myself. At least, I've heard zero complaints. To be fair, if Hunter Biden was on the ballot, I definitely would have voted for him over Joe Biden. So there's that. I love that this man's big reveal at the end of it was that if Americans knew about Hunter Biden's laptop, they would have not voted for Joe Biden. And it's like, Americans do know about Hunter Biden's laptop now, except like the coverage, like Twitter banning the story, and maybe even some, understandable things that they banned, like the revenge porn, has become a much larger story than the laptop itself. The Republicans are running around trying to impeach Joe Biden on the basis that Hunter Biden did some shit. And yet, after months and months of investigations, they still have no evidence whatsoever. Fox News keeps making up shit and covering the story, but even Fox News, even Peter Ducey, or was it Peter Ducey's dad? Which one's the dad? Whatever. And other members of the media on the Republican side are now saying, you got to fucking drop this whole Hunter Biden impeachment shit. Steve Ducey is the dad. Guest star him in the town square. I'm a little worried about guest starring him because I feel like he's a troll. Maybe after the TikToks are done.
For a very long time, and we're done. That's the reason you're currently losing right now. That's why Trump is winning, because people see that your policies suck, that your guy Joe Biden is a dictator, a failed president, a piece of shit that's caused war, genocide, and destroyed this country. That's why he's losing. You're not going to force him on us. That motherfucker's going out of the White House or kicking his ass out. Now we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. All right? The choice is yours. The choice is yours. You're the one who's starting shit. You're the one who's starting shit. So just letting you know, that's what you're going to be facing. There is no world in where you get to decide that we don't get to decide who we want for president. No, it's either the easy way or the hard way.
I like that he's saying Joe Biden is like tyrannical and dictatorial
Democrat.
or whatever, while simultaneously he's like, but we're going to by authoritarian measures, do this the hard way. It's like, bitch, you tried to do this the hard way. First of all, the hard way for you is going up the steps into the Capitol. That's number one. Secondly, seemingly you tried to do the hard way and you got arrested for it. So what the fuck are you talking about? Okay? The fuck do you mean, bro? Anyway, do you support Palestine or Israel or neither? What? What do you think, man? I can't believe this is the only thing we got for Hogwatch. I wish there was more. Guest star that people want content? I'm sure. I'll ask this guy about. I am not sure, that's why I asked. Okay, he might be a genuine one. Do you believe that no one can work hard and start their own business and succeed in America? Lol, our leadership sought to shut down international travel, but we're blocked. Yeah, dude, I'd much rather be under a one-party communist dictatorship. Good point. Yeah, you're right. We should convert our republic to a one-party communist dictatorship. Good point, comrade. Damn, he is. What's it like being deeply stupid? Do you honestly think that there was no election interference in 2020? Oh, and then that's today. All right, dude, let's do it. Let's do a guest star. I'm going to fucking send you a guest star request. And then you have to turn on your camera. You have to connect. Can you, for once, listen to all of us and not talk to this guy? What do you mean? There are plenty of people that wanted to talk to him. The fuck are you talking about? There's hella people that were like, no, talk to this guy. Talk to this guy. So I'm talking to the guy. Or I'm trying to, at least. He's not signing off for some reason. All right, say yes to the guest star, chatter. We ran out of hog watch on Hog Talk, so I made our own hog to watch. It says waiting for guests to connect. Sir, a second sex scandal has hit the house. I saw. I'm chomping at the bit for this like a Great Depression child. You got to do this. He's not joining. How do I accept this? Man, I don't fucking know. I've never been the recipient of a guest star. I'm excited for this guy to start screaming the N-word as soon as he gets on the call. Yeah, apparently, according to Twitch, if someone in the guest star does that, it's their fault. So their account gets banned and mine not. You know, as long as I do my very best to moderate it. This guy is not able to figure it out, it seems. I don't know how to help him. He says he doesn't know how to get on, and I don't know how to help him. But here's Ted Cruz.
Left is so bad. They're so unhappy. They're so pissed off. And by the way, if you were a liberal woman and you had to sleep with those weenies,
as opposed to you, Ted Cruz? God damn. He needs to link his Twitch account to his Discord account. Is that how that works? Help.twitch.tv. Joining guest star. How does this work? A mobile device with Twitch mobile app, or a computer with Chrome, a microphone, and a webcam. Guest without a webcam. The fuck? That's Quarter Jade. Joining as a guest. When the creator sends an invite, the invited guest will receive a notification. See this, chatter? Look, you get a notification and you click on it. If your Twitch account has not been phone verified, you will receive a prompt to phone verify your Twitch account. You will not be able to proceed with guest star until your Twitch account is phone verified. Okay?
you'll be pissed too.
Yeah, I didn't get a notification. Do I need to join on Discord? No, you don't have to join on Discord. It's done through Twitch. I'm gonna turn it off, and then I'm going to invite Reality. Oh, it is Meet Reality. Okay, there it is. Send to invite. Show me that HasanAbi had been streaming for 31 hours. Let's go. Damn, I'm guessing I'm missing a low. Chad, if we had more Hog Talks, I wouldn't be doing this, but unfortunately, we ran out of Hog Talks. Reminds me of how Kimbo Slice would just fight random ass people. I already did this yesterday. Sign me up when you start doing 1v1 hoops against chatters. Just. Oh wait, I see him. Wait, it worked. Okay, speak. You gotta. Can you hear me? Okay, but I can't hear you. You gotta. You have to change your output or something. You gotta make sure that your microphone is the right one here. When it says like underneath where it says like turn mic off.
I'm just dumb. I have
there
my mic
it is.
muted. Can you hear me?
Yep, there it is. The mic is muted. If that red light is on, it's muted. Goddamn. All right,
Yeah.
Mute Reality.
I was being dumb. Come on. Like sometimes I'll be dumb.
Ironic that your name is Mute Reality and
Is it?
you
Is
were
it ironic?
muted, and you were muted. All right, what's up, dude? Talk to me. You fucking are Republican, I think.
I'm not. I just think that you argue in bad faith most of the time. Like I don't think that you believe what you say.
Wait, you don't think I believe what I say? Like,
Correct.
for example,
Yeah, I think that you say it because it gives you clout.
like clout is in when I say what? Like when I say that the election wasn't stolen? That's like I'm saying that for clout?
That's not what I mean. But I mean the election
But that's
was
what you
obviously
said just now, isn't it?
What the election of 2020 was obviously deeply influenced by the deep state. Like there's no way around that.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Multiple influential people inside of our government made sure that people didn't know about stories, you know, about Hunter Biden, to make sure that they would vote a certain way.
You think that Hunter Biden stories are that influential? Like that you really think that?
Yes, I do. I think that a lot of people, if they knew that Hunter Biden was corrupt as fuck, they wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden. Yes.
So this is of course impossible to prove, but I guess I'll try my very best.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you can't. How could you ever prove that? Like you can. We don't live in that.
I mean, people literally have said that. They've done polls on this.
What do you mean they've done polls?
People
on this?
have been asked this question and answered in the affirmative that they would not have voted for Joe Biden if they knew that their family was so corrupt. Like, come on, man.
Okay. Well, I would love to see some of these polls, but beyond that, the thing is, Hunter Biden is not Joe Biden. I think you know that.
True. Yes, that is true.
And
correct.
Hunter Biden hasn't, at least up until now, still to this day, actually conclusively been connected to Joe Biden for his misdeeds.
Yeah, you're right, man. He didn't leave a fucking pound of cocaine in the congressional library. You got it, dog. Like, come on.
Wait, Hunter Biden left a pound of. First of all, you're making him sound cooler because I am.
You think that's cool?
Yes,
like
I
that's
do.
the thing. Like, yeah, I mean, but I guess that's the fundamental difference. Like, you think that it's cool
Yeah, that'd
for
be
someone
fucking
to do
sick.
drugs in our governmental buildings.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the governmental buildings.
I mean,
someone was
do.
literally having gay
yeah, we
sex
differ
in
there.
a Senate hearing, in a Senate hall the other day, and the Republicans
It
were
was a
losing their
Democrat,
minds over it. And I
correct.
thought that was
Yep.
fucking awesome.
Oh,
so
you-
yeah, I'm already.
You liked, you liked that.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. 100%. A little quickie.
Okay, I mean, sure. So
Wait, why
like
do you care?
But well,
Okay,
because I
so
want
you-
our government to be a respected institution. Like, if people are fucking on government grounds, giving no respect at all to the institution, like, that's a problem to me.
Okay, let me ask you something else. So you care about the government and our institutions, and
I don't know if
you
I
think
say I
it's-
care about the government, but if we're going to
so you
have
think,
a
like-
government,
Wait,
I
hold
want
on.
people
Let
to
me finish my
respect
question.
the institution.
Let me finish my
Like-
question. Okay, I'm trying to dialogue with
Yeah,
you.
my bad.
So you think like desecrating the halls of government is fucked up, right?
I think that it's, yeah, I mean, it shows what you think about
Okay.
government. Yes.
So, and you also simultaneously think the election was stolen. Do you think it was appropriate?
I do not.
Do you think January 6th was appropriate?
I don't believe the election was stolen.
Okay, do you think January 6th is appropriate?
No.
Like the actions taken on January 6th?
Do I think that breaking into the Capitol is appropriate? No.
Oh, okay. Fair. That's cool.
Like, I'm not a hardcore Republican.
You're
but
not
I do
a hardcore
appreciate
Republican.
you, like, talking to me, because, I mean, you're way bigger than me, man. Like, I have no following at all. So, like,
I mean,
thanks for taking me
it
up.
It don't matter. I do this every day. I talk to people with no following every day.
Hell
It
yeah,
doesn't
brother.
matter. As long as they're
I appreciate
entertaining
that a lot,
or
actually.
unique.
Like,
Okay, so
it
you
makes
don't have to
me
be
actually
somebody.
makes me respect you a little bit more, because, like, I kind of was, like, hating on you, but now I'm seeing that actually you're a pretty cool guy.
No. I mean, I still think that it's okay to do gay sex in a Senate hearing, in a Senate.
I really don't, man. Like, come on, man. Like,
you
would
don't
you
think
be okay with straight sex in the Senate building? Like, come on.
No,
dude.
I'm not okay with straight sex at all. I think it should be
Only
banned.
gay sex.
Only gay sex is
Like,
allowed.
what, dude?
Yeah, no straight sex allowed.
You
in the
understand
Senate.
how hypocritical that is, right? Come on.
Bro, I'm fucking with you. What do you mean? I don't give a
Okay.
shit if I
Okay.
don't give a shit if there's straight sex happening either.
For sure.
Oh, that's
you just
funny.
don't care. I mean, and that's
Yeah, no, I
understandable. Like,
don't.
You
I
can have
actually-
your position, like, you know.
I don't. Like,
Yeah. No, I mean, you're allowed to believe what you want to believe. Like, I'm not gonna take that away from you, but I think you're wrong.
yeah, I don't care. I
Yeah.
mean, I think the civility aesthetics or whatever. Let me put it this way, okay? If they were doing Roman style orgies in there, but we have fucking healthcare for all, I'd be like all about it. I would be throwing it back, okay? I'd be throwing it back for fucking Lindsey Graham or whoever. If they were,
No way.
if that was the only way that they were like, you know what? Lindsey Graham came up to me, he's like, listen, Hasan, we are going to do Roman style gay sex orgies. There's a bull involved. But that means that we have Medicare for all. I'd be like, sure, all right, fuck it. One time, who cares? You know, I'll throw it back for one. I'll throw it back for Medicare for all one
Is that
time.
how much you care about, like, having, you know, medical coverage for everybody?
Yeah, you don't. You wouldn't suck a dick.
I absolutely do. I absolutely do not. You know why?
Why?
Because when I paid for health insurance, my payment was $150 a month for absolute full coverage.
Uh-huh.
After Obamacare, It's $500 a month for shitty coverage.
Okay.
So no, I would rather some
Medicare
people
for all
not,
doesn't mean
not be,
Medicare for all doesn't
I would
mean
rather
Obamacare.
Yeah, but I'd rather some people not be covered and people actually be able to afford healthcare than everybody pay a shitload of
The
taxes for shitty healthcare.
How about everyone get covered regardless?
No.
No, you just don't want some people to be covered.
Yes, I think that if you're going to be so fucking lazy that you're not even willing to work a job, you shouldn't have healthcare coverage. Correct.
But what if you need healthcare coverage and you can't work a job because you are severely disabled?
I mean, I think that there definitely should be exceptions for people that have, serious conditions like disabilities where they can't work.
What if they
But
got
that's not the majority of people.
What if they got
the majority of people are
cancer?
just not working and not fucking paying their fair share, dog. Like, come on.
What do you mean by that? Majority of people are not working and not paying their fair share. What do you elaborate?
Yes. Okay. I think that the lack of people paying their fair share into the system is the vast majority of the time people being lazy as fuck. It's not just people that are disabled. I very much think that we should take care of people that are hurting and that cannot support themselves. But that's not the majority of people that aren't paying taxes and doing anything. It isn't.
I'm a little confused by what you mean by this. So here, let me talk about healthcare, right? Do you understand how insurance pools work?
I mean, I think I understand roughly how insurance pools work. Yes.
Would you want to describe it, so I get a better understanding of how you think insurance pools work?
I mean, not really. As far as my understanding goes,
you understand it, but you don't want to describe it.
Well, I think that everyone pays into a pool because the risk to one singular person isn't massive. However, if everyone pays, say, $300 a month into a pool, somebody's
it's not $300 a month.
But
usually...
somebody's going to get hurt in that in that group. Somebody's going to have a health condition or get hurt, and so they pay out that person. It mitigates risk.
It leverages those who are healthy paying in that don't take as much out.
Correct.
Against people who are also paying into the pool that desperately need it. Right.
Yes.
So right now, this is how we have insurance pools across the board. I think universalizing that would be beneficial for the country, be cost effective. And on top of that, the government managing this insurance pool in the form of taxes for socialized medicine would have a significantly better and genuinely well-established interest in keeping medical costs as low as physically possible. Because
I don't
the
see
insurance
the proof
industry,
of that,
you say you're I suspect you're a bit of a libertarian.
I am definitely more anti-government than you, for sure.
I love government. I love big government. It's my favorite.
That's kind of why I fucking started arguing with you.
Yeah. So I think that regulations are good. I think that a government that is supposed
to do tariffs are good.
Do I think that tariffs are good?
Yeah. Do you think that tariffs on China are good?
It depends. No, I mean, I don't really. No, I don't think that. I don't think that petty tariffs are specifically to win over political points are good. It depends, though.
So, but you support China?
Do I support China? I mean, I don't support any single country. I don't support China any more than I support any other country.
Would you support America if we moved more toward a socialist style of thinking?
Yes.
Okay. And that's my problem with you. I think that you're wrong.
Why do you think I'm wrong?
Because I think that the government is a failed institution. I don't think that you're correct.
So you don't want any
government is. I wouldn't say I want no government. However, the amount of government we have right now, I'm very much against it.
The amount of government we have right now.
Undeniably.
Okay. What do we?
The amount of government we have right now is garbage.
Too much government. How do we? What are some of the examples of too much government, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, so I guess my opinion is that the federal government is too large. I would like to see more local government. So, this is going to sound really dumb. I'm sure you've had this argument before, but the pyramid structure of our government. I would like to see it inverted, right? I would like to see local government be the most powerful, state government be less powerful, and federal government be less powerful than that. I would like to see people have more effect on their government as they see it in front of them. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
You want to give more power to local governments?
Yeah, I'm really tired of
That's
the
still more
federal
government, though.
deciding.
You know that, right? I mean, that's still
no,
more
it's
government.
not. I would argue it's not more government. It's just different government. It's government that you can directly affect, right? Instead of like, I don't know about you, man, but I personally, like, I don't feel like I have much power over the federal government. Like, I can cast my vote.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, but,
so it's more
like,
about being
my
able to
local
control. So it's more
Correct.
about. So if
Yeah.
you were to be able to exercise your influence over the federal government in the way that like corporations do on a regular basis, then you would be fine with the federal government, is what you're saying.
I'd be okay with government if it is easily influenceable by the people that, are under it.
Okay, I mean, I agree with that. I don't have an issue with that. That's what I want. So how do you think you can build
so
more?
how about we just team
how
up
do you think
and
you can
fucking
build
make
more
this happen, dog?
power? Like, how can you make the government more democratic? Let's say.
I mean, I don't know how one person could possibly do anything about the
Not
power
one
structure they
person,
have
obviously
now.
united, right? Like you'd have to engage in
What do you think? Like, do
dare
you
I
think there's
say,
any
collective
possibility that
action.
we could do what I'm saying, which is invert the power structure and,
Well, I mean,
and make it
yeah.
more local?
You work a job, right? You have a job.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at your job, do you have a union?
No.
Do you
I'm a
like
contractor.
unions? You're a contractor.
Do I like unions? That's a big question.
Because like
sometimes
what you just
I
described.
guess. Like,
Okay, good. You're open minded to that. Because what you just described, as far as like smaller formations of governance, self governance is at the heart of unions, right? Because currently in the work structure that you exist under as a contractor, sure, you feel as though you make your own hours and whatever, but the reality is you also lose out on a lot of benefits that you normally would get, or your bosses would normally have to pay you, especially if you were a full-time employee at that workplace. That's the reason why you're a contractor. So a better way, even as a contractor, to ensure that you get better protections, like let's say if you were injured on the job, for example, if you were to get some semblance of coverage and some semblance of protection from your employers, you would need to be able to fight for that. Your employers, on the other hand, of course, don't want to do that for you, right? They want to make sure that they're cutting costs as best as they can.
I mean,
and
you're making a pretty good argument, but
yeah,
like, why can't employers just not be cunts? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on?
It's because they're self-interested, right? Like everyone is self-interested. Would you say you're self-interested in the same way that your employers are?
I actually disagree with that. I think that there's a good majority of people that are self-interested, but I think that a good amount of people are actually interested in the whole, like the whole.
What?
This is gonna sound dumb as fuck, but like the whole, benefit of humanity.
Do you think there are bosses out there that are like, yeah, dude?
I don't think there's many business owners that are.
Yeah,
like
why do you think that's the case? That many business owners are not interested in giving you what you're honestly supposed to be earning.
I mean, you're right. Like, because they want to make money.
Yeah, they want to make profits.
Yeah.
Right.
You're right. Yeah.
So here's how that works, right? Your boss wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay, right? They want to pay you as little as they possibly can get away with and have you work as much as they possibly can get you to work. That's why they'll be like, all right, you got to come in on this day. You know what I mean? Even though maybe you're not.
That has been my experience as being an employee.
Yeah. Right? So, and then you as an employee or as a contractor want to obviously max out on your pay, get the most amount of pay for the least amount of hours. Like, that just makes sense. It's just self-interest.
Correct. Sure.
Right. Exactly. So you are at direct odds with the interests of your boss in that regard. So when your boss has all the power in the authoritarian structure of a corporation, because that is what it is by design, right? Corporations are not exactly democratic. when your boss has all the power inside of your corporation, they get to set your wages, okay? And then also on top of that, they get to tell you what the fuck you have to do at every step of the way. The only way to be able to demand or make demands from your boss is if you get a bunch of other contractors like yourself working in that same workplace and try to engage in collective bargaining, create a union. That's democracy.
I mean, so at a certain point, like, shouldn't a company like care about its employees? Like, does it need to be an adversarial relationship?
I mean, they can fake it, but like ultimately, it's just
Do you
normal.
think that? Wait, slow down. Do you think it's not possible for a company owner to like treat their employees like equals? Like,
it could be, but that's costly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it is costly, but
that's the point.
I mean, my own parents operated their business that way. Like,
Okay.
I've seen it happen. Like,
yeah, but that's not the norm, I think, as you have also admitted.
I mean,
also,
maybe it's not the norm, but
also you don't know what your, like, no disrespect to your parents, but you don't know what their workers also felt like. Your parents might be wonderful people, but from their workers' perspective, their workers might not have felt any different than the way you feel when they were working with your parents. They might have been nice, they might have been kind, but ultimately, you know, you're not going to be able to.
I'm pretty sure they felt pretty good. You know why?
Why?
Because I know what their supervisor was paid.
What? The supervisor?
I know what their supervisor was paid. Like the top level guy underneath them, I know what he was paid. And I know what everyone else was paid.
Okay, well, regardless, that doesn't change the reality
well.
that like your supervisor might have still felt differently about their bosses in this, or even similar to how you feel about your own personal boss right now. But anyway.
Okay.
But regardless. Okay. So
is the chat just roasting me right now? I can't even see the chat.
Don't read the chat. Don't worry about it. My point was about.
I do actually really like talking to you.
My point was about getting leverage.
Think you would ever talk to me.
Okay, it doesn't matter. My point was about getting leverage in your workplace. How can you get leverage over your bosses to ensure that your bosses are at the very least like listening to your demands? I'm sure there's been a time when in your job you wanted to do things a certain way. Let's say you're a smart guy. Let's say you have a more efficient way of doing your job, whatever your job may be. And you bring it up to your manager, and your manager's like, no, fuck off. You're going to do the way I want you to do it because that's what my top-level officials have told me. That's how you're supposed to do it. So, you know, because you're hands-on. You're a contractor. You've been doing this for a long time. You know the better way to do it. But you can't even get your fucking boss to listen to you, your supervisor to listen to you, right? How would you be able to do that? How would you be able to get him to listen to what you have to say?
I mean, I guess I could just punch him directly in the face.
That would, I mean, you get fired, I think.
Yeah, true. But
if you did that,
you're asking me like legitimately, how would I do that? How would I?
I think there's a better way to do that without violating the non-aggression principle.
That is correct. I think that the legitimate way to do that would, to suggest an improvement to your manager.
And then if he doesn't listen, though, on the other hand,
and you're like, but there's an
easier way to do this.
It's either you push your point or you leave, right? Like,
no, that's not. You don't have to do that.
I think you have to do one of those two things. Like,
no, you don't leave.
If you think that your method is better, you need to either push that point or you need to leave.
Or if you had some semblance of democracy in your workplace, you could get the other contractors. You could get the other contractors on board. And you could tell your manager, like, no, together we've decided this is actually the more effective
saying like
way.
let me fucking like ally people that are like on my side and
people that have the same interests as you do.
Okay, I mean that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, so your argument is basically like unions are good, right?
I mean, I'm not saying that. It seems like you're arriving.
That's
at that
what
conclusion.
you said, dude.
It seems like
come
you're arriving
on,
at that
man.
conclusion
Don't
on
do
your own.
that. Don't be weird like that. Like, dog, just admit it.
Anyway,
come on.
beyond that.
You literally just said unions are good. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm fucking with you. Of course, I like unions. I'm just saying that you also are arriving at that conclusion on your own. I'm giving you the opportunity to
Yeah, no, I agree.
to celebrate your own recognition.
Employees should be able to push back against their bosses. You're right.
There you go. So you asked me how to implement localized democracy. You spend 80% of your adult life in your place of work. That's one way that you can arrive at at least a little bit more democratic organization in a place that you spend 80% of your adult life in. So I think that's a good place to start. And then, you can get your union together and join larger unions and make even larger demands. Your union will be a chapter of a larger union, whatever sectoral union you might have.
Do you want me to start a union?
I mean, I'm not saying you should. You could, though.
I could.
You could.
In a very large corporation.
There you go. It could be good. Who knows? So, I guess because you asked me how
I
to
never
do more
imagined that you would even fucking talk to me, man. So this actually is like wild to me.
Anyway,
but I mean,
my point is
not
this.
wrong, but like I do honestly believe, like let me go and throw back for a second. I think a lot of people wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden if they knew that their fucking his son was corrupt as fuck.
Do you think Son's corruptions have any semblance on people's decision making?
Yes.
As far
yes.
as like,
I think that people's sons being corrupt is a problem. Yes, I do.
So do you think, like, for example, Donald Trump Jr. is like charity fraud? Do you think that factored into people not voting for Donald Trump?
What are you talking about?
Like his mismanagement, Donald Trump Jr.'s mismanagement of his dad's.
I'm gonna need some sources on that, dog. Can you send me some sources?
I'll send you the sources after you send me the source on people changing their minds on Hunter Biden, because I do want to know.
Oh, I can definitely send you that.
Yeah, but
I can't believe you even talked to me, dude. Like,
okay, you got to stop saying that, bro. It's making me feel weird.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you feel weird. Like, I just actually think that
do you
you're
think
cool
that
as fuck.
Do you think that if someone's if do you think that here, this is Donald J. Trump pays court order $2 million for illegally using Trump Foundation funds.
I mean,
that wasn't even Donald Trump Jr. That was Donald Trump himself.
I don't mean to talk over you.
Wait, sorry. Did you hear what I said?
A little bit.
I said Donald J. Trump pays court ordered $2 million for illegally using Trump Foundation funds.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Trump
pretty
ordered to pay 8 separate charities $250,000 each. So you think like
that's pretty bad. I mean, that's pretty bad, man.
So you think like Hunter Biden being corrupt is important. So you must think like
I think both of those things are bad though. Like that's the thing. Like Hunter Biden and Donald Trump Jr. both being corrupt.
Okay.
Like that both those things bother me. Like I'm not trying to take sides here. Like
okay, no. My point is this. Because you said Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden's like corruption, which I don't even know.
He is. I mean, he's corrupt as fuck. There's no denying that.
He does nepotism.
But if Donald Trump Jr. is being corrupt as fuck too, like
no, it's not just Donald Trump Jr. It's Donald Trump himself. It's not Donald Trump Jr. It's Donald Trump himself.
Yeah,
do you think
those are
one
all
is more
problems.
important than the other? Like, do
no,
you think?
I think that it's all a problem. Like that's
okay,
so bad.
But these two people are going up against one another. One's son is corrupt. The other person himself is corrupt. Who do you think people vote for in that situation? Do you think people vote for the guy?
I hope neither of them, man. To be honest, like
okay, but regardless.
Oh, his son's corrupt and he's corrupt.
Those are the only two options you have.
What?
Those are the only two options you have.
What do I do with that? Like, how do I even respond to that? Like, they're both garbage.
Okay, you made it seem like people would vote for Donald Trump, and I thought you were a Trump supporter.
I mean, there is definitely a lot of people that would have not voted for Biden if they knew the truth.
Okay, well,
that's undeniable, dog. It is.
The truth that Hunter Biden is corrupt, except you could it is impossible to prove that regardless. I mean, it's very difficult to prove that.
It's definitely not possible to prove that.
You can
His
show
laptop
me.
was quite clear, dog.
You can show me poll results, but that doesn't change the reality of how.
Oh, as far as the election goes.
Yes, and you made it seem like there was like some deep state involvement occurring.
I mean, there definitely was.
And yet, the reality is that, like, plenty of people also knew about Trump's corruption, which it seems like people factored in Trump's personal corruption against Hunter Biden's potential corruption that they may have known about or may have heard about or didn't hear about at all. I
Hunter
ultimately
Biden
think
is
that
quite
one person
clearly corrupt, though.
I think
like,
that
there's
one
no
person's
denying it at all.
Yeah, but I think that Donald Trump's personal corruption, okay, is probably
Okay, wait, what corruption does Donald Trump have?
I mean, I just showed you in 2019, Letitia James forced Donald Trump to pay $250,000 to 8 different charities for charity fraud. That's just one minor aspect of it. But if you think that Trump is not corrupt, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, oh my Lord.
Wait, he defrauded charities?
Yes. He used the Trump Foundation.
I mean, I did not know about that. My bad.
There's plenty more that you see. Maybe if you knew about Donald Trump's corruption, you wouldn't be out here fucking talking about
willing to
how
listen
people
to
won't vote for Donald Trump.
Anyway,
but look,
I
have to
think
go.
that, like you assume that I'm like a deep Republican, and I'm not, dude. Like I just want to know the truth.
I gotta go. Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you
Hopefully,
for
I was
having
able to change
me
your
at
mind a
all,
little bit.
dude. Fuck yeah.
All right, and yeah, that's what I got for you. Thank you,
No, I
Muted
appreciate
Reality.
you, dude.
All right, have a
Good
good
night.
one. Okay, this man should not ride a horse right now. Yeah, I felt a little bad. I think he's a little drunk. That'll be it for me, everybody. I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna go hang out with my family. Okay. No Pixel. I apologize. Kind of awkward. You paid that actor to come on and debate you. You ruined Hog Talk by trying to unionize the hogs. I tried to do Hog Talk in person and it didn't work out. Okay. Yes to No Pixel tomorrow. Can't do the No Pixel today. And that's it. That's all I got for the time being. But yeah, like I said, there's a second Capitol sex tape investigation that's occurring, for the record. This one was on the House side. Semaphore has viewed some of the material, which includes footage apparently shot inside the Capitol complex, which I think is personally awesome. And that's it. That's what I got for today. Okay? Anyway, guys. Love you all. Kaya is still wet. Crazy. Love you all and see you tomorrow, all right? Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at chip prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.